Mayor, can I review the emergency response procedure for this?
Yes,
before we
please,
begin?
yep.
Thank you. In an emergency, everyone must evacuate through the nearest safe exit. Those seated in the gallery will take direction from security, and council will take direction from myself to evacuate the room. After evacuating chambers, please proceed to a stairwell, take the stairs to ground level, and evacuate through the doors marked the emergency exit and go to the muster point. Do not take an elevator or walk through the city room. If there's anyone with limited mobility or that requires first aid, please speak with security. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone. I would like to call the City Council public hearing of June 30th, 2025 back to order. And we'll do a roll call of council colleagues. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans. Okay. All right, we have quorum, and the item remaining on the agenda is bylaw 332, bylaw 3.32, bylaw 21202, text amendments to zoning, bylaw 2001, mid-block row housing in RS. Zone and minor changes to RSM and RM zones. Okay, that's the item that we are on, right, Clerk? Okay. And before we have quite a few speakers signed up on this item. Before we go to the speakers, I want to lay out the expectations of this engagement, how we're going to conduct ourselves as we hear from each other and take in those perspectives. So before we begin our discussion, I want to share my expectations as the chair of this meeting for the conduct of everyone participating to ensure a safe and inclusive environment and workplace. These expectations apply equally to both in-person and virtual attendees. As meeting chair, I have a responsibility to maintain decorum and ensure the safety of all participants in today's meeting. Disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behavior such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. In addition, use of the raise hand feature or AI note-taking tools in the Google Meet are not permitted. I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone engaging in these behaviors. I will not provide any additional warnings. Once removed, the person will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. This meeting is being live streamed and everyone is welcome to view the live stream online. Now to the explanation of the public hearing. I will quickly outline the procedures for the meeting. First, administration will provide a presentation. Next, members of public who register to speak will be invited to make their presentations in panels. The first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. The timer lights on the podiums will be green for the first 4 minutes, turn yellow when there is 1 minute remaining, and flash red when the 5 minutes are up. If you're participating virtually, there is a virtual timer in the Google Meet, or you may wish to use a timer of your own. After all speakers in your panel have been heard, council may ask questions of you or other panel members. Please remain in your seat or in the virtual meeting until questions to your panel have been complete. Once your panel is complete, you may observe the remainder of the meeting from the gallery or on the live stream. After hearing from all speakers, council may ask questions of administration and make motions. Finally, Council members may ask questions of anyone about any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Thereafter, council may close the public hearing and vote on the bylaw. If participating virtually, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, please reach out to the office of the city clerk using the contact information provided in confirmation of registration or at cityclerk@edmonton.ca. If you're here in person with us, city staff will guide you to a seat when it's your time to hear from your panel. So I will now ask administration to recovering from blue. Provide the presentation, then we'll go to speakers who have been already registered. Are there any new speakers, clerk, that we need to read into the record?
We will do so by, when you go through the list and call the panels, then that will be reading them into the record.
Okay, got it. Okay. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Shauna Kuiper, Director of Planning Coordination, and with me today to answer questions for this item are Catherine Pahuya, Principal Planner with the Zoning Bylaw Team, and Travis Pollock, Branch Manager for Development Services. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw was adopted in October of 2023 and enacted in January of 2024. Renewing the zoning bylaw was necessary to simplify and streamline how we regulate land, support the implementation of the city plan, and enable people, places, and businesses to thrive and prosper. The renewal spanned 5 years and included extensive engagement with Edmontonians and technical analysis. Administration conducted a 1-year review of the zoning bylaw through analysis of development permit data from 2024. The results were presented to Urban Planning Committee over 2 meetings in June. Overall, administration's analysis demonstrated that the zoning bylaw is achieving its intended outcomes of creating more efficient permitting, reducing barriers to new housing and businesses citywide, as well as encouraging investment in our city through regulations that allow for predictable and consistent decision-making. Next slide, please. Through the engagement related to the 1-year review, committee meetings, and public hearings since the adoption of the zoning bylaw, administration has heard that the pace of change in how the city is growing has come quickly and can be difficult, and this is impacting community trust as it relates to infill. As new homes and businesses are developed to accommodate the population growth that the city has recently experienced, administration has heard a wide variety of reactions from people about how their communities are evolving. While their perspectives may differ, it is clear that Edmontonians continue to be passionate about their homes and neighborhoods. While change may come with uncertainty for some residents in the short term, over time, our neighborhoods will see renewed vibrancy with new families moving into older areas, small shops opening up down the street, and more neighbors excited to get involved with their communities. Accommodating growth through infill is more sustainable by maintaining and utilizing existing infrastructure and amenities like schools, parks, and businesses. The zoning bylaw creates opportunities for neighborhoods to grow and change over time to suit the diverse needs of both current and future Edmontonians. Next slide, please. We are here today in response to a number of motions which were approved at the Urban Planning Committee meetings in June. At these meetings, motions were passed directing administration to prepare amendments to the zoning bylaw to revise the RS small-scale residential zone and the general regulations to address general development regulations to address concerns about the design, size, and unit count of mid-block row housing. This includes new requirements for front facade design, reducing the maximum building length, limiting side entrances, increasing interior side setbacks, limiting stair projections into side yards, and reducing the maximum number of units from 8 to 6. Committee also directed administration to draft amendments so that the changes would come into effect immediately if approved, and to revise the RSM small medium scale transitional residential zone and the RM medium scale residential zone to clarify regulations for single detached housing. Catherine will now provide an overview of the proposed changes.
To ensure that the street-facing facades of mid-block row houses look like the front instead of the side of a building, Proposed amendments will require a covered main entrance door that faces the street and require windows covering a minimum of 15% of the street-facing facade area. This is a change from the current RS zone, which does not regulate a minimum percentage of windows on building facades. The proposed regulations will also ensure a minimum of 2 design techniques, other than color changes, windows, balconies, and porches, to be used to help minimize the perception of massing, provide visual interest, and eliminate large blank walls. Next slide. To address concerns about the size and scale of mid-block row housing, proposed amendments reduce the maximum building length along an interior side lot line from 30 meters to 50% of the site depth, or 25 meters, whichever is less. This change will help reduce building mass and shadow impacts for neighboring properties. This diagram compares the building length of a mid-block row house under the current regulations and the proposed changes. On a typical 45-meter deep lot, buildings can be currently as long as 25.3 meters when built to the maximum site coverage. With the proposed changes, a building on a 45-meter deep lot would be restricted to a length of 22.5 meters. For further comparison, the diagram shows the average building length of a narrow single-detached house. In combination with the proposed increase to interior side setbacks, the proposed change to building length will decrease the principal building site coverage by approximately 8% on a typical lot and bring it more in line with the typical size of a new house. This change could allow for more parking, amenity area, or landscaping. Next slide. Currently, the RS zone does not limit the number of entrances on the side of a building. The proposed bylaw includes an amendment that will limit the number of entrances permitted on the side of a building to 2. The proposed change will encourage more entrances on the front and rear of a building so that development does not result in a concentration of side entrances facing the neighbor's side lot line. Regulating the distribution of building entrances on a site can help reduce perceived impacts on neighboring properties and activity in the side yard. Next slide. To address concerns around the functionality of row housing side yards, proposed amendments increase the minimum interior side setback from 1.5 meters to 1.9 meters for row housing and multi-unit housing where an entrance is located on the side of a building. A setback of 1.9 meters will, at a minimum, allow for a 0.15 meter drainage swale, a 0.9 meter wide pathway, and a 0.76 meter egress window well or portion of steps to an entrance. Next slide. To address concerns around the accessibility of row housing side yards, the proposed amendments will require a minimum of 1.1 meter distance between steps and the interior side lot line, where steps are oriented towards the side lot line. The minimum 1.1 meter distance will allow space for a minimum 0.9 meter wide pathway or landing area and a minimum 0.15 meter wide drainage swale. The proposed amendment will not apply to steps that are oriented towards the front or rear lot line of a site. Unlike the other proposed amendments, which pertain only to the RS zone, this change would be made to Section 5.90, projections into setbacks, which would apply to all zones. Next slide. In response to the June 17th Urban Planning Committee motion, the proposed bylaw includes an amendment that will reduce the maximum number of dwellings on an interior site from 8 to 6 in the RS zone. Currently, the RS small-scale residential zone permits a variety of housing types under a single residential use, and this change would continue to allow a variety of housing types. Next slide. Amendments to the more intense RSM and RM zones are also proposed to address the Urban Planning Committee motion from June 3rd. The zoning bylaw currently permits single-detached housing, semi-detached housing, and duplex housing in the RSM and RM zone where it's existing as of January 1, 2024. This requires the building to have a valid development permit as proof of the building's existence. The proposed revision to the wording from existing as of January 1, 2024 to constructed as of January 1, 2024 in both the RSM and RM zones is intended to clarify that a development permit or other documents, such as a dated aerial imagery, can be used as proof of a building's existence in order to continue its use. Next slide.
Under the previous zoning bylaw, the RF1 zone had a geography that covered most of the redeveloping neighborhoods outside of the downtown and within the Anthony Henday. Development opportunities under the RF1 zone were limited to single, semi-detached dwellings, secondary, and garage suites. The RF1 zone allowed up to 6 units, a semi-detached dwelling with a secondary and garage suites, or similarly through a lot splits with 2 narrows, secondary and garage suites. Next slide, please. The RF3 zone covered a much smaller area of neighborhoods such as Bonnie Doon, Grosvenor, and Prince Charles. Sorry, next slide, please. The uses under the RF3 zone were broader than the RF1. This zone allowed for anything from singles up to row housing, including secondary and garage suites. On a 600-meter square lot, 9 units could be developed under the RF3 zone. Next slide, please. To support streamlined land use regulations and city plan targets, one of the focuses of the new zoning bylaw was to create opportunities for more housing everywhere. The new regulations did this by focusing on creating a box for development to fit in, rather than how units were arranged within that box. The RS zone allows for many forms of residential development across the redeveloping area of the city. Since the adoption of the bylaw, neighborhoods that previously have not experienced much redevelopment are now experiencing it at a significant pace and scale as the city is experiencing high population growth coinciding with new land use regulations. Next slide, please. Since the enactment of the zoning bylaw through June of this year, mid-block row housing has been developed in a number of redeveloping neighborhoods. Neighborhoods such as Glenwood, Grosvenor, and McKernan have seen significant uptake of this housing form. This form of development was not previously experienced at significant scale in any of the redeveloping neighborhoods prior to 2024. Next slide, please. Based on a high-level analysis of the number of dwelling units approved as mid-block row housing since the enactment of the zoning bylaw, 71% of new row housing permits were approved for 8 units. This data is different from what was presented at the one-year review, as the data only included 2024 permits, or 1 year's worth. What is shown on this slide is from 2024 until June of this year. The data demonstrates that a significant jump in the number of mid-block development permits utilizing the unit maximum. Administration anticipates that this trend would remain consistent if 8 units were to continue to be permitted as of right in the RS zone. Reducing the maximum number of units from 8 to 6 will likely result in a slowdown in development permits in the short term, while projects are reevaluated, adjusted, or sold off and land prices balanced to take into account the new maximum. In the medium to long term, the RS zone will still bring diverse housing types to our mature neighborhoods to help meet our city plan goals. Functionally, it could allow for more room for creative and contextual design, reduction in waste bins and site parking needs, and overall impact to adjacent neighbors. Next slide, please.
Throughout this process, including the one-year review, the related committee meetings and public hearings, and ongoing engagement and listening, several key themes have emerged regarding development in the RS zone. We've heard concerns about the pace of change in redeveloping areas. Residents and communities are navigating significant transformations as new housing types and densities are introduced. This feedback highlights the importance of managing this transition thoughtfully and ensuring communities are supported and brought along through these changes. A consistent message has been the desire for better development outcomes, particularly in terms of minimizing the impact on adjacent neighbors. This includes concerns about the number of units, privacy, overlook, and the overall scale and design of development in relation to the existing neighborhood. From our industry partners, we've heard the need for certainty and regulations to foster continued investment. A predictable regulatory environment encourages developers to undertake projects, which is crucial for achieving our housing targets. This predictability and certainty is also important to people's investment decisions in their current homes and their communities. There is a clear indication of mixed community buy-in regarding the changes introduced through the new zoning bylaw. While some embrace the increased housing diversity and densities, others express reservations, once again citing the pace of change, the magnitude in terms of building size, design, unit count, and associated impacts of parking and site operations. Finally, there is continual work and adjustments required to balance the need for more housing with the importance of maintaining community trust. The city plan's goals of increasing housing units and redeveloping areas are vital, but it's equally important that this growth occurs in a way that builds and sustains community confidence. Next slide, please. The RS zone plays an important part in helping Edmonton meet its infill goals. However, the largest gains and where the most change is expected to happen is within the nodes and corridors network outlined through district plans in the city plan. Meeting our infill targets is not about one zone or one action. It is a long-term path that sees steps towards our goal and adjustments along the way to fine-tune that path. This fine-tuning has occurred throughout advancing infill from the beginning, when two-story homes first started being built in the late 90s and early 2000s. As an adjustment, the mature neighborhood overlay was implemented to respond to neighborhood change and integrate this new type of home better. When 50-foot lot subdivisions were brought in, adjustments were made to design criteria and ensuring an absolute minimum lot width was adhered to. This is just two examples how regulations have evolved. Adjusting is a normal course of business. We make these decisions at the time with the best information available, and when new information becomes available, we adjust and respond to the inevitable tension that occurs with change. This council has taken significant steps through the recently approved district plans, rezoning of priority growth areas, which together is bringing clarity and reducing barriers for the redevelopment expected in nodes and corridors, which is the planned landing spot of the most significant change. Further, the approval of the new zoning bylaw, which streamlined regulations, uses, and zones, has unlocked houses across the spectrum of uses and scales. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments in front of you today can be passed as a whole or in part through a motion. If the proposed bylaw receives 3 readings, the changes will come into effect immediately, and all new and current applications in review will have to meet the new rules. As a whole, the proposed amendments to the design and unit count will continue to support the city plan by enabling residential infill to occur at a variety of scales, densities, and designs where the RS zone is applied. The RS zone will continue to meet district plan's goals of supporting small-scale housing types in urban mixed areas outside the nodes and corridors. The reduction in the number of units from 8 to 6 to the previous unit maximum will occur, but it will still maintain the ability and flexibility of how these units are provided and arranged on site, which continues to be a large step forward in which will unlock more housing and broad affordability compared to the RF1 zone. This change will have a short-term impact on development. Current applications will have to be revised to comply with the new bylaw if approved. Some projects may not proceed. This is a trade-off of responding to community concerns, feedback, outcomes, and learnings of the current regulations. As a whole, the amendments represent the need to respond and adjust. Adjusting as required was always the plan with the new zoning bylaw as it was implemented and lessons were learned. Edmonton is on a journey of change. It seeks to provide 50% of the new residential growth through redevelopment and respond to rapid population growth. This is a significant change for Edmontonians compared to how we grew historically. It is and will continue to be important to bring Edmontonians along in this journey to maintain the trust in order to achieve our goals. The proposed bylaw represents an adjustment that will have a short-term impact but will create better design outcomes, continue to allow us to meet our long-term goals of housing choice and affordability in all neighborhoods while responding to Edmontonians. Given these considerations, administration supports these proposed changes and recommends approval as a whole to City Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And now we're going to go to folks signed up to speak in favor, panel 1. Then we will go to folks in opposition on panel 1. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call your name. If you're here, please come to the seats here on my left, right? And if you are joining virtually, please identify yourself. And if I call your name, you're not here to speak or not present virtually to speak, then your name will go to the back of the row, and I will call your name again, and everyone will be provided an opportunity to speak if they're able to speak today, or whenever the turn comes, depending on the schedule. So panel 1 in favor, Kaylin Anderson. Please come down, speaker number 1. Justin Thomas, in person. Justin Thomas. Is Justin Thomas here? No. Rob Smythe?
Yes, here, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. George Campbell to answer questions only, joining remotely. Okay. No. Angela McBrien, joining remotely. Angela McBrien. No. Connor Glenn. Connor Glenn. Remote. No. Elaine Scholaz, sorry. Windsor Park Community League in person, that you are, please grab a seat there. John Collier, Windsor Park Community League. John, you are here, thank you. Eugene Silva, in person, please come down. Neil Bourgeois, joining remotely. Neil Bourgeois, thank
Yes,
you.
present. Yeah.
Andrew Larson to answer questions only in person or remote. Andrew Larson, no. Sunny Yeremchuk, in person. Sunny Yeremchuk. Is that you, Sunny, coming down? No. Yanis Ramchuk, no. William Ian, Ever4 Studio, in person or remote. William Ian, no. Kevin Taft, in person or remote. Kevin Taft, no. Elster Ilge. Elster Ilge, in person or remote? No. And
He'll be remote. We're just logging on right now.
You're just logging on? Okay. All right.
Yeah, we're just logging on right now. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I'm going to carry on to panel 2 in favor. Tom Cantine. Tom Cantine, please grab a chair. Henry Edgar, remote or in person?
Henry withdrew as a speaker.
I'm sorry?
Henry withdrew as a
Withdrew.
speaker.
Okay. Michael Brown, Central McDougall Community League, remote or in person? Michael Brown. How about Melissa Penne, remote or in person?
I'm remote. Good morning.
Thank you. Did I call Tom Cantine? There you are, thank you. Yeah. And Michael Brown is not here, okay. Melissa Penn is here, thank you. George Robinson. George Robinson, in person or remote? No. L. McCully, Edmonton Neighborhoods United, in person, please come down here. Kyle Wihitu, remote? No. He has to go back to the line.
Apologies,
Drina Schneider. Drina Schneider. No. Laura Cunningham Shipley from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues, remote?
Yes, hello, Mr. Mayor. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. John Soltis, in remote or in person? John Soltis? No. Robert Summers, remote or in person?
I'm here remotely.
Thank you. Philip Hestwick, remote or in person? Phyllis Hestwick? No. Sabrina Qureshi?
I'm here remotely. It's Sabina, not Sabrina.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Sabina? Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yes. No worries. Thank you.
Sabina.
Present remotely.
Who's that?
I'm here remote. I'm here remotely.
Okay, that's Philip, right? Is that Philip Hestwick?
Yes, it was.
Thank you. That's 14, clerk. Help me.
Yes, you can call one more.
One more. Kim Wagner.
Excuse me, Mr. So yes, it's Philip Hestwick.
Is that Philip Hestwick?
Speaking, yes.
That's Philip. I got you already, Philip. Thank you so much. How about Kim Wagner? Kim Wagner? No. Kelly Patrick? Kelly Patrick? No. How about David Despens? David, please come down. Okay, that'll be 15. Okay. So if you, clerk, if you don't mind giving me the new list so I don't have to go back and forth of all the speakers who are speaking on panel one.
Yeah, we'll create a list
Thank,
for you. Yeah.
appreciate that. It'll make my life easier. All right. Okay. Each of you will have 5 minutes to make your presentations. Once we have heard from all the panel, council members may have questions to you. We're going to start with Kaylin Anderson, Build Edmonton Metro.
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Sohi and members of City Council. My name is Kaylin Anderson, and I'm the CEO of Build Edmonton Metro. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak today. Build Edmonton is a nonprofit association representing over 500 companies in the building and land development industry. Our members shape the communities where Edmontonians live, work, and thrive, from new neighborhoods to mature areas undergoing renewal. I'm here today to express our support for the city's ongoing work to expand housing choice and enable thoughtful redevelopment. These are complex challenges, and we commend Council for staying focused on long-term goals while considering small amendments to shift course as needed. Our members strongly support the city plan and the vision behind it. We know that to succeed, Edmonton needs more homes in the right places with the right design and a clear path forward. That means building communities that feel livable, welcoming, and diverse, not just denser. The zoning bylaw is a major milestone for Edmonton and implementation of the city plan. Its simplified, plain language structure improves accessibility, and its removal of discretion provides greater certainty for both builders and for residents. Build and its members support making smart and judicious changes when it becomes clear that refinements are needed. In this case, community feedback suggests that aspects of the current approach are not working as intended, and we support a measured step back, if necessary. However, we do caution against making changes that may introduce new challenges, such as increased costs or reduced design flexibility that could undermine the viability of both infill and greenfield development. This is a moment to show leadership and responsiveness. When Council listens, adjusts, and balances its goals with pragmatism, it builds trust and momentum for future amendments and city-building projects. I do want to flag one concern about the citywide application of the amendment for Part 5.90, projection into setbacks. It's a bit technical, sorry, I'll get through it quickly. This was developed to mitigate infill impacts, particularly on the side orientation, but as written, it will also apply to greenfield zones, where the context is very different. In new neighborhoods, side steps typically serve utility areas or secondary suites. They do not serve as main entries into the buildings. A 1.1 meter setback would make standard models unworkable on the conventional lots. The resulting impact would include costly redesigns, reduced densities, and the need to renegotiate purchase agreements with pending homeowners. These changes would result in additional per-unit cost increases, including but not limited to over $7,000 in additional lot width costs per door and over $1,000 per door for redesigns. Build Edmonton Metro respectfully requests that Council consider our motion, which was provided in our letter, to clarify that Part 5.90 projection into setbacks apply exclusively to the RS zone within the interior side setbacks for row housing and multi-unit houses. We're here to make it clear that we do support the direction of the zoning bylaw and to affirm that infill is absolutely critical for maintaining Edmonton's affordability and further the ongoing efforts to right-size the use of the city's infrastructure. And we're also here to support these minor changes to correct unintended consequences that were introduced in 2024 when the full bylaw was adopted. This includes both design and unit count considerations. Build supports Council in its desire to deliver more housing in more forms in a way that's practical, cost-effective, and publicly supported. Monitoring and adjusting regulatory and policy instruments is good governance, and I think you should feel very confident in that. Edmonton needs more homes given our rapid increase in population, and Build Edmonton Metro members are ready to help deliver those homes through technically sound policies, realistic timelines, and strong partnerships. We look forward to continuing this work to build Edmonton together, and I would like to thank you for your time and leadership as you navigate these complex challenges.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. Next, we have Rob Smythe.
Thank you. Is that clear to council?
Yes, yep.
Okay,
we're good.
Mayor
We
Sohi.
didn't get to it last week, so we're gonna have to go over what's here.
Oh, and I'm
hopefully
sorry,
today.
somebody, can you mute Justin Carter?
Shall I start?
I think is Justin muted now. Go ahead, please, Rob.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, members of City Council, I'm here on behalf of the Glenora Civics Committee and our Community League. I'm here to first amplify what many community members have communicated to Council in emails, letters, and various presentations at Council meetings. Current zoning bylaw is having an extremely harmful impact on mature neighborhoods. Speculators and most builders are developing exceedingly large box-like structures that are totally out of context with the neighborhood. You've seen the pictures and you've heard the stories about just how damaging these developments are. Application of the bylaw over the past year is substandard, in our view, second-rate city planning. We've seen many developments erected in mature neighborhoods that do not match the intended outcome of city plan. Gentle density is an idea supported by most Edmontonians who believe that affordable infill is required to accommodate the city's growth plan, believe that the city has missed the gentle application of the zoning changes, particularly in getting rid of the mature neighborhood overlay and other regulations that govern development. With that preamble, though, I do want to turn the corner and communicate to Council that we do support or are in favor of the proposed amendments up for discussion today. We feel these amendments are a step in the right direction. These amendments should help retain some of the unique qualities of our mature neighborhoods. While we support these motions, at the end of the day, our view is that they do not go far enough. We urge Council to consider that no matter the outcome today, a future approach with more consultation would be beneficial for all stakeholders. Many communities in Edmonton have engaged residents that are willing to work with city officials to get this right. There's no doubt there's a need for evolution, but we have limited opportunities for our city and communities to both embrace change and limit damage. A thoughtful approach with engaged stakeholders is the best approach to getting this right for all current and future residents. So in addition to expressing our support for the proposed amendments, We have 4 additional recommendations. Number 1, reducing maximum number of dwelling units. Further debating the number of dwelling units allowed on a typical city lot in a large public forum such as today is a challenge. We recommend that admin be directed to work with stakeholders to bring back options and recommendations on how our city can achieve density, housing affordability, and equity goals in mature neighborhoods and retain some of the qualities that make these neighborhoods what they are. As you are aware, many neighborhoods are exploring the idea of establishing restrictive covenants in their neighborhoods. From a city planning perspective, this is not ideal. We need a rethink of these specific parts of the bylaw. Number 2, get a bit granular here, building height. How the height of new buildings is measured needs to be reviewed as soon as possible. As a community, we don't have the know-how to measure building heights, but it appears many of the new structures are in excess of the 10.5 meters as specified in the bylaw. Appears that by increasing the basement height, the building's structure height then is increased. The aplexes are even higher than the city intended. This has created intense massing. Number 3, year 2 review. As painful as the year 1 review of the zoning bylaw has been for communities and likely for council and administration, recommend council direct admin to bring back a review of year 2 of the bylaw with input from stakeholders and recommendations for improvement. And finally, number 4, embracing neighborhood planning. Our planning structure of city plan, district policy and plans, and the zoning bylaw needs to be rethought, reconceptualized to build in a community neighborhood lens or perspective. Most area redevelopment plans and mature neighborhood overlays and excellent policies such as the transit-oriented development guidelines all brought in a neighborhood lens. So that neighborhood perspective is absolutely critical in our planning model, which we seem to have dropped currently. I'll conclude with that and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smythe. Next, we have Ms. Solas. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I do have a presentation that I hope can be loaded. And my time, yeah, here we go. Okay, going to the next slide, please. Windsor Park Community League is here today to support the amendments to the RS zone. We've listed them there on the next 2 slides. I'm not going to repeat them because you know what they are. But these amendments reduce the impacts on neighborhoods and neighbors and communities. They improve the functionality along the interior lot lines. They improve the appearance of mid-block row house developments and their fit into the streetscape and the community. Next slide, please. Yes, and those are the list of the amendments, and go on to the next one, please. We do have some comments. We have another improvement to suggest based on our observations about these developments in our neighborhood. Currently 3 of the 6 mid-block row housing developments we're aware of in Windsor Park abut flanking side public walkways or alleys. All 3 of these that abut such a flanking public infrastructure have entrances on both sides. 3 or 4 basement suite entrances on one side, 3 row house entrances on the other side. Of course, 1 is front facing. And this is disappointing and avoidable when you have the flanking public infrastructure beside it. And these locations are not unique. Next slide, please. These locations are not unique to Windsor Park. Many neighborhoods have internal walkways and flanking alleys. The initial administration response on June 3rd when we raised this was to address this in an omnibus set of zoning bylaw amendments at some time in the future, which would have been fine. However, further discussion with administration concluded this type of change is too substantive to include in an omnibus. So what we propose that is a regulation be considered to direct all mid-block row housing entrances to the front, back, or side that flanks a public walkway or alley where such alleys or walkways exist. There's no need to unnecessarily bother neighbors with lights and noise when these entrances could easily be on the flanking alley or walkway side with that has a larger buffer between the development and the neighbor. A subsequent motion from council at this public hearing would be a welcome start to this work. And we really appreciate your consideration of this recommendation. And then my next slides are a series of photographs that show the first one is an 8-unit development being built in Windsor Park along a flanking walkway with a lot of mature foliage on the other side to buffer from the neighbors, and it has only basement suite entrances on that side currently. The next one is a site where there's a development application for an 8-unit, and the application has entrances on both the flanking and the abutting and the other abutting side, and isn't using full advantage of the flanking walkways context. The next one shows a project recently approved that has a flanking alley. And again, in the next slide shows the development sign on that property. There's a second set of slides with pictures if you have. There it is. And I don't know if you can see that up close, but the flanking side entrances are three small entrances. They look like basement suite entrances. And then the next slides show just a couple of contexts in Mill Woods with flanking walkways, and they're also flanking alleys in Mill Woods. In sum, I would just say, please, we really support these amendments, and we would ask you to consider our request for further work on the flanking alley side and walkway site context. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Solas. Next, we have Mr. Collier from the Windsor Park Community League.
There will be people speaking here today saying that going from 8 to 6 units mid-block will slow our city's densification an unacceptable amount. I disagree, and I will give you an example of our area, Windsor Park. I will leave out the U of A student housing, though it is in our neighborhood and numbers in the thousands, for the sake of clarity, as city policies do not apply there. In 2020, we had roughly 575 dwellings, mostly single-family, unofficial suites, garden suites, and a 4-story apartment building. In 2025, we have 725 dwellings, more skinnies, secondary garden suites, and secondary suites, a row house, a new 160-unit apartment building. In addition, we have a 172-unit apartment building currently under construction, completion next year, and 188 more units approved. This is 2 more apartment buildings, 8 8-unit row houses, a few more skinnies, for a total of 1,085. Later this year, you will see before you a rezoning application for a 27-story high-rise with a planned 275 units. Construction, based on approval, planning to start this fall. This means that by the end of 2027, Windsor Park will be actually over, given the current rate of redevelopment, 1,360 dwellings, an increase of 237% over 2020 numbers. Reducing the number of allowable dwellings mid-block would have reduced this exceptional amount of densification by a total of 12 units, as 2 of the row houses are on a corner. Contrasting the loss of 12 units with the undeniably large negative impacts of each of these 30-meter, 3-story mid-block structures have on existing dwellings and their occupants. We've all seen the photos. We've visited the sites where these mid-block row houses have gone up. Multiple front windows overlooking neighboring yards, stairs and stairwells to the lot line, sunlight banished from adjacent yards, etc. We've listened to and read the absolute outrage and despair of the unfortunate neighbors are experiencing. At Windsor Park, we get the need for densification. Our first row house went through a rezoning which was supported by the League. Elaine and I have appeared in front of you supporting a 10-story apartment building. The League has welcomed our new neighbors. We value their presence and the contribution to the community. Heck, that new apartment building even has a very popular coffee shop in the basement. The changes you are considering today would have changed virtually nothing in our area. We would still be at a 234% increase. Surely going from 1,360 dwellings to 1,348 is not that much compared to the improvement in quality of life for the people residing next door. We urge you to support the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Next, we have Eugene Silva. Mr. Silva, go ahead, please. Did you have a presentation as well? Yeah, no, okay.
Excuse me. See if my voice will work. I'm here to speak in favor of item 3.32. However, I'm also compelled to point out that the proposed changes do not go far enough to protect the established amenity and value of Edmonton's mature neighborhoods. I'm an architect that has been designing commercial and residential projects for the last 20 years, particularly infill projects within mature neighborhoods. I have also worked with the design constraints of the former mature neighborhood overlay that assured existing residents that the new infill project will properly fit into the neighborhood. I have also been fortunate to live in Belgravia neighborhood on 76th Avenue for nearly 20 years with a mix of old and new residences. These residences have mostly been owner-occupied by residents that have pride in their homes and their neighborhood in which they live. I have enjoyed living within a half-kilometer of the Belgravia McKernan Station and a half-kilometer of the River Valley Trails. Belgravia, originally established after World War II in the 1940s, is not an elite neighborhood in Edmonton, but has a healthy mix of new and old homes with mature trees. My home was originally built in 1949 and has been added to and upgraded over the years since. However, I was recently shocked to learn that the city of Edmonton had opened the door for investors to extract the value of our neighborhood without appropriately building a project that will add value to our community. Edmontonians have been watching in horror and shock and disbelief that Edmonton is allowing developers to build barn-like structures with little or no aesthetic quality, no parking, no accommodation for garbage and recycling disposal, no outdoor amenity spaces for the residents. Developments that are built to minimum standards with no concern for the immediate neighbors or the neighborhood, or a clear goal to spend as little as possible in order to extract maximum profits for rental units. Market value rents that they will be able to charge simply because they know people will want to live in our high-value neighborhood. This is pure and simple value extraction. Nothing is given and everything is taken. As originally conceived, without our adequate neighborhood input and consultation, Bylaw 2001 is a direct assault on the mature neighborhoods in Edmonton. These amendments to Bylaw 2001 at least are a small step in the right direction. However, I must digress to say that since I'm on 76th Avenue, the property next to me is applying for an upzoning. And with the upzoning, they will be able to ignore this small amendments that you're making to the RS zone, because they will now be in the RSM zones. And so I can have, beside my home, a 24-unit micro suite building if you approve that upzoning in August. And I have to say, that's just an abomination. That's where I'm at. That's where our neighborhood is at. And I'm just appalled that this is how Edmonton City is, the direction it has been going. I really appreciate what the previous speaker said, that the changes are necessary, densification is necessary. However, consideration, in other words, for the RSM zone, you need to have some design constraints there too, because I'm seeing too many of them just be these barns with little windows and little doors, and it's not commensurate to the quality of the neighborhood that it's being put in, yet they're going to be able to get their rents because it's in a good location. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silva. Next, I just want to double check with the clerks. On my list, I have Neil Bourgeois next, but on the list that you printed off for me, they've got flipped with Alistair. I just want to make sure I'm going in the right order.
We may have reversed the order, but if you could just call Alistair's name, because they were a bit late coming in, so we'll see if they're here.
But should I go Neil first?
Sure.
Okay, Mr. Bourgeois, is it?
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Neil Bourgeois, and I live in a mature neighborhood. My wife and I searched for a long time for the perfect home because we needed more space for our growing family. In 2023, we found a modest 1950s bungalow, and it was in need of some love in the middle of a quiet street. We knew we found the right place when we drove up and we saw chalk art on the street and other signs of children playing in the front yards. And although it wasn't perfect, we knew we could make it work. To make it work, we did. We renovated, we removed asbestos, we insulated, and we modernized the interior. We were so happy with the end result, and financially and emotionally exhausted from the renovation that we were determined this would be our home for the next 30 years. I'm proud to say that an energy audit of our home scored better than the average new build. We will become even more energy efficient when our windows are installed this summer. Last month, we were devastated when our dreams and investment vanished in front of us. We found out that a developer bought, for cash and with no conditions, 2 adjacent interior lots next to us, and before the sales even closed, applied for a maximum of 8 units on each property. Both homes were very livable, and one was even recently renovated. This is not gentle, small-scale residential. It is a 16-unit apartment complex. We're facing the reality that our property value has peaked. Buyers don't want to live next to a 3-story block of windows and doors bearing over their living space, and a developer only sees the bottom line. The value in a livable home next to a monolithic 8-plex is limited to the price a developer will pay for the lot. The information presented today by the Urban Planning Committee illustrates that mid-block developments have exceeded even your expectations. The recommendations are a step in the right direction. A program of this magnitude requires measurement and adjustment, and we have seen neither so far. I urge the council to listen to the lived experiences of people who are burdened with absorbing this transition. Ask yourselves, is this what you support? Are you okay with decimating the real property values of average people who have committed and invested in the city? Do you support the expropriation of land from individual homeowners to wealthy speculative investors? Do you want to discourage people from investing in their properties and extending the lifespan of existing livable homes? Do you want to send more building waste to our landfills than is necessary? Do you support pushing families further to the outskirts? Because this is the message we are getting. The one-size-fits-all zoning bylaw renewal is too much. It's too fast. It's compromising quality over speed. It's irresponsible. The small adjustment proposed today won't slow overall progress on the city's goals to increase housing, but it will reduce the strain and uncertainty in the lives of your friends and neighbors who are hurt the most. Councillors, mayors, and fellow Edmontonians, we can do better than this. Please follow the recommendation of the Urban Planning Committee and vote yes on this minor amendment. Then continue to engage communities as we refine this program so we can all build a city we love to live in. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for coming to speak. Next, we have Alistair Illich. Oh, okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, right here. I do have a presentation, a video, I guess, to queue up before I start my speaking, please. There should be sound, yeah.
These are the 5 reasons why CMHSE MLI program won't work well in Ontario, whereas it works great in Alberta, especially in Edmonton. The reason number 1 is the tenant laws. In Ontario, as you know, tenants can stay in the home without paying rent for months and maybe years, whereas in Alberta, you can kick out the tenant much faster if they are not paying the rent. Number 2, the affordable housing threshold in Alberta or Edmonton is $1,650 per month, whereas in Ontario it is $1,050 a month. That way you will not be making that cash flow from your assets and the cap rate will be very low. Reason number 3, the vacancy rate in Ontario is 10 to 15%, whereas in Edmonton it is 1 to 3%. Reason number 4, in Ontario you have to deal with high land transfer tax and development charges, whereas in Edmonton the cost is $0. And last but not the least, Ontario the prices are very high versus Edmonton, so CMHSE MLI program will not work very well in Ontario. So you can buy multiplexes with 5% down in Edmonton with crazy cash flow and lot of exponential growth in your portfolio. Thank you for watching.
Are you currently buying a multifamily project in Alberta right now? If you are, stop a second and watch this video. We're flex and you could qualify with the MLI product at 95% loan to value. Most of the time, people are using the points from the affordability because the affordability metric is here and the actual market rent is here.
Okay, thank you for watching that.
Okay, and I think we just need to adjust your time to
Sure.
allow for what we were watching.
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah, I've got a pretty short presentation
Okay,
otherwise.
thank you.
Yeah. Thanks for your time, councillors, and considering this. I showed you these clips to let you know how our city is being promoted to realty investors, and in the hopes that you keep these investor pitches in mind when voting on the amendments that will restrict the size and design of interior lot row houses, especially that cha-ching's inserted for effect in those videos. I was a bit leery of showing that video. I find it ugly to watch, and I know it doesn't represent the motivations of all investors. But I think it's important to make the point that it represents the motivations of some investors. As such, we need to set adequate guardrails and minimum standards to protect neighbors from projects with the worst motivations. I will admit I'm not the biggest fan of the row house format for achieving our density on internal RS lots. I much prefer the options of duplex, basement suites, and garage and garden suites, supplemented by mid-rise apartments and condos in our nodes and corridors. I feel these fit much better with the character of my neighborhood, lets existing residents experience the benefits of increased density, and provides a lot more flexibility. This model provides ownership options as well as rental ones. It includes good family options as well as room for singles, students, and couples. I believe in allowing a broad mix of housing options to meet our density needs, but I really do question whether row houses will do a better job of meeting anyone's needs, increasing affordability, or delivering better quality of life for tenants. I worry that incentivizing row housing by CMHC and a single-minded focus on units built will not produce the result we need. This is one reason I support these amendments. They will remove a bit of the advantage and preferential treatment given to row houses over the other housing forms. The architectural improvements proposed will make these projects fit much better into our neighborhoods, minimize impacts on any single neighbor, and really shouldn't deter any good developer with the community's best interests in mind. I feel the new maximum structure lengths will limit the most extreme versions of the row houses being built, the ones causing the most distress to neighbors. The proposed amendments address the key physical issues that currently make row houses a poor fit for interior lots in our mature neighborhoods. These changes will also hopefully deter some of the worst investors and their affordable housing. Please vote to support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you well within your 5 minutes. Perfect. Next we have Tom Cantine.
Correct, Cantine.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm going to talk a little bit about the asymmetries that have come up and that have been talked about here, that there are asymmetries of motivation, asymmetries of information, inequalities that I don't think have been fully taken into account in designing this new zoning bylaw. For example, the speaker right before me was talking about the motivations of some developers. These developers know what they want whereas those of us living in the community have a sort of vague idea about things that are going to happen. So we don't necessarily know that the leopards are going to eat our face. We don't have access to that information, and we're not necessarily as motivated to seek it out until it becomes concrete to us. Now, that's one of the inequalities that needs to be kept in mind as you assess your engagement process. You know, you're not going to get as much accurate feedback about the impact on residents that you will get as much motivated feedback from potential developers who picked their targets, who know where they want to build. The other inequality that I want to talk about is, or an asymmetry, has to do with the design of the rules that you put in place. Anytime you're building something that's going to be used in the real world, it's very important that it be adjustable in some way. If your belt is too tight, you need to have a way to loosen it. And if your belt is too loose, you need to have a way to tighten it. Now, it may well be that the old zoning bylaw, 12-800, was a little bit too tight. I'll grant that. But there was a way, and there remains a way, to loosen it. I have neighbors who have attached garages. I have neighbors who have garages in front, despite having an alley. Those were all exemptions that were granted to the old zoning rules. You can always apply to have those rules loosened. The thing that's motivated me to come here today, the leopard that ate my face, is a 16-unit development across the lane from me. Now, I would prefer that to be a 12 over 16 if that's the choice available, but the real problem isn't so much the details of what it is. It's going to be a bit of a disaster. We're right on Candy Cane Lane, and there's a daycare and an ice arena and 5 churches right there. Parking on the street is going to be a mess. But that's not the main thing that I'm here to talk about. The problem is, when you loosened the rules, you took away the ability, it's not adjustable downwards, you can't tighten it. Once these things are within the rules, they will be approved and we get no say in it. Once upon a time, if somebody wanted to develop something that goes a little bit beyond the rules, well, you know, they could appeal. We would have a discussion about it, we'd have a hearing. We could adjust it to the site in question. That's not an option right now. Right now, I have nothing I can do to stop this development behind me or to even influence it. So that's my main criticism of the system that we have right now. You've loosened it too much, but the only means that we have to tighten it or to adjust it in individual cases is this rather clumsy overall view of adjusting the bylaw generally, which should have been done in the first place. Should have been a little tighter so that you can adjust it outwards when needed. That's the point I wanted to make, and I'll be happy to elaborate on it further if need be. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Melissa Penny.
Hello. Sorry, just getting set here. I didn't think I was going to be so quick. All right. There we go. All right. It's me again. Even though I don't represent a group, I do feel compelled to come here when I can because I've spoken to so many people every day that feel how I do about the zoning bylaw. So when they see bad examples of infill, this is often the first time they even know we have a new zoning bylaw still. So this, what I'm about to say, is not an attack on the fantastic builders out there, because there are really a lot of great builders out there. The tweaks that, I think that people are looking for is an attempt to rein in the many developers who just want to pad their wallets. So just because you sometimes hear from the same people like me, don't ever mistake that for it actually being a small number of people who are opposed to the direction that the city is taken in mature neighborhoods. And it's really difficult for people to join these meetings. So if there's less people speaking today than anticipated, I don't blame them. Commitments like work, stampede, vacations, we're not getting paid to be here like council is. And honestly, sitting through Monday's meeting was difficult to witness the level of dysfunction that our city council has reached, and the amount of animosity it was clear that you had towards some of you, and even feeling that Mayor Sohi was so annoyed that there was repeat speakers. But I'm going to keep signing up because our urban wildlife and biodiversity is never going to get a chance to speak for themselves. So I know that council likes to remind us that there was public engagement, but what's not getting through is that it failed. And so in general, even though you feel like you've simplified this process, simplified these materials, it's really for the average Edmontonian, it's not understandable or accessible information. This plan is not gentle or affordable like it intended. 6 units is better than 8, but it's still too big, too tall, frankly, too ugly, and too detrimental to urban biodiversity, heritage, and the health of the people that need to live beside these monstrosities. So mid-block in a mature neighborhood, I feel that 4 units is more appropriate. And I hope there's going to be further amendments, not allow to allow things like with the allowable setback that's remaining to choose parking or landscaping, because earlier in the presentation at the start of the day, I heard those lumped together. And I hear people that, are opposed to this and, saying that it's going to provide choice and affordability and opportunity, but that's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a shocking loss of mature trees and investors making money. So I've been door knocking for an excellent candidate in my ward for the election in October named Jesse Watson.
I'm so sorry, I'm sorry, you cannot use this platform to advance a campaign candidate's name. I'm sorry, please. You cannot talk about your door knocking. You cannot talk about helping a candidate.
So, all right, fine. Don't use my minutes then. The neighborhood is around 30 years old that I was in, and there's no mature trees there. But what was there's basically a sump pump running out of every single house. There was no trees because no one made any developers plant any. So a reduction in units mid-block is actually going to help Edmonton reach its canopy goal, which I don't think it's going to happen at this point. I don't know if development loss was factored into the canopy goal, but we're not going to get there. And so if people have to build less, there's going to be more incentive to keep mature trees and also to plant new ones. And, I'm doing a talk this weekend on building a microclimate yard, and trees are a big part of that. So it was really hot yesterday, so I did a little experiment. I put a thermometer in my yard and in my neighbor's backyard. My yard is 5 degrees cooler. That's a substantial difference, one house away. Trees hold moisture in the soil. They retain the structure of the soil, and it's going to prevent flooding. So we need to keep the trees that we have because we don't have time to plant new ones. When we go on vacation, we gravitate to places that have history, that have character, that have nature. These are the places that we like to go and visit. But we're turning Edmonton into an ugly city that no one's going to want to visit because we're losing too many of these things. So I'm hoping that we're going to build density, but we're going to build a beautiful Edmonton, just not one that's heavily populated. But no one can live here unless we actually have trees left. And at this rate, without stricter rules on that, we're not going to have any. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Point of order, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor. I think maybe it's a good time to remind folks in the public hearing that we don't do personal attacks or ascribe motivations to others or campaign using publicly funded chambers for individual candidates or their political ambitions.
Yeah, absolutely. Good reminder. I know we laid out expectations in my opening remarks, but that did not mention campaigns because we are in that silly season. So it's, I think, good reminder to folks not to use this platform to be advancing any. So it's fine. You're done. You're done. You're done.
I did not know that that was a problem. I only was saying where I was.
No worries.
So
no worries now.
Thank you.
No worries now. Okay. Next, we will go to L. McCully.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor and Council. As there are small steps in the right direction, I am in general support of bylaw 21-202 text amendments to the zoning bylaw.
Can you, don't mind, can you please move close to the mic and speak into it so we can hear you?
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor. Subject to the following amendments, the number of dwellings on corner lots be limited to 4 units or up to 6 units with approval discretionary upon demonstrated infrastructure capacity and meaningful community engagement. Number 2, the number of dwelling units on interior lots be limited to 4. Number 3, main entrances of principal buildings be located on the front and rear facades unless the main entrances face the street and all access stairs, entrances, etc. be structurally screened to mitigate nuisance to adjacent properties. Number 4, supportive housing be a discretionary use and its definition clarified on the number of sleeping units allowed. Number 5, community services and childcare services also be discretionary uses. When the zoning bylaw was approved 18 months ago, administration, in response to many suggestions from council and the public for changes, assured council it would be reviewed and revised as required, but the minor changes now proposed by council administration are pretty much akin to putting lipstick on a pig. The amendments don't begin to address the broader problems with both the content of the plans and zoning bylaw, but also with the questionable validity of their public consultation process. Now, with the results of the new zoning bylaw being experienced, there is significant neighborhood concern about the extent of the densification, its chaotic, unplanned direction or distribution, and inadequate infrastructure capacity, and the loss of the right of appeal. Council and administration continue to be obsessed with the one-size-fits-all blanket zoning solution to Canada's housing problem, the sole objective of which is to increase housing supply with little regard for quality of housing, affordability, location, or impact on neighborhoods. One columnist even described it as having already done irreparable harm. The city plan also contributes to uncertainty for homeowners by designating this entire massive area as a redevelopment area, as if healthy, vibrant, existing neighborhoods are just revenue opportunities for developers and property assessment windfall for the city. One would think after a decade of federal policy and spending disasters, Edmonton City Council would have been more cautious about embracing such a flawed solution from the same government whose mismanaged immigration policies caused the housing crisis in the first place. The city plan determines that 600,000 new people shall be accommodated within our neighborhoods, but were ratepayers asked if they support a doubling of our population, or even if it's affordable, particularly since recent councils have struggled to keep annual property tax increases under 10%. Edmonton's share of the metro area commercial industrial tax base is declining. Debt servicing is our number 2 or second highest operating cost, and council is reduced to begging for more funding from senior levels of government. The short answer is no, and yet 4 years ago, before the last municipal election, would any of the current council members been elected had they campaigned on putting 8 plexes throughout our single-family neighborhoods? That would be another no. But now, just prior to the next election, Councillor Jans proposes a voter referendum on the Ice District Event Park because it also benefits a private developer. Wouldn't it be equally, or perhaps more important for Edmontonians to have a referendum vote on the significantly higher financial benefits to private developers created by blanket zoning in the new plans and zoning bylaw? If Council is confident that the densification provisions in the plans and zoning bylaw are the right housing growth solution and to rebuild trust and halt the ongoing neighborhood blockbusting, a referendum should be placed on the fall election ballot to allow voters to decide if these plans and bylaws should be paused until they can be rethought and the more egregious provisions repealed. In the interim, to achieve the maximum housing yield and put densification where it should belong, the missing middle and higher density development should be directed to the large tracts of city-owned brownfield land like Blatchford and the exhibition area, and the other many city-owned greenfield sites that are already zoned residential, to the priority growth areas, nodes and corridors, and to upzoned existing multifamily areas. I urge Council to support the amendments that are before it today. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Next, we will go to Laura Cunningham Shipley from Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. Good morning. My name is Laura Cunningham Chapley. I'm the Executive Director for the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. I will keep my comments brief today as I know that you have many speakers to listen to. As a representative of Edmonton's 163 community leagues, we appreciate the city's commitment to continuously analyzing the impact of the zoning bylaw and adjusting it to better serve our collective goals. Given the wide-ranging effects of the bylaw and the immensity of the problems it's trying to address, including but not limited to the housing affordability and the homelessness crisis, the economic health of the city, and the necessity of building and living in a more environmentally sustainable manner, we think this willingness to revisit and refine on a regular basis is crucial, not only to its success, but to the continued health, vibrancy, and livability of our city as a whole. In this spirit of ongoing refinement, we do think it's important to affirm our commitment to the zoning bylaw as a whole. We think that building a denser, more economically and environmentally sustainable city is absolutely the right approach, and our endorsement of the proposed amendments is precisely because we think they are an evolution of the bylaw that will enhance its effectiveness and be embraced by our city as a whole. We have heard from our members that they appreciate more housing, and that they want to ensure that it's integrated with existing housing in their neighborhood so that everyone can experience a vibrant and connected community. We feel the measures proposed in these amendments by administration will ensure that mid-block buildings remain street-oriented, open to the neighborhood, and have less impact on neighboring properties. The amendments here today continue to ensure that we create new opportunities for Edmontonians to live in our greatest neighborhoods, close to established community leagues with developed league amenities, such as halls and rinks and courts. There are schools in these established neighborhoods, transit, active transportation networks, recreation centers, and libraries. While we think these changes will help, we also recognize that this is not the end. We encourage the city to continue monitoring and responding to impacts, adjusting as needed to ensure we are both addressing the issues we need to address as a city and are doing so in a way that doesn't just preserve what Edmontonians have come to love about their neighborhood, but enhances and expands on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Robert Summers. Robert Summers.
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, everyone, today. This is a really important issue. I'll do my best to be brief because I know it's a busy day. I want to start by noting that maintaining housing affordability is really the most important thing that any city council can do, or not doing so, as we see in some other cities across Canada. And this affects everything and for households across the entire city. It gives them more time, gives them more money to address the challenges that they may face, and really it allows people to fulfill their potential because they're not facing a housing affordability crisis. We see people flooding to Edmonton from other provinces because of this. They come here to fulfill their potential because they can't do it in Southern Ontario or Vancouver, where it's really challenging to be able to afford to live. The key driver of affordability is really supply. There's a lot of noise in this debate, but supply is really everything. Supply and demand, but we can't affect demand, but we can affect supply. And zoning is a key component of that. So it's really critical that we get zoning right. When the City Council enabled 8plexes 18 months ago, the market really responded. We've seen, I believe, over 300 have been approved at this point. A bunch have been built. That's 2,400 new homes in mature neighborhoods, half of which are multi-bedroom homes. These are really true missing middle housing. They're close to jobs, schools, transit, all the things we want in a city. With that said, I think it's reasonable to say that these developments really do impact neighborhoods. So there is an impact, and recognizing those impacts is important, and identifying what trade-offs are viable and realistic is really your job. It's a challenging one, I know. The change you're considering will reduce opportunities for housing development, but retaining permissions for 6plexes, continued suburban growth on the outskirts, recent upzoning in nodes and corridors that have been undertaken, And the continued allowance of 8 plexes on corner lots will help mitigate that. There's still a lot of places to build in Edmonton compared to other cities. So that's a positive that helps this go forward. So I'll note that this specific vote is a close call for me. I've often supported opening up the zoning bylaw, and this is doing the opposite. But I can see why it's necessary to build support for this as we move forward. If you do proceed, I have a few recommendations. I'd consider some amendments to allow opportunities for 8 plexes on more sites, starting with lots adjacent to parks, alleyways, and shared use paths. As a speaker noted earlier, in many ways, these kind of are like corner lots. They allow for the entrances to be facing away from the neighbors, and it would provide a lot more opportunities, particularly in non-grid neighborhoods where there's a lot fewer corners, like we have in a grid-based neighborhood. The other thing is in time, so not necessarily today, but in the future, there should be an effort to expand the permitted zone for 8 plexes to areas within walking distance of nodes and corridors. This is part of our densification in a good urban form, making sure that people are living near transit and that we have more density in those areas. So I think that's something to consider. I will note, listening to most of the public hearing on Monday and today, it's been really great to see how attitudes change along with the city. Many of the people that we saw speaking against skinny homes and semi-detached and suites and so on in the past are really now seeing their value and extolling their virtues and saying that it's something that they would support or that they do support. So that's a positive. It shows how cities change along with attitudes, or attitudes change along with cities. So I do support this going forward. It's a little bit tough for me to say that, but I think it's a reasonable step forward to mitigate some of these impacts that neighborhoods are feeling and perhaps get more public support on board. One last comment. This is a add-on, just following up on the build comment. I do think it's worth considering the issue that they raised around the stairwells. The regulations meant to mitigate impacts upon existing neighborhoods really don't apply as much in new areas. So I think that's something that should be looked at. And I'm happy to answer any questions when it's time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Philip Hestwick.
Good morning. I have a slide presentation. Could it be put up, please? Thank you very much. Yeah, just first slide or first PDF page, please. I'll start. The zoning bylaw change has resulted in me meeting more neighbors in the past 6 months than I have in the last 10 years. Being comfortable writing and speaking isn't for everybody. When registering to speak for today or for Monday, knowing which bylaw agenda item was the correct one to speak to was confusing and daunting. I'm here speaking and sharing for many who are not. As I prepared to speak, I reviewed the written correspondence with council, which made up part of the pre-meeting information package on the City of Edmonton website. The volume of communication shown to be received isn't reflective of the massive volume of communication happening in the neighborhoods. Perhaps there's an opportunity to try other engagement mediums, such as a web-based public survey or a questionnaire to engage and receive more feedback. I would really encourage councillors and city staff to listen to communities so they can guide the city. Next slide, please. I know there are a lot of zoning bylaw changes being discussed today. I want to speak to a change that in all the discussions that I've had with neighbors, everyone has been in agreement with, regardless of their position of being for or against density increases, regardless of being a homeowner or a renter. It's the issue of building height. While discussions on changes to the rear and side setbacks are happening, they don't completely address the impacts to existing neighbors and their homes. As you can see in this photo, existing homes are being dwarfed. It's unfair to current residents, and it's independent of density. In addition to considering today the rear and side setback changes, I and many others are overwhelmingly in support of a modification to the bylaw to reduce the height or the appearance of the height of the building. There are examples throughout Edmonton of infill with unit densification, 6 or 8 units in a 2-story building, which help them visually fit into the neighborhood. The architect that spoke on Monday at the public hearing shared plans that support this position as well. Here are some ideas for a modification. And the last slide, please. First idea would be to remove the 3rd story altogether. The second one is if we could have a step back on the 3rd story from the front of the building. Or a third idea would be to limit the third story to a percentage of the second floor footprint. You'll notice that this is independent of unit density, and it should apply to single family infill too. I urge you to listen to the concerns of residents that are feeling impacted by the zoning bylaw renewal and find improvements. I know unit densification infill that fits into neighborhoods can be done because it has been done previously. I know that it's possible to welcome more residents into mature neighborhoods in housing that doesn't cause this sharp response from current residents. My question to you, Council, is which one of you will make a motion today to reduce the height of buildings, leading to a better design outcome which supports the character of mature neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Sabina Qureshi. Sabina Qureshi.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry. I
Go
was just.
go ahead, please.
Yeah, in the other room. Yeah. So I'd like to speak in favor of the amendments to the changes that are being proposed to bylaw 20001. And many people who have spoken before me today have made very good points that I agree with and support about how these changes are a welcome step, but don't go far enough. And I also would like to see a reduction from 8 to 4 units on a mid-block lot. In addition, one of my concerns is about the fact that, as others have said, there's basically a process going on right now that I think many Edmontonians are not aware of, as to how the investment is being carried out for these new developments. We saw this TikTok video that one of the previous speakers played and shared with us, which I've also seen. And I think it's a fact that Edmonton is being targeted by investors both in Toronto and overseas because we are one of the cheapest major cities in Canada. My concern is that right now, conditions have been created in which developers have a lot of leeway to build these kinds of large units. All they have to do is show the federal government that they're planning to build a rental property of 5 units or more, and they qualify for the CMHCI Select program. They just have to put 5% down, and then they get a 50-year mortgage at a very low interest rate. In addition, I've recently learned that the city removed the 15% developer tax, and that's why that is homeowners' taxes, property taxes, are going to substantially increase in the next 4 years to make up the loss in revenue. And so I feel that there's an imbalance. Someone else spoke about that, but I feel there's an imbalance in how these affairs are being managed in terms of who is being listened to and who is being given advantages and for what. I've heard numerous times the phrase, our investor partner, I'm sorry, not investor, our industry partners, when members of the city government have spoken about this whole development process. And I get this feeling as though the industry, that is the developers, they are the partners that City Hall feels they are accountable to, but much less so to the rest of us. I do see this changing, and I'm happy, very happy about that. And I would like to urge all of you to continue in that direction, because I think that at the end of the day is what makes a city a livable place and a place that people are happy in, is that residents' concerns are listened to and are responded to. I lived for many years in Barcelona, and I saw an example of a city much larger than ours, but one in which, excuse me, residents' concerns are taken seriously and real changes are made to create a city that's more walkable, more livable, that has the amenities people want close to their homes. So I think there are things that need to be changed in how everything's being run right now in terms of the balance between what developers are being allowed and what residents are being offered or given. I also feel that in terms of affordability, these new developments, for example, the 8-plexes, or even more so these large 16 or 24 room houses, are not actually creating affordability. In the case of the 8-plexes, where you may perhaps be able to have a family move in, though I doubt it. I think they're a bit small. But in some of the 8-plexes, basement suites are going for $1,500 to $1,600 a month. The top floors are going for over $2,500 a month, and that is not affordable. So I urge you to think beyond what we're talking about today and try to bring about further changes. But I want to just affirm that I do support the amendments being proposed today, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to David Espins.
Good morning, Council. On the whole, am most supportive of this amendment here. I think it goes a long way of finding that balance that between the development community and residents in mature neighborhoods. I also think it could go a little bit further. On the roadmap, there's been a few potholes. This is perhaps one of the bigger ones that we have to consider and repair. The trust that's out there in the city here, and its strive to further densification. In this amendment here, I really am pleased about the increased setback requirements. Not only this provides opportunity for parking, amenity, and landscaping options, but also consider this, that it might also be a part and parcel of improving runoff coefficients to ease the impact on infrastructure, and perhaps a system of debits and credits and levies for developers to incentivize going forward in lessening the impacts and preserving our infrastructure. I also think we could look at the positive of some of the configurations put forward, such as a staggered configuration as a proper fit for curvilinear street plan, where you could have a pie-shaped lot, and that would be a reasonable option for development. But I have experience in Spruce Avenue where there's applications for clustered housing, and what about courtyard housing projects as well, which would help move towards a more active street interface with residents and the project's occupants. And I have one question for Council to put forward to administration in regards to the implementation of this amendment, that we have a number of projects and applicants that are in the pipeline, so to speak, and the comment was made by planning that there would be an alternative where there would be a degree of compliance for some projects that are already forward, that they may have to withdraw and seek reapplication or sell or whatever. And I'm a little bit concerned about that, and what that sends as a message out to the wider industry as a whole. That balance is important. We do need a development community to go forward, and I think we could do a lot more to increase that degree of confidence. And again, some of the comments that was made about this process as a whole, that it should be ongoing, and that it's an organic process, and we should have an opportunity to have further engagement, maybe a year, maybe Q3 in 26, to look back and see how this implementation has gone forward, and really get a sense that people have a voice in this whole conversation of going forward with densification. And in that regard, I'd like to also propose a consideration for a conversation in a way that transit-oriented development has been put forward in the past. Within the 100-meter, we have RS 8 units, and perhaps a step down to 6 units in 200 meters of the nodes or corridor, and perhaps a further reduction at 300 to 4 units, and at 400 meters down to two units. So we have this, and what I get from this morning is a learning experience, a lot of concerns about the graduation, about height, massing, size. So we have this harmonious type of transition that kind of smoothens out the effect. And I also have one further thing that we have to say today is that, you know, there is a lot of blocks that are already seated with these 8 units. Okay, so we put this amendment in place. What about that lot adjoining? The next one is sort of like the domino to fall in the block face. So where do we go? Is this becomes more a discretionary type of thing? If we need another 8 unit to complement already one that's already got the 4 doors facing to the interior, so the next one would have another 4 doors facing that one. So you have this more like a courtyard effect.
Thank you so much. Really
Okay,
appreciate it.
that's
Thank
it.
you so much for joining us. Okay, that is we conclude hearing from the panel. Now questions to the panel. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to everyone on this panel. I'm going to have a bunch of questions. I know I'll need more than one round. Ms. Anderson, when the time comes, I want to just check. Can I ask you questions sort of as an individual, not as a build representative and somebody that had involvement in the creation of the city plan?
Yep, I'm a registered professional planner and I've been working in this field for almost 20 years.
Wonderful. So, because I actually think I'm going to ask 3 of you similar questions, so I'll give a similar preamble. This will be to Ms. Soles to start, but I'll probably ask similar questions of Mr. Smythe and yourself, Ms. Anderson. So, Ms. Soles, you've and actually to the others as well, you've been involved in these land use discussions, I think, for quite some time over the years, longer than I've been on council. Ms. Soles in particular. I know you've been involved with the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. You've been on your community league doing a lot of that work. And you focused a lot of your work on land use planning. And I think the question I appreciate all the recommendations. Those are all pretty straightforward. I want to focus on sort of trust in the process and how you rebuild trust with those who don't feel that there's trust. And so I wanted to start maybe with you, Ms. Soles, to get a sense of, you've been involved in the infill roadmap, the creation of the city plan, the zoning bylaw renewal, the district planning. How did you feel about those processes? And again, I know that there's going to be folks that don't trust them. I want to ask you, as somebody that has been doing this for sort of, well, many years, how did you feel about those processes?
The processes were there. Some were better than others. And people have to step up to be involved in them in a way that, and what I think I've learned over the years, you know, I keep meeting people who, you know, it's a surprise to them about what's going on. And I'm just scratching my head. Well, this is no surprise. You know, we've been, you know, on this path for a long time. But I think people, you know, go around, you know, living their lives until something, you know, starts being built beside them. And I know I've tried in my neighborhood to make sure people, you know, through the league's communication to residents of what's going on, and we communicate beyond members. We communicate to the entire neighborhood, and we still hear a lot about mistrust and people not knowing what's happening and so forth. So it's a very, you know, it is difficult, but yeah.
No, I appreciate that, and maybe my follow up to that is you know, for you, and others will have their own feelings and they'll be equally as valid as yours in this, but you feel that by accepting these recommendations, I'm not necessarily hearing you say you don't necessarily trust the processes that led us to where we were, but nevertheless, you've come here today and said, I believe these recommendations are good ones that help maybe address some of what you've been hearing from neighbors, people who might not have been involved in the process in the same way you have. That can this, do you feel, help bridge that gap?
I think it does, and I think that just on a practical matter, if you look at it, if there's a wider setback that makes the the situation with walkways and stairs and drainage swales and window wells and all of that work better. It helps for the site itself, and it also provides a little bit more separation from the neighbors. So I think that people are seeing these as being improvements to what's currently being allowed, and it may, and as you say, it may rebuild trust is in the process, that
Appreciate
the
that.
council is listening and making adjustments.
Last question for you, Ms. Soles. For you haven't come and said, you want to go fewer than 6. I know you know that 6 has sort of been allowed since 2019. Why for you do you feel comfortable with that number?
Well, it's practical because it has been allowed in the past. I don't think that it's necessary to take a step back. And also, when I'm thinking about my own neighborhood, we have large lots, so that the space isn't particularly constrained to build these developments in.
Appreciate your thoughts. I'll come back for another round and ask similar questions to the other panelists I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. If I can ask Ms. Anderson, so you've there's a plethora of media clips of you saying this is a great zoning bylaw. We need to support the zoning bylaw. We now have changes to it, and I want to just itemize them and then get your, so the architectural controls, I take it you agree with those?
Yes.
And we need to do something about the side setback issue, how we, the pathways, et cetera. I take it you agree with those?
I mean, I'm not an architect, but generally, yes.
And in terms of the 50% or 25 meters in terms of shrinking the building, I take it you agree with those?
Yes, we're supporting administration's changes.
And then the 8 to 6?
Yes.
That's supported as well?
That's supported as well.
Okay. Help me understand how you arrived at that conclusion.
Broadly speaking, these big changes happen over the matter of decades, not months. Edmonton has some of the most progressive planning and development in the country. We take big swings, we place big bets. Sometimes we go too far, and we pull it back. I've been doing this my entire career. I remember I was sitting here across from Councillor Knack over 10 years ago when we were trying to fix the the lot splits. That was very dramatic and hair pulling at that time. And now we look back and think, well, there was improvements to be made. So yes, I think that Edmonton is doing an awesome job. I think it's okay to either incrementally change in either direction, but as long as we don't lose that momentum.
So builder wrote to me and said, you shouldn't be saying 8 to 6, you should be saying X per lot or X per site, like 75 per dwelling or something, because in Edmonton, a lot is not a lot is not a lot. Even a Toronto lot is not an Edmonton lot. So this is a lot. I'm having trouble. Is even, because the number almost offers false confidence, because 8 to 6 means nothing to Garneau because lots are 33 feet. But in others, we have acreages. You'll end up subdividing them and doing 12. So how should we look at this?
My best advice is to take your administration's best advice. What they've done.
So administration never advised this. This was some road councillor moved an 8 to 6 motion.
Well, they've given you regs to change.
Now they have, at the direction of committee, though. Admin had a 1-year review, and they never recommended 8 to 6. The letter from Bill never recommended 8 to 6. Others never recommended 8 to 6. I've been accused of making a ill-informed, vibes-based decision, not actually looking at evidence here.
I don't think that you're having a vibes decision or that you're ill-informed. We've had permissive 6 units since 2019. It was working reasonably well. What the new zoning bylaw allows, even if it's back to 6, is more creativity in terms of the form. So you already have proof that what you have suggested has worked in our market. If you combine that with the new zoning bylaw, you'll still get that outcome, but with more different types of houses.
So should we be advocating to cancel the MLI Select program?
Definitely not.
But this seems to be offering a kind of a rapid incentive for more housing.
That's exactly what all of us are working on in Canada, yes.
So we want a lot more housing.
We sure do.
But
we
not
have
more
a
than
huge
6.
deficit. Look, you can decide how you want to design your city at your will and based on the feedback from your constituents. I'm not going to talk about how you do that specifically. Generally, Canada needs way more housing, and we've been able to benefit from MLI Select. It's a good program that we advocate to the federal government to maintain.
So one thing that's hit me today is that a lot of the people, I looked at the map, and it doesn't seem like this is a zoning problem. It seems like this is a TOD problem. Almost all of the areas that have got infill are going to be on the West Valley LRT or on the Capital LRT. A couple of the speakers today live within a stone's throw of an LRT. So even if we go 8 to 6 to 4 to 2, it won't matter because for them, because the areas that we have, and I see some nodding, are still going to be targeted for TOD. Like, how should we approach TOD?
Well, I think the city plan vision is pretty clear that we need our major nodes and corridors to redevelop and our secondary nodes and corridors to redevelop as our top priorities, our city center to take on a huge amount of growth, our new neighborhoods to be created efficiently, and for incremental redevelopment, consistent, constant renewal of our existing neighborhoods. So it's all in. We have to do it in all locations, but that doesn't mean that you can't fine-tune how buildings land on the ground and learn from the process along the way. I wouldn't have personally imagined that builders would be maximizing that zoning and blowing it out to the extent that they have, but they have. So I think that if you see reason to fix it, go right ahead.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next, Councillor Wright. Can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
Yep. I'll stay with Speaker Killen Anderson. You're concerned that you have raised around part 910. Is that applicable to, like, if you're building row housing in those communities, how would you manage that? Like, would that not apply there?
Well, in the new neighborhoods, is that what we're talking about? The housing that's being built in new neighborhoods is nothing like the infill that.
So even the row housing is not.
Never, it's never designed that way. I would suggest perhaps if you started to get into a situation where you were really unhappy with the built form in new neighborhoods, you could introduce more regulations. But right now, this wouldn't be solving any problem in the suburbs, and it would just be hurting the current supply.
I will definitely ask that to administration, what the consequences are, and if there's any drawbacks of amending, whether amendment will require advertisement or can we do it here. So I think we'll raise those concerns. I have another question to you as well. I got some feedback since this motion was passed from reducing 8 to 6, the applications that are already in the process, right? People have done demolitions, they have applied for 8 units, they have submitted their fees, but they haven't got their development permit yet, right? How do we deal with that situation if we were to approve what administration is recommending? Any ideas from your expertise in the industry?
Well, when you did the last zoning change, you did provide a grace period, a phase-in period. That would be the recommended best practice. What that would mean, practically speaking, for this council is that the decision that you make, for example, today or tomorrow, really wouldn't have an impact for another 3 to 6 months, which you may or may not feel comfortable with. I think it would be more professionally recommended to phase it in. It might be politically necessary to take more immediate steps. That's really your temperature to take, but certainly in the past you have
what is that time? Is a couple of months or?
Well, last time I think you can do it differently depending on what your admin recommends, but last time I think you approved the bylaw in October of 24 with a phase-in, or sorry, it was effective January 1st, and I can't remember if there was even additional phase-in period after that.
Oh, I see. So a few months of phasing.
It was grace. There was a transition time. So that's how you would avoid the problem of builders getting hung out and losing their investments in this short term. It wouldn't satisfy some of the people who want change yesterday.
Yes. So that would be probably the compromise in the long run. Would that also apply to some of the design guideline changes, side setbacks, back setbacks, or just so. on the reduction of units from 8 to 6?
I mean, no matter what you do, you're going to, I hate to put it this way, hurt somebody somewhere, but you're also going to help. If you give it 3 or 6 months, most of that churn will be out of the system, but not all of it. So, yeah, I think Mr. Pollack will be able to advise you better than me.
Got it. And my next question is to Speaker Summers. What I understand is that that seventh and eighth unit is the most affordable unit, right? So if affordability is our target, how do we balance that from reducing from 8 to 6?
Well, adding units and just adding units to the city as a whole will improve affordability. You're right that probably an 8-plex offers more affordable units with those last 2 units than a 6-plex. But the balance here, I mean, a 10-unit building might even do more. So this is a balance between the competing interests of existing homeowners and neighborhood residents who are finding these challenging, or they're presenting that they're finding these challenging, and I think I can respect some of the impacts that they're feeling, versus ultimately prioritizing affordability. But what I will say is that by opening up zoning elsewhere, different opportunities for different forms, some of that is addressed. So it's difficult to predict the exact impact of this. We'll know more in a year if the change is made, but this may be a reasonable trade-off between different competing interests.
So because we are making development permissive in many, many different ways throughout the city, so this seems like kind of a reasonable compromise without impacting affordability significantly, if I understand.
Exactly. That's what I'm suggesting. That to me, this seems like a reasonable trade-off.
Okay, got it. I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Chair is yours.
Councilor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to all of our speakers for sharing their perspectives today. I'll go to Speaker Solis first. I appreciated the point you raised just around sites that are next to a walkway or an alley, and just wanted to make sure I have a good understanding so that I can ask administration about that. So I guess, you're not suggesting to treat them as a corner lot, but just the orientation of those doorways and entrances to allow them to face onto that walkway, face onto that alley for just better, integration with the context of those sites? Is that a...
Yes, that's
okay.
correct, and I wouldn't impose the 2 entrance limit on that side. You could do all 8, you wouldn't do all 8 because you still need 1 facing the front, but you could do 6 there very easily. Without any difficulty. Yeah.
Okay, that's really helpful. And maybe I'll just jump to Speaker Summers as well, because I think you raised this basically the same point. Is that correct?
Well, the point I made was that these are actually areas that we could treat as corner lots,
Okay.
expanding the number of lots available so that we have lots of them available.
Okay, thank you for the clarity. And I'll just stick with Speaker Summers as well, and maybe along a similar line around how context matters. I think you brought up, potentially in the future having conversations about sites that are like right next to transit or within those primary and secondary corridors. I guess, the counter to that I've heard would be, in those situations, wouldn't we want to see someone coming forward with a higher zone anyways? And I'm just trying to square that.
Yeah. So basically, my argument would be that we should be increasingly permissive the closer you get to transit and commercial areas, the nodes and corridors. So, right next to it, yes, we should. I would radically upzone the city next to nodes and corridors if I could do so. But the next sort of step out, right, that maybe the 200 to 400 meter in a lot of areas. In different areas will have different contexts, but that's where I would see sort of these, being radically permissive of 8-plexes, and then declining as we get further away. So really a true transit-oriented development way of designing a city.
Gotcha. Okay, that's helpful. And then just to follow up on some of the questions that Mayor Sohi was asking, I appreciated your description of how some of the other things that the city's been doing have also been allowing for more housing opportunities. And I'm just thinking of a few examples of that. What are the ones that are top of mind for you? Like, I'm thinking of priority growth areas and some of that work. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, absolutely. So, there's demand for housing and it can take different forms. In some cases, these 8-plexes offer a really great alternative. They've got outside entrances. 2 to 3 bedrooms often on the higher units. But there's also lots of opportunities for smaller scale apartment buildings and right up to 10 and 12-story buildings, and the upzoning that was done through the priority growth areas make that easier as well. So as many opportunities as you can open up, you will improve housing affordability, including maintaining 8-plexes. So dropping this back will have a negative impact on housing affordability, but it may be very small because of all of the other opportunities available.
Okay, so sort of taken as a whole, and looking at this as a systems-wide approach, you, again, still feel that that trade-off is worth it in this case, to go down to 6?
Yes.
Yeah.
What I will say is I think so, and we will know more going forward. If we see these totally dry up, then we may need to change policies in the city again. So, yeah.
Okay, that's helpful. And then just to Speaker Anderson, I just had a similar line of questioning around the transit-oriented development that I just asked to Speaker Summers. I just wanted to get your perspective on that too.
I think that you should be doing everything that you can to take advantage of the investments you've made in high-order transit. The best transportation master plan is a land use plan and vice versa. So yeah, keep working those elements. These are not mutually exclusive. You have to do it all, and then you have to try everything, and where you need to make a change, just feel empowered to do so. That's why we have you smart people here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang?
Great, thank you. Just one more, I guess, follow-up on that. Developments next to the alleyway that, Elaine, you have brought up. So this is something that you have been in conversation with administration. Is that right?
Yes.
So you're aware that some of the work is coming, perhaps not on the table today, but that is potentially coming.
No, it's my understanding it isn't coming.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah,
so
that in response to a question from council at the June 3rd Urban Planning Committee meeting, there was a suggestion that it was something that they could take away and work on, and then I followed up a bit later, and they had decided that it wasn't something that could be rolled into an omnibus, so it would have to be dealt with a subsequent motion if you were inclined to go in that direction.
Gotcha. So with more specific directions. So I think a few of us have noted that, and I think, John, you mentioned that in your neighborhood, with this, with what's proposed today, you may see a loss of around 12 units. But if we say have a motion like that, we might actually gain more lots.
Well, if you're providing them with direction on how to make their building fit into the context, then the impacts will be reduced.
Oh, okay.
So if it's next to a park or an alley, et cetera, and they design accordingly, then many of the impacts that people are objecting to will be reduced.
Interesting. Thank you. And over to you, Dr. Summers. I guess I was a little bit surprised to hear your position, but on some of the pieces that you said today. I think you were surprised by yourself a little bit too. But like you said to the mayor, it's that particularly the 8 to 6 reduction is a reasonable change. I guess, I hear a lot from residents that I represent, even 6 is too much. I've heard some folks today talk about 4. I've even heard folks say keep it at 1. What is the magical number? How do we arrive at that?
Well, the magical number is whatever council comes up with. And I don't mean that facetiously. I mean, this is a democratic process where we balance competing interests. There's no formula, no scientific number. What I can say is that being a very permissive city for building in every form, that includes things like the timelines and so on, is important for housing affordability. But of course, balancing trade-offs is important. And so we can't allow towers everywhere, and we have decided that 8 may be too much, or you may decide that 8 is too much everywhere, so we may go down to 6 in some areas, and then we will see what happens. So I think it's reasonable, is what I'm saying. It's kind of an art as well as a science.
Okay, fair comment. I'm also wondering if you can just talk a little bit about a little bit more about some of that attitude change that you have seen. We have been on a decade-long journey of zoning changes.
Yeah.
You know, the 6 units have been permitted since 2019, but even as far as 2015, things have been changing.
Yeah, I can go right back to skinnies. I live in Westmount and I'm surrounded by skinny homes. And when they first came in, I can tell you, people were angry. This was destroying our neighborhood, affecting neighborhood character. And now
Now they're the
these are
new
just
normal.
they're just houses that people live at, and the kids like them because they're less walking for going for Halloween candy. People see them as just part of the neighborhood. And similarly, what I've seen today, and as a Monday, a lot of people spoke to this issue as well. There were a lot of people who I saw who were radically opposed to skinnies and radically opposed to semi-detached here in council. And now they're saying, we like fourplexes. And so there has been this transformation and change as we've gotten used to it. And that's what incremental change allows. As you change incrementally, we get used to it and we go, this is okay. And it lets us change more if that's the direction we want to go in.
And I think, for me, a lot of these neighborhoods in the mature area have seen a reduction of population between 30, sometimes 40% over the last 50 years. And I think that evolution is important. Anyways, I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councillor Dan. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, thanks for all the speakers today. I guess I'll stay with Dr. Summers for a minute. One of the things that I've been grappling with is that some of the changes and recommendations from the June 3rd committee that were directed for this public hearing already essentially reduce the number of units, right? So if you reduce the setback, you reduce the sides, you limit where people can enter, all of those things are on a smaller lot are already kind of reducing that without explicitly saying it.
Yeah.
But what I worry about with the reduction of the cap, and what I've been kind of grappling with, and I'd really be curious yours, is that it doesn't take into account if there's like a larger lot or something like that where, it's not as, I would say, jarring as the 8 units are on a very small lot.
Yeah. So I agree. I think that for most lots, those changes actually had already changed it to being a max of 6, probably, unless you have some very innovative development and developer who finds a way to put 8 units in that smaller form. However, you're right. I do think that this would be better crafted as, X units per square meter of lot, something like that. With that said, I also understand the politics of the issue that 6 is very clear, whereas X units per square meter is not.
Like the floor area ratio, nobody understands what that is.
Yeah, exactly.
I
And
still don't
so,
know if I do.
so I think this is in part, and the politics, I will say, are important. Avoiding a backlash that is significant is really key, and you want to avoid that. So if this helps with that, it's an okay compromise.
Okay, and then what about, so for example, I talked to one builder in Inglewood who wanted to consolidate 2 lots and do a bit more of a courthouse, like a courtyard setting, something really nice, but was actually encouraged by administration to not do that because then they would be capped at 8, and now they can do 12, or they could do at that point 16, right? So how?
I think that's a limitation. I think you're right, and that's where the alternative might be better from a functional standpoint, but may not work as well for communications and political standpoint.
And I just worry that sometimes we say this cap, it's going to create this idea that, but we could, like we had a developer on Monday say, I'll just build 12 then instead of 8, right? Like I'll just do the maximum on even if you reduce it, right? So I've just been playing with that. I guess I want to anticipate, I'll go to Speaker Anderson. When we hear from the speakers in opposition, I know ideas is on the docket, so I want to anticipate kind of something that I think we'll hear from them and get your thoughts on it, is around the idea of the parity between the RS zone and the RSF zone. and how this is actually like significantly reducing that parity further. What
Yep.
say you?
That's correct. And in fact, it's already not equal.
It is not equal, right? Because like
Already,
12
yeah.
meters versus 10.5
That's right.
meters,
Yeah, there's already a lot more development and density opportunity in the suburbs than there are in redeveloping areas. But yeah, so that's a compromise for you to weigh, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. And does build, like, I guess does build have infill developers in there?
We do. Yes,
Yeah?
we do.
Okay.
Of all scales and sizes.
All scales and sizes? And so what do your infill, like, what have they said in this circle of this conversation? Specifically the ones that are more building in the RS zone?
Yeah, good point. And there is a wide diversity. We have some sole infill builders, we have some greenfield builders who are traversing in, we have high-density tower builders. Look, I mean, I think everybody wants to maximize their business opportunity. And as a whole industry, we see the worst case scenario as a public backlash that results in the removal of this great initiative and momentum forward. It's never a straight line, and that's totally fine.
Oh, for sure. It's always meant to be iterative.
It'll go back and forth. You'll hear from people who are my members who would like it to be 1 unit or 2. You'll hear from some who would like no limits whatsoever. But as an industry, this is what we're coming to say we believe is the right thing to do. And it's not an easy decision, which is why it's yours.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First to Ms. Anderson, thanks for being here today. So I did have a quick question, though, about the maybe the opposition to the 1.1 meter allowance on the sidewalk in terms of disability access.
In the side yard, between the homes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a disability design expert. I would note that this would be accessing units potentially. It's certainly in the new neighborhoods that would be secondary suites where you're using a staircase to go down. So probably some limiting factors there already. But I'd be happy to dig in more if you had a specific case in mind that you're thinking about.
Yeah, it's just something we should think about. Edmonton was rated last on the list of municipalities that had disability access, so it is an actual concern. So we can talk about that. But I also wanted to ask about, I mean, we got to get back, I think, to square one on why we are even doing any of this, right? And you have a good history of this, and as far as I understand it, we have lower density than we require to provide services in a cost-effective manner. And also we need to keep housing affordable across the board, because even with Edmonton's affordability, it's still a market that is out of reach for young people coming up, and that can spell some serious problems in the not too distant future. So maybe you want to talk about that.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for bringing it back up to why we're here. Since we were going down memory lane, perhaps Ms. Solis will appreciate this, but it was in 2009 that the conversation was about secondary suites. And you might recall that Calgary only got with that program like 2 years ago. So Edmonton has been extraordinary. And there are many reasons why we need to keep our eye on this ball. One of them is just sheer population growth. We gained almost 200,000 people in the last 5 years, which is 10% of our population. That is meant to be a quarter of the entire city plan's outlook, which happened in 5 years. So there's nothing that we can't do to try to address that. Secondly, there's a structural housing crisis across this country that's just devastating for younger people. And thirdly, there's a lot of change that we've been experiencing that requires different adapting to different family forms, different cultures, different backgrounds. So for all of these reasons, creativity and ambition and a little bit of ballsiness is required. And I would note that this city council is more progressive than Toronto, and you allow more units in your mature neighborhoods than Toronto does, which some might say is terrible, some might say is good, but I would just note that this city is way, way above the Canadian norm. So even if you have to go a little bit back here, you're still ahead.
Yeah, but still also out of reach for young people.
Well, no, that's not. I mean, here it's still accessible.
Here.
here.
Yeah, okay.
I think you should really, really try to keep it that way.
And really quickly, it's interesting to hear you say that, because the lower or the more affordable a place is in comparison to the provincial market or the Canadian market, really the less motivation a developer has to invest in Edmonton, because the cost of building is the cost of building, and then what you can sell it for is what you can sell it for. And if the market is lower here, and so I'm just, the argument that, increasing density is like a benefit to developers, because I'm not sure if that holds water, because the prices go down and that's less profitability.
Well, look, I mean, our industry as individual actors maybe would like to sell an individual house for more, but if you can sell more houses, that's also great. The other misconception that I think is worth noting is that the majority of infill development in the kind of context we're talking about, these are not developers. There are some developers. This is largely homeowners, realtors, small-scale transactors. So there's no kind of mega businesses mostly coming in through the infill context historically. When you get to the concrete and steel, 100%. You need professional companies who are doing that. But infill, when people talk about developers, sometimes actually they're just talking about their neighbors.
Yeah, it's just rebuilding. Yeah, okay, so I will have a question for Dr. Summers, but I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Briquette. Councillor Rice.
Thank you for all the speakers be here today. So my first question, I would like to go to Windsor Park Community League representative. So Windsor Park, and as we heard many times in here and the chamber, and so there are lots of challenge and for the infill development. So today, and then I heard very clearly, and with all this change, and to me those change are more technical design factors change. So those change right now, and from your perspective, it seems like it's acceptable and it looks good. So then my question is, right now, and speak in favor is more about speak in favor of technical change or speak in favor of concept change. And because this is two different things. So I would get some thoughts on you. And then even though we, on June 17th, Council approved from 8 to 6, which I voted against, and because I heard very clearly and back to earlier days, and the Windsor Park community really against certain density and then change. So right now, I want to get clearly from you, is the concept for the unions, density, or is it just technical factors, and then you think right now is okay?
The concept is fine, and I think we've never opposed the concept, and we've rarely opposed a rezoning, and we've often spoken in favor of various components of, zoning bylaw changes over the years. But we also usually, just because we do this, come up with things that we would like to see, improvements we'd like to see considered, right? Some additional improvements. So yeah, there are some technical considerations here today. Some of the ones that admin has proposed are technical, and ours that we have here today is technical. But that doesn't mean we don't support the concept. On the other hand, you may have heard from a lot of Windsor Park residents over the years at rezonings and so forth opposing more things than the league has opposed. So I just want to make it clear that we rarely oppose. I think there's been one that we opposed in the last 5 years.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So my next question goes to Ms. Anderson. I'm sorry to put you in that position again. So you brought the very good point about the six unions actually is already existing in our old region.
That's right. Yeah, that was
zoning bylaw.
the only difference is that you couldn't be as creative. So I think
It's
as
a different type,
yeah.
diverse type of the housing. So from marketing perspective, I want to look at it from marketing perspective. And in the past, even though we have 6 unions there, but we did not say too much like the infill or meet that 6 unions. And so can you comment a little bit more? Is because the market change, the housing demand increase, and it triggered more needs and right now? And or is there some other factors and impact and how the industrial development area and respond to our policy change?
Yeah, really good observation. The development permissions have been there for 6 years, but we really didn't see that uptake. A lot of things happened. I would say the change to the zoning bylaw allowing more diverse development types came into effect. A new city plan came into effect, which said we're planning to grow from 1 to 2 million. I'll reverse those two in order. We experienced massive population growth very rapidly. Hashtag Alberta is calling. Edmonton was answering. And finally, the MLI Select program, which allowed very cheap money to be made available for multi-unit dwellings over 5 units, also came into place. You had the demand, you had the supply, and that was the change.
I know I have few minutes, and then do you think this is related to some like policy, like for example, minimum parking requirements? That policy change as well? I know I don't have time for that answer.
No worries. Thank you, Councillor. Can you move the second round?
So moved.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting for 2 votes. Councillor Cartmel? We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor Knack.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Since I want to finish this panel before lunch, Mr. Smythe, I wanted to ask you a similar question. I'm hearing from some residents who say stay at 8, and if you change it, you're going to be losing our trust. I've heard from some, and you and I have spoken. I think you feel more comfortable at that 4 recommendation. So 6 might not feel like it goes far enough to build up your trust. You had the great fortune of serving on the executive leadership team when we were developing the city plan and even as some of the zoning bylaw work came in. How do you find that balance? Like what does help build that trust at a time where we are hearing, 6 or 7 different perspectives about where we should end up?
Certainly, Councillor, going to the 6, I think, is certainly a very, very strong step in that direction. I think that will help immensely building that trust.
But if we never, can I ask, Mr. Smythe, if we never go to 4 because we've had 6 since 2019, and there's a lot of folks that might feel comfortable with that, does that mean it's a good step? But then if we don't go further, how do you feel about that?
I think with all the other dimensions that are on the table for discussion today, that will help a lot. I mean, the design features and the other features is going to go a long way. The only other point I'll just raise, Councillor, is I think somehow, I'm not sure exactly how to position this, but the community needs a bit of a seat at the table.
Sure.
If there be a way, certainly industry has been strongly, seems to be part of the conversation. There's a bit of a disenfranchised message in the community that the community is not at the table. So there'd be a way to have a couple of people on this call or elsewhere that can be engaged in a strong way with admin and our council. That would also then go a long way.
And I think, yeah, I appreciate that. And you know, I think Ms. Solas talked about it too. I think the challenge sometimes is it doesn't feel real until it's happening right beside. Because I think my very first town hall when the new ward boundaries came effect in Glenora was in February after the election. And I think there were like 14 people that showed up. And we talked about land use, but yeah, I hear you now. Like there's now more folks who are like, hey, I'm engaged. I want to be a part of this. And that's we should capitalize on that desire for engagement. I wanted to go, Mr. McCauley, I wanted to ask you a sort of similar question. I know, you know, for you, how has your view on this changed? I know you and I emailed, I think back in 2016 when lot subdivisions were permitted, and you had an email that said you wanted a moratorium even on lot subdivisions. So you had a lot of concern about even subdividing. Yet you're here today saying, hey, I feel 4 might be reasonable. What for you has changed in that decade? Because I mean, we all go through those changes and perspectives, but why do you feel differently now compared to then? What's been that process for you?
Thank you, Councillor Knack. You have a good memory. There has been some evolution, obviously, and other speakers have referenced it as well.
Can you move close to the mic, please?
Live in Aspen Gardens. There have been a number of lot splits, and most of them. Most of them, I think, have turned out fairly well, in part because most of them have been on larger lots, i.e. not 50-foot wide lots, but lots that are 70, 80 feet wide. So you can do a lot split, and you can produce a pretty nice-looking product. There are only a few that aren't so attractive. So I think that has helped sort of change people's perspectives on essentially doubling the number of units that were potentially available. And it hasn't been widespread. There haven't been that many so far. They've typically been along Aspen Drive where the lots are wider, some of which back onto the ravine. So
Appreciate it.
That's, Councillor Knack, that's probably the reason in
That's helpful. No, I really appreciate that. Last question, Dr. Summers. In 2 of the communities I represent, none of these homes will ever be affordable. Affordability isn't, you know, you might have relative affordability, but you won't have affordability. And there is, I think, a view that because of what's happening in some of those communities, nothing that's getting built is affordable. What data do you have? What have you seen from other cities that have opened up land use that would show that, yes, maybe in select communities they'll never be affordable, but maybe in the wider selection of communities you might see that? What data have you seen?
Yeah, so 2 parts to that. The first one is just the overall how the system works. And we have to think of a housing system, not just a single unit, right? As we add supply, that takes up some of the demand. People who move into those expensive new homes in Glenora or elsewhere, they're not competing for other houses that are out there. These new units that are being built now at 8 plexes, 6 plexes, and so on, they increase supply, so therefore they take up some of the demand and they reduce the pressure on housing elsewhere.
Dr. Summers, I'm out of time, and we're gonna get you before lunch. Somebody else might pick up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move that we finish the panel questions.
Just hold on, Councillor Knack. There are 2 more speakers on this, right? And 2 questions, council members to ask questions. But before we do that, we have another issue to deal with, which is that during this public hearing process over the last number of days, there were questions around the guidance from MGA, Municipal Government Act, on moratoriums and caps, and administration has prepared attachment that can be made public to have that information available to the public as well. So the information that we had could also be reachable to the public as well, right? So, Councillor Salvador, can you move that, please?
Yep. I'll move that attachment 5 be added to item 3.32, bylaw 21202, text amendments to zoning bylaw 20001, mid-block row housing in the RS zone, and minor changes to the RSM and RM zones.
Second.
Okay, please vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Principe?
I just need to read it first.
Oh, it was in the It is the version of the memo that was sent to council June 26th. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. On this? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Just because we have a moment, I would note that there's still a note at the bottom saying that it's subject to solicitor-client privilege, but I assume that by adding it to the agenda and releasing it, it becomes public.
So what I would suggest, Councillor, in this instance, what we've done is taken out the strict legal advice and have left an interpretation of the MGA and the law there for council and the public. So the legal advice still remains confidential and privileged unless there was some other action.
Gotcha. So that's really referring to the redacted portions. Okay, perfect. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Principe? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I understand why we're adding this to the report? Is there a purpose that we need to?
Questions have been raised to me about the lack of clarity on the MGA and advice we got and public not knowing what that advice was. So I asked administration if it was possible to redact the legal advice and make whatever is possible to be made public and made public, so there's a transparency around it.
So this was initiated by you?
Yes, because I was requested by members of the public that reached out to me to see if this could be made public.
Okay, I wasn't aware of this coming forward. This wasn't brought to my attention. I see some councillors nodding their heads, so they must have been aware of it.
No, I just asked that.
To our legal then.
No.
Point of order.
Oh, sorry, I saw, it looked like there was.
No, I just asked that this morning. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And to legal then, this is all, of course, okay with you?
Yes, our team has looked at it, has sort of processed a request and created a document which we feel comfortable, putting out to the public. Ultimately, it's council's decision how they want to deal with this, but certainly from our perspective, we're good.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi, this was in reference to some of the conversation that went on June 30th where we had sought legal advice and I guess sort of verbally released the confidentiality of that memo, correct?
I wouldn't say necessarily verbally you release the confidentiality of that memo. I think that it requires a bit more of a process to truly release that, like a proper vote is my understanding, and I'd look to the clerk if I'm incorrect on that one. But I think that there was reference to it, and there was a desire to be as transparent as possible with respect to something like this. Now, council can go further if they so choose to, or can in my opinion, this is quite transparent and allows the public to be privy to some information that was, they weren't privy to prior to.
Okay, perfect. And discussed previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Just waiting on, there we have all the votes.
That is carried. Okay, we'll be taking.
Can I make a motion that we extend to finish orders or finish questions of this panel?
Second.
There's only how many council members? Two. Okay.
There was one or two left.
Okay, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Councillor, who was on the, Councillor Jans?
Yeah, thank you. So if Dr. Summers is still online, I
I'm here.
I have a number of folks saying that it shouldn't be 8, it should be 6, shouldn't be 6, it should be 4. Many of those same folks are within citywide, a kilometer. Like I'm looking at Crestwood, there's an LRT right there. And looking at Glenora, there's 2 LRTs right there. It seems even if the lot was set at 1 or 2 or 3 units, the TOD guidelines and everything else, and what Ms. Anderson shared about city plan, we're going to be talking stories, not units. Is that your sort of understanding as well of city plan?
What I would say is that when I look at the nodes and corridors in city plan, I think they're well located. I think that anywhere we invest billions of dollars in transit or portions of billions of dollars, we need to allow buildings to be built near it. And in many cases, that will be multi-story buildings with lots of units. And as we get further and further out, then we can see a reduced density. As a councillor and as a council, you face the balance of that and public opinion around those types of issues. But I can say clearly that affordability, the more you open up opportunities for development, the more that gets built, the more affordable the city will be. And that affects every single person in the city's life, quality of life.
So one thing I'm struggling with here is, I hear from some people, council is not listening, you're not building more units. Council is not listening, you're building too many units. And then I hear,
welcome to politics.
But okay, so I feels like we're running like a Windows 98 operating system here with this public hearing process. In Toronto and other cities, they have like a jury duty kind of thing. Like you get picked from across the city. I haven't heard from anybody in this process about Kristalina or from Hodgson, but they are affected.
Yeah.
Yet I haven't heard from them. The neighborhood with the most 8 units in the city is Prince Charles. I don't think we've had one Prince Charles speaker.
Yeah, I think this is the nature of how decision-making works in a democracy, that you have different ways of getting public opinion, and those who come out and speak at council do not necessarily represent the views of the entire city. So that's why administration does a lot of engagement. That's why you all do a lot of engagement. I know Andrew Knack goes through a lot of pairs of shoes, knocking on doors, as do all of you. So I think that you have to take all of that into account and not just those of us speaking today. And in many cases, there's a people are not talking up because they're not really that concerned. So,
but I guess so. Even if every single person in Crestwood, 2,400 people according to the 2021 census, came out and spoke in opposition of this, we're still a city of 1.25 million. So, would you agree that this whole idea of who can show up to speak is broken and we need a better engagement?
That's a difficult question. I would say that this cannot be the extent of your engagement, and that you have a decade of work going back right to city plan through till present, and there's been engagement every single year on these issues using all types of mechanism and means. And it may be worth mentioning some of that as you go through the decision today, so that those who are here can hear what you've heard elsewhere. Yeah, there could be alternative systems, but I haven't given that much thought. So,
yeah, it's become very apparent just over this term how frustrating this system is. So I appreciate your feedback there too. I will yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Chair Wright. I'm first going to go to Ms. Anderson. So I want to know if you're hearing any concerns from industry about the waste removal.
There are often concerns about waste removal when it comes to multi-unit dwellings for a variety of reasons, whether it's truck radius turnaround, truck size, waste collection bins. It's a constant challenge, yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing that as well. And do you think that this will help address that in somewhat, maybe?
No, I don't think these changes will really help.
No, so we need to do
further
I think
action
waste
on that.
is
its own special bin,
yeah.
if you will.
Yeah, wow, well done, well done. Okay, good. Thank you for that. And then something that you said about, and this absolutely makes sense, industry will maximize business opportunity, right? That's their business. And also something I heard is that supply is a key driver. So will industry intentionally build what they can't sell?
No, they won't, but, and if they do, they quickly will stop.
Right, right. Okay, thank you for that. And then I'll go to Mr. Smythe. Are you still online?
Yes, still here, Councillor.
Hi there. So you had mentioned a few things about decreasing the maximum units, the building height, and another review next year. Now, were you aware that at the June 3rd Urban Planning Committee meeting, Councillor Rice did make a motion to reduce from 8 to 4 units?
Yes, I was listening in on that, yes.
Oh, you were aware of that. Okay. I just wasn't sure if folks were aware of that. And thank you for that.
Just quickly to add, but
Yes.
I do think because of what's happened over the last 3 or 4 months in terms of the review here, that a similar kind of process, as painful as this has been, should be introduced, this time next year, so that we see what actually resulted in the second year of the zoning bylaw.
Right. Okay. Great. Thank you. And then I'll go to Mr. Despens.
Yes.
Hi there. You had mentioned about the domino effect.
Yes, I did.
Yes, yeah, and that was actually something that I mentioned this week as well, a concern of mine. I had brought forward a motion about addressing the 2527, and it was about that concern, about starting something in the middle or on a corner lot, and then the domino effect throughout the neighborhood, and it can logically take out, well, not take out, sorry, possibly overdevelop an entire community.
That's the organic evolution of what densification happens, right? So, but I think in regards to this amendment that's on the table right now, the answer's already been made mention in the conversation that it's how we phase in the implementation of the amendment and how we would grandfather and whether projects that are permanent right now and those that are yet to be permanent, will they have to do further due diligence and revise and resubmit? And I think that's the process that's already availed to this question, and I think the development community should be comfortable with that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I may also add that the development community, when district plan was implemented, they were aware that this would be subject to review, and here we are today.
Right, right. Okay, thank you for that. And then, sorry, I do have a little bit of time left. Ms. Anderson, I'll go back to you. Something that you said, and in 2023, I did not support the zoning bylaw renewal. And I did understand that we did need to refresh it. I understand that we do need to have some density. I felt that it was too far. And I heard you say that today, that maybe we went a little too far. We weren't anticipating it to go that far. And so this step back, you're saying, is reasonable, and a majority of industry, you think, would support it?
I mean, keep in mind, industry and Edmontonians are largely one and the same thing. So we've all been here this whole time. And look, we have to put our trust in your decision-making process. It's never perfect. Zoning is very messy. It's a very imperfect tool, but it's hard for us to figure out a better one. So, if I was sitting in your chair or administrations, I wouldn't feel bad at all about making a change.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We are at time, and I just going to look to the clerk to see, do we need to, we'll recess now for lunch, but for staff and that, do we need to tack on a little bit extra?
We're okay to come back at 1:30.
Okay to come back at 1:30, and I just also want to mention before we recess that the redacted memo in regards to the MGA and legal requirements for about moratoriums will be posted shortly.
Yeah, give us a few minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. See you all back at 1:30 then. Oh, and that we're done with questions of this panel, so thank you very much for your time today and the past few days and months.
And just, Councillor, you may have questions or new information for this panel, so they may want to stick around for that
Okay,
potentially.
after we are done all the others. Yeah, thank you. I'd like to call this public hearing back to order, and I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador. I'm sorry, Stevenson. I haven't done that in years.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Tang. Okay, she will be joining us momentarily. And Mayor Sohi is just in a meeting on city business right now. Will be with us shortly. Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Cartmel.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we will now go to our first panel in opposition, and I will read them in and ask those that are in person to come down and take your place as the clerk directs. So Jennifer Deshane from Urban Bricks Developments.
I'm here virtually.
Okay, thank you. And Michael Fiquette from Urban Bricks Developments. Okay, thank you, Michael. Kelvin Hamilton.
Yeah, I'm here.
In remote, okay, thank you.
Remote.
Armando Hernandez, come on down. Justin Carter. Eric Camarachi.
I'm here remote.
Thank you, Eric. Sam Mothana. Are you remote?
I'm here remote.
Okay, thank you. Mo Mackey.
Yes, I'm here remote.
Thank you, Mo. Alexander Nikevsky. Remote. Katie Warwa.
I'm here remotely.
Thank you, Katie. Paul Kim. Joseph Young from TY LADB Development. James Stat. Peter Elliott. Dolly Sapita Montefar.
Here remotely.
Thank you, Dolly. Cameron Peters. You want to come take a seat then? And clerk, can you tell me when to stop? Oh, did I miss Ryan Smith? Okay, then I'll go back to Sean Sedgwick. You want to come on down, Sean? And Mauricio Ochoa from Infill Development. Sean, was Mauricio coming, do you know? Okay. And Jeff Booth as well from Infill? Idea? And should I stop now? Do we have 15? Nicholas Carrells. Nicholas, thank you. Raiden Sones. Oh, thank you. And then that will round out our 15. Okay, so we are first starting with, because I didn't tick them off as I was saying them. Jennifer Deshane from Urban Bricks Developments, and you are remote, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jennifer, thank you. Do you have a presentation?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you and good afternoon, council members. Not sure how I got this prestigious spot to kick us off, but let's do it. My name is Jennifer Deshane. I am the co-founder of Urban Bricks, a newer infill developer in Edmonton. As someone who has worked in the building and development industry in Edmonton and surrounding areas for the past 23 years, I bring a blended perspective. I come from Greenfield Development of a well-respected local developer. I was their vice president of sales, leading teams across Alberta and BC. Last year, I left that amazing company to work in infill. I believe in infill and its integral role in expanding and growing our city sustainably. Administration has spoken to the belief that investment and numbers will change, and I hope to shed some insight as a local developer. I am speaking numbers today, but I am not without empathy and compassion for mature community residents and the impact. I just lived through a high-rise being constructed across the street from my property in a core community in the last few years. We can build and we do have well-designed and beautiful mid-block multiplexes in Edmonton. In 2019, we could build 6 units. In 2024, we could build 8. It seems perplexing that the extra density alone has ruined neighborhoods. I am curious, is it possible that the financing opportunities with CMHC MLI combined with the rezoning have created the intended effect, being momentum and uptake in actual construction and infill? Infill is now meeting targeted levels set by the city, but all this activity is jarring and disruption. We have never seen these levels before. There is opportunity to minimize construction disruption and get community support back. This amendment addresses this by potentially slowing the momentum to unintended levels, which I believe is an overcorrection. The current proposed changes create a fundamental business case problem. When we combine these restrictions, the cost of a suitable mid-block infill lot jumps to 152% of what it costs to develop the same housing density in a greenfield area. These numbers come from our actual budgets on a project that we've quoted in the last 90 days. There's also another financial consideration. Theoretically, if sixplexes work in Calgary and Toronto and our land for infill is less expensive, then what could be the issue? When we build multiplexes in greenfield communities and the lenders use the rental numbers and costs, it creates a benchmark. Infill has different considerations, but it does not act completely independently for financing. Changes and uncertainty challenge our financing opportunities, and it is entirely possible with this overcorrection that our infill grinds to a slow crawl while we wait to become affordable and financially viable again. At 152% will be attractive in 5 to 10 years. The argument that maybe we don't need this many multiplexes or we don't need them at all in infill is not the case. These product types exist. I've worked on them, and they're encouraged all around the Henday in different iterations to help meet the density requirements of the new communities. These are affordable housing types for both homeowner-occupied residents and investors that will add them to the rental stock. We can slow down infill, but it likely has the effect of pushing the growth out to the greenfield where we don't have as many transit options and we create more infrastructure. Infill development is urban renewal financed by private investment. Our financing partners at Canada ICI have confirmed that the changes proposed will change the financing model that is facilitating and financing the current multiplexes, which is the CMHC MLI program. We will face more barriers to success. This is not about profit margins. This is about basic project viability. These proposed restrictions risk shutting down infill development to levels not anticipated by administration. Ideas in principle with limited or no business case, but still expecting private industry to show up is not realistic. These changes feel hasty, layered on over the last 3 weeks, specifically from 8 to 6, with not enough time to discern the impact. I ask that you review and revise these changes. Do not pass them. They are not right yet. The front articulation amendments, they are well thought out and with merit. But the impact of the sizing with the side yard and the length challenges our ability to provide family-forward housing layouts. These multiplexes are the missing middle where 3-bedroom layouts exist for families.
Thank you, Jennifer. If you have anything further, perhaps one of us can ask questions about it, okay?
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Michael Fiquete from Urban Bricks Developments?
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Fiquette. I'm good morning or good afternoon, Mayor Sohi and esteemed members of City Council. My name is Mike Fiquette, co-founder of Urban Bricks Developments. I stand before you as a proud Edmontonian and fourth-generation home builder in this city. For nearly 100 years, my family has poured our hearts into building homes to make Edmonton a place where families thrive. But today we stand at a crossroads, and your vote on the proposed amendments to the small-scale residential RS zone for interior lot row houses is at the center of this fork in the road. It will shape whether I or other developers will continue to align with the city plan to push toward proper infill density to gain the needed foundational tax base that the city lacks. Or will businesses like mine go back to the suburbs where there are fewer restrictions to development, cheaper land, and more cost certainty for our investors? I was born and raised in Edmonton. I'm a local developer who loves Edmonton and is here to build up this city aligned with the city plan's goals. I'm passionate about infill development. Over the past decade, I've shifted my focus from greenfield to infill, investing my capital and time where it has the greatest impact, creating housing options that benefit all Edmontonians, not just my small business. Infill done right strengthens our neighborhoods, supports local economies, and builds a sustainable future. But the proposed changes to the RS zone, reducing building lengths to 25 meters or 50% of site depth, limiting side entrances to 2, and increasing side setbacks to 1.9 meters are not the solution. These changes are too restrictive, too rushed, and risk unintended consequences for our industry, associated small businesses, and our city. First, let's talk about the process. When the zoning bylaw was renewed in 2024, it followed 3 years of public engagement, hundreds of voices, thousands of hours, and careful consideration to balance densification with community needs. Yet these amendments, introduced after a single urban planning committee meeting on June 3rd, 2025, have had mere weeks of discussion. This is not enough time to assess their impact on builders, residents, and neighborhoods. Rushing these changes into law risks mistakes that could stifle infill development, drive up costs, and push builders like me to the suburbs where land is cheaper but communities are less connected. The proposed rules, while addressing valid concerns about size and privacy, go too far. Many lots in mature neighborhoods are narrow and deep. Cutting building length reduces the number of units I can build, slashing revenue without addressing affordability. The increased 1.9 meter side setback meant for drainage and pathways further shrinks usable space, making it harder to design functional, attractive, 2-bedroom basement suite row houses, limiting it to 1 bedroom. And limiting side entrances to 2, that forces awkward designs, potentially reducing accessibility for residents and complicating construction. These changes don't just affect builders, they affect Edmontonians looking for affordable homes. The 2024 data shows a 30% increase in dwelling approvals, with row housing driving growth in redevelopment areas. But if these amendments make infill projects less viable, developers will choose not to invest in the infill completely. This doesn't solve our housing crisis, it exacerbates it, pricing out young families and pushing growth to the city's edges. These amendments feel like a blunt tool crafted without enough input from the builders who make infill happen. We need solutions that balance community needs with practical development. Solutions like requiring affordable units in row housing projects or offering incentives for green design, not just restrictions that choke innovation. I'm not saying we shouldn't refine the bylaw. Residents' concerns about privacy, shading, and neighborhood character are real. I've seen firsthand how poorly designed row houses can disrupt a street's feel. My past generations lived in and pioneered many of the mature neighborhoods in this city. I have a deep respect for the history of Edmonton and these one-of-a-kind areas. I personally believe that measures like the Carruthers Cave-8 in Glenora, a protective mechanism for heritage areas, should be explored to maintain the history and character of similar neighborhoods. I urge you, City Council, to hit pause, implement a grace period for permits already in the queue, and commit to further consultation with builders, residents, and community groups. My dream is to build homes in Edmonton's core, creating vibrant, walkable communities, and your vote will decide if that dream stays alive or if I'm forced to build in the suburbs. Let's work together to build an Edmonton that's affordable, sustainable, and true to its neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we will go to Kelvin Hamilton.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, council members and the public and administration. You've heard my voice before on Monday, and I'd just like to come back and reiterate my support to, I should say support, I'd like us to stay where we are with regards to what the bylaw is saying. reducing the current allowance of 8 units to 6 units on RS designated interior lots will be a regressive step at a time when Edmonton must stay ahead of the curve in addressing housing affordability, urban renewal, and climate resilience. As mentioned before, major cities across North America, such as Vancouver, Toronto, I go as far as saying San Francisco and Seattle, are experiencing acute housing shortages and sky-high rents precisely because they failed to plan early for the intensification of land use. Zoning policies that favored preservation over evolution created housing bottlenecks, forced urban sprawl, and increased the financial burdens on younger and lower income residents. Edmonton has an opportunity to learn from their mistakes, not repeat them. The current RS bylaw allowing up to 8 units per interior lot was a visionary move that acknowledged the growing need for missing middle housing, diversified neighborhoods, and sustainable inner city growth. It serves multiple objectives. Affordability. More units per lot make projects financially viable for developers and non-profit builders, which translate to lower per unit rents or sale prices. Smart density. By increasing density on already serviced land, the city can avoid the enormous cost of expanding infrastructure at the urban edge. Revitalization. Inner city neighborhoods suffer when old, unsafe, and inefficient housing stock is left untouched due to restrictive zoning. And social mobility. Higher density near jobs, transits, and schools help younger families and newcomers access better opportunities. To reverse course now would not only undermine the city's efforts to attract new residents and talent, but it would also embolden voices rooted in nostalgia and resistance to progress. The most livable, affordable, and inclusive cities of tomorrow are being shaped today by bold, long-term policy decisions. Next slide, please. I'm not going to read this. I read this the other day. It's really the philosophy behind what I do in the way of design. But it's really, the essence is affordability, sustainability, eco-friendly, energy efficient developments. I share a few examples of interior lots that I'm currently looking at here in Edmonton, creating diversity, but at the same time, I believe the designs are aligning with the bylaw, the current bylaw, and I don't believe, well, I should say none of my designs are accommodating side access into the building. Next slide, please. Now, this was the one that didn't work last time. Does it work now, this one? No? Okay, let's move on then.
No, yep. Thank you.
So I wanted to spend a little bit of time on it. I've got a minute left. So I was sharing with you all that this is a design that meets all the current and the new bylaw changes. So I'm not really against what the compromise, if I put it that way, that we reduce the size of the building. But I do want to stress that we should not reduce the number of units. Here's a good example of accommodating 8 units on a lot, 50-foot lot, and it provides all the amenities or accommodation required based on the latest update that the city has requested. If you could move on to the next couple of slides, as my time is short. Yeah, no, back please. Yeah, this really is just to highlight that it meets all the current bylaw that the city is recommending to change. But I would say, please, let's not reduce the number of units on each lot.
And thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Hamilton. I appreciate that. And again, if if councillors want to ask further questions for you to finish, they can do that as well, or clarification on your presentation. Next, we'll go to Eric Camarachi. And you're
Yep.
remote?
Hi.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Yep. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Eric Camarachi, and I'm here today to oppose the changes and amendments to the zoning bylaw renewal. I'm a homeowner in Garneau, or in the Garneau neighborhood, and took time away from work to speak today. Something I find kind of unfair to how these public hearings work. I wonder how many more people would show up if people didn't have to take time off work to attend these hearings. Anyway, these amendments represent a step backward for Edmonton's housing future, and one of the worst among them, and the main one I have an issue with, is the rollback from 8 to 6 permitted units mid-block. This move erodes the central compromise that council, planners, and residents spent years going back and forth on, and that balanced design considerations, livability, and the urgent need for more homes. I have walked past new 8-unit infill homes in my neighborhood and others, and from the street, they look no different from a large single-family house. They don't loom, they don't shadow backyards any more than mature trees would, and they don't disrupt the character of our communities any more than a single-family house of the same size would. What they do is make it possible for more people to live in a walkable, amenity-rich neighborhood near schools and transit. Besides, it's the characters in the neighborhood that make up the character of the neighborhood, not the buildings. These rollbacks offer no meaningful concessions to offset the lost housing potential. They shrink the scope of what's possible without offering any new ideas or replacements. Something like point access blocks or moving design considerations to the development permit stage instead of zoning rules, for example. Or if people are worried about having a backyard for kids to play on, maybe we need more green space and parks. Without the outright 8 to 6 unit limit reduction, these rollbacks shrink the constraints to functionally allow fewer units anyway. They come after years of consultation, design review, and painful compromise, among others, to get us to the current zoning bylaw renewal rules in the first place. And now that progress is being unwound arbitrarily and immediately, including any already submitted projects. Meanwhile, people who support the rollbacks offer no evidence that they'll improve housing outcomes, improve build quality, or enhance design in a way that's worth the cost. Instead, they reflect a myopic approach to reacting to complaints rather than focusing on long-term goals. These decisions may or may not appease a few residents in the short term, but they set a dangerous precedent that our forward-looking housing policy is up for rollback whenever opposition becomes loud enough. And let's be honest, there's no end game that will satisfy most of the opponents of these changes. If these amendments pass, we are once again sending the message that progress can always be delayed and that the loudest voices will always win. We are kicking the can down the road yet again, and what we need is bold, clear direction. These neighborhoods were allowed to be if these neighborhoods were allowed to be continuously redeveloped instead of being encased in amber due to old zoning rules, we wouldn't be in this affordability and resistance to change situation today. Also, for the record, gentle density is not allowing a small number of people to veto every development they don't like. It's the idea that these slightly higher unit buildings can be built anywhere instead of 10-story plus buildings covering half a block, like in Toronto, or a continuing sprawl. The fact that most of these new infill most of the new infill keeps being proposed at the max allowed size shows that there's already demand for more density. And if we keep blocking it, we'll end up with giant towers instead of the missing middle housing that council has previously indicated we need. Council set a vision for a more inclusive, affordable, and sustainable Edmonton. That vision included zoning reform and more homes in existing neighborhoods. That vision included 8 units. I urge you to uphold that commitment. Don't reverse course. Let's build the Edmonton current and future families can live in, not just admire from a distance. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead. I was just going to let Mayor know as he returns. I believe I missed Armando Hernandez. So that will be next, and the clerk is providing you a sheet.
All right, we'll go to Armando Hernandez. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. So with the opportunity to speak before you. My name is Armando Hernandez. I'm the principal of Duality Architecture. I work with a lot of the city staff on development permits and a lot of permits that we have already in place. We work with a lot of developers. First thing, I want to congratulate the current council, how forward-thinking has been, how infill has grown so good, and we can see it in our practice, right? We work with a lot of developers. I want to also tackle the misconception that developers are these evil entities that coming from outside to take our land. The majority, I can say 90%, 95% of my clients are people from Edmonton. And we work with them. There's people with homes next to the development that they're doing. I myself design an infill for us, and I live in a sixplex in a mid-block lot. So I not only believe in this, I live in this. So this is very important. So congratulations on that. We need to keep Edmonton the fast-forward city that is becoming a leader in change throughout Canada. I work in other municipalities as well. I work in BC, and the restrictions that have there are very difficult compared to what's happening in Edmonton. So congratulations on that. There's a misconception as well that the row housing that we're proposing is something that we don't need. Actually, we do need a lot. As well, like in my sixplex that I own, I live in the Lower Strathcona area. So that Old Strathcona area has no 3 bedrooms available. There's none, right? So this row housing and how we're proposing this midfield tackle that. It's not like the big problem that we have in Toronto is that we have an oversupply of condos. So we don't want to leave the developers just to do condos, and that's it. What this new bylaw is targeting is those supplies, right? And that's where I live in, and I have my family living in there, and it's super good. So on the proposed changes, I think there will always have to be compromise. The compromise of extra setbacks, I think is very good. Even in myself and my design, sometimes I do 2 meters because code-wise for a stack row housing, it's better to have 2 meters from the property line. So that's common sense. The only thing that I have to tackle just that 50% on the lot width, because when we see the example that administration put, it was a 45 meters lot, which is 22.5 meters depth. However, there's a lot of lots, and I have even my lot where I live in is 40 meters deep. So if we have the 50%, there's 20 meters. And that's what I want to caution about, because what happens is we're thinking about context and everything, but nobody's thinking what is the quality of housing that we're proposing. Because if we stretch that so much, then the bedrooms inside those houses are very tiny, and the people actually living in that cannot be. So we need to think inside as well, not only in the context. It's fine, the context, and that's why architects, we're going to make this work. But what is the quality of the homes that now we're going to be able to achieve? That's something that we need to think. Nobody has been talking about what happened to the inside. So with less space to build, we have less space to put better rooms. So that's one of the things that I want to touch. The alleys. I think the interior lots definition puts the alleys in that. So I have a lot of clients that are buying actually alleys. And the alleys, what happens is they should be considered as a corner lot because they're not disturbing only one lot. So I will argue as well, like the alley, the lots that are facing an alley will become that. And the most important thing right now that I want to is, as Mayor Sohi was mentioning, grandfather current permits and give a grace period, because there's a lot of people that have put a lot of money into this, and the developers not only putting their feelings and stuff, they're putting their actual money, and there's a lot of applications that already have the CMHC approval and stuff, and if we change midway, there's going to be a lot of lost revenue, and yeah, my time is almost up, so thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Sam Mothana.
Hello, I have a presentation. I'm not sure if the city clerk has received it yet, or...
We have it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thanks, everybody, for allowing me, giving me this chance to speak, and for Mayor Sohi and all the councilors. As I mentioned, my name is Sam Mothana, and I recently started a company that focuses on affordable and green housing, which is an area that no one is working on, and it's a passion of mine. I oppose these proposed changes for many of the reasons that my colleagues have spoke about, but the biggest one that I really have an issue with is these were rushed through the design process without proper consideration of effects that it would have in all other developments. So what I have done is I've done sort of an early analysis. And if I could go to the next slide, please. So basically what I've done is I've compared what the decreased in length and some of the proposed setbacks would have on buildings. Currently, the zoning bylaw allow us 45% site coverage. And the idea by reducing the length to half of that, of the lot length, then we basically would reduce the size of the building. And as shown by the presentation done by the city, none of the buildings that currently have been approved, or actually the majority of them, are way under the maximum length, which is 30 meters, and I think averaging most of them around 22 meters. With that being said, once you consider the increased setback and the decreased length, some of these site coverage actually become unachievable. And I've highlighted some of these numbers here. I've taken some of the most common sizes, 50, 42, and 33, and I've taken the most common widths in Edmonton, 150, 130, and 110. And as you could see, as the site width decreases, our site coverage that we could actually achieve is actually lower. With 33 wide lots, which is the most common lots in Edmonton, you're only able to achieve 31% for a single building. So what that basically means is development in these lots becomes like basically the only thing you could build on it is a single house and whatnot. So it just makes really development really hard. But again, you could say, oh, well, this is achieving the desired effect, but where it really doesn't achieve the desired effect is when you start to consider the majority of new housing in all of the suburbs, which is a single family home with an attached garage. If you consider that with a lot of these lots, with these proposed changes, with a 1.2 meter setback and the 50% of the lot length, now you find out that basically as the lot width decreases, our site coverage decreases as well. So now for a 33-foot lot by 110, we could only cover 38% of that lot. And again, this does not apply to multifamily buildings. This applies to a single family home with an attached garage. Basically, it limits what I could build into my house. And if I want a slightly bigger house to accommodate a growing family or whatnot, then I'm going to have to find a bigger lot, which would have a huge impact on all housing in Edmonton. It's really, like, again, I cannot emphasize how I don't understand how something like this could be missed. So basically right now they might as well just came out and said, okay, the maximum you could do in your site coverage is 38%, and would have basically achieved the same effect by doing that. So for this alone, I really think this should go back to the planning stage and spending more time on it, because again, this we're going to have huge implication in all the developments across Edmonton. And what they really should be doing is, as I said, like reviewing this and coming up with other changes. Next slide. Sorry, sorry, this is actually when I was talking about with the attached garages, like the maximum site length is actually you're decreasing the site coverage allowed in single family homes across the board by introducing this reduced length. Next slide. Similar to what Armando mentioned, by increasing the setback, we're actually going to be achieving the opposite effect of what these changes are allowing. By decreasing the site setback, what's going to happen, developers are not going to stop. What they're going to do, they're going to find a way to, try to make the space useful. So by increasing the setback, you're actually going to introduce more problems. Now, developers, rather than building a 20-meter long building, they're going to maximize it up to that max, because now they need to get that because they've lost a little bit on the side. Not only that, if you look at 90% of the...
Sam, thank you so much.
No
I'm
problem.
so sorry 5 minutes are up. And
thank
next, next, we're going to go to Mo Mackey.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Am I being heard?
Yeah, go ahead, please. We can hear you. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yes, well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak at this meeting. It's my first time, and as someone just before me mentioned, it is it's kind of hard to attend these meetings as a young working stiff. But anyway, yeah, I want to I would like to ask you guys to reconsider these proposed changes to the bylaw, because as someone who was not born in Edmonton but has spent the better part of the last 10 years in Edmonton, I think the changes that were made in the original bylaw, 2001, have made this city a very much more welcoming place for the many thousands of younger people who do not own homes yet or are looking to find their first home. They made it possible here in Edmonton, which is something that cannot easily be said in other cities in Canada. I think that we should be more considerate of the many people just beginning their lives who want to be able to start their lives in an affordable environment. And now Edmonton is very much known for its affordability compared to the rest of Canada. And the bylaw itself is going a long way to keeping it that way. Our population is growing by the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands every year, yet the rate of our rental increases, as revealed in a report by the CDHC just a few weeks ago, actually, it's not growing as fast as you would think compared to the amount of people pouring into our city. And I think that relative affordability is making it a lot easier for people my age, people of my generation, to be able to start their lives here in Edmonton. We're collecting a lot of bright young minds, and I think that by having these laws that allow us to fill the core of the city, the infill, to increase infill, it makes a huge difference in the future of the city. And I think to roll back these changes that have made us honestly the envy of many communities across North America. Now, I've talked to people in Vancouver, places like San Francisco, New York, Los Angeles. In California right now, they just overturned a law to encourage housing that the building community over there has been trying to overturn for many decades. And one of the cities that has been instrumental in helping them convince their government that they should overturn that law is Edmonton. We're a success story for many communities in North America. And I think to go back on some of these, even just a little bit, I think going from 8 to 6, it seems like a small number, but as one of the other members of this panel brought up, functionally, it's not too much of a difference going from 8 to 6. And that's, for me, I think it's just, I think it's sort of a ratchet, if you think about it. So yes, you go from 8 to 6, but then that makes it a lot harder to go back from 6 to 8. And I think if we easily make it 8 to 6, then it's just as easily going to go from 6 to 4. And then we're cutting back on our own advantage here. And I just think that in a holistic sense, it's just more future, like we would be future proofing ourselves as a city from the more negative environmental effects of constant urban sprawl. As a city larger than Paris, we can definitely fit a lot more people into our downtown core than instead of building up and filling the inside of our city will definitely lead to a more vibrant community. And we're already seeing it now. So again, before my time is up, I would like to thank you again for your time. And please, let's remember that a city is a place to grow and change, and not necessarily to stick to freeze in place. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Katie Warwall.
I have a presentation, please.
Yeah. Here we go. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and members of council. I'm here today as an experienced house designer and infill builder representing Urbis Infill Homes. For the past 10 years, our work spans from single-family custom homes to small-scale multifamily. We are deeply committed to the communities we build in and approach our work with empathy for neighbors, homeowners, and the growing number of Edmontonians in need of attainable housing. We understand concerns from homeowners about protecting property values. We too share these concerns personally. But we also see the urgent need for more diverse housing and mature neighborhoods. We've been both renters and landlords and believe it's essential to support housing choice and demographic diversity while respecting existing character. I personally experienced an upzone of my direct neighbor in Old Strathcona from RS to RSM 14. A 45-foot, 12-unit project will be built next door to my personal home. As designers, we are very mindful of context, privacy, scale, and massing, and we believe well-designed, small-scale, multi-unit infill is vital to Edmonton's strategy for sustainable growth. That's why I'm here to urge you not to move forward with the proposed RS zone amendments. We specifically oppose the blanket reduction from 8 to 6 units on mid-blocks and the 50% maximum building length limit. These changes contradict the zoning bylaw renewal and city plan goals for more housing near nodes, corridors, and transit, areas where gentle density is not only appropriate, but essential. Small-scale multifamily is a key transition form between single-family homes and larger development in walkable, transit-rich areas. Let me walk you through 4 real-world examples. We are working on 4 sites directly within the 95th Avenue corridor, near the Bonnie-Doon node, and just off the 99th Street corridor. 3 are directly on the Valley LRT. The 4th is within half a block of the corridor and bus stop. Prime, walkable, transit-connected locations for infill. Under today's RS zone, these lots allow for 45% site coverage, but since they're under 135 feet deep, the proposed 50% building length cap would reduce the buildable area to just under 37 to 39% site coverage. The result, even 6-unit projects become difficult to design, and most importantly, we lose the ability to create proper 3-bedroom family-friendly units. Next slide, please. Next slide. Here are 2 of the sites on 95th Avenue, both zoned RS and with a half a block of the Strathern LRT stop. Sorry, here are 2 of the sites on 95th Avenue, both zoned RS and within half a block of the Strathern LRT stop. Next slide, please. These lots weren't large enough for 8 units, so under the current rules, we designed for 6. 4 3-bedroom family units above grade, and 2 large 2-bedroom basement units. Access is from the front and the rear with minimal side yard entries and 4 parking stalls located on site. Unit count is already regulated by lot size, 1 unit per 75 meters squared. Next slide, please. With current zoning, these 5,465 square foot lots allow for 2,400 square feet of building pocket. The proposed 50% depth limit reduces that to 39% site coverage and just over 60 feet of building length. Next slide, please. That cuts the unit depth to just over 30 feet. This is too short for proper size 3-bedroom units. Next slide, please. You can see here how 30 feet of unit length doesn't work. This second floor plan shown on the top shows a primary bedroom of 10 foot 6 by 11 feet and bedrooms 2 and 3 at 8 foot 9 by 9 foot 1. At the bottom, you can see the reduced depth makes this layout impossible. This change in max length affects all 4 of our sites, even though these are in priority growth areas. Next slide, please. Even the main floor is compromised, no proper entry, a forced choice between dining and living room space. These were designed for efficiency, and now they risk becoming unlivable. Next slide, please. Favoring large single-family homes maxed out on a lot while limiting well-designed multi-unit housing with the same massing feels inconsistent. In terms of form, the impact is identical, yet one is scrutinized. A large single-family home can have just as much effect as a small-scale multi-unit building, which serves more people. Concerns from residents often relate to parking and privacy, yet overlook regulations are no longer enforced on permit review. Capturing neighbor windows by surveyors now costs extra and is no longer standard. RS zones have no parking requirements. We voluntarily consider these issues. Incentives could support others in doing the same. Final slide.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. I must remain strict on the time so that everyone is treated fairly. Next, we'll go to Dolly Cepeda Montefiore.
Hi.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So, hi, Mayor and councillors. So, my name is Dolly Cepeda Montefiore, and I'm here to speak in opposition to the amendment that would reduce the number of permitted units on a lot from 8 to 6. This change undermines potential of infill to increase density in our established neighborhoods. But this isn't just about density, it's about financial sustainability. In the past 3 years, Edmonton's population has grown by over 140,000 people, reaching more than 1.06 million people in population. We urgently need more housing, and we need it where core services already exist. Limiting infill from 8 to 6 units delays the fiscal and social benefits of denser communities. Worse, it nudges development outward, encouraging traditional car dependence for all. That means more new roads, more pipes, more infrastructure, and more costs. It's not just a longer to-do list, it's a bigger bill. And my understanding is that Edmonton is nearing its debt limits already. At a time when our budget is stretched thin, we should be maximizing gentle density, not restricting it. The City of Edmonton is responsible for maintaining over 12,000 kilometers of roads, yet even with $1.8 billion allocated to the 2022-2026 capital budget for roads and bridges, we're still underfunding basic maintenance. The Alberta Road Builders Association has warned Council. Delayed maintenance leads to reconstruction, which is multiple times more expensive. Inflation adjusted, Edmonton's infrastructure funding has dropped by 50%. That's not just a budgeting challenge, it's a fiscal time bomb. So when we approve more low-density single-family development, we're not just approving homes, we're approving the long-term cost of maintaining new roads we can't afford in a time where existing ones deteriorate. Let's be clear, reducing mid-block infill from 8 to 6 units doesn't make us safer, more efficient, or more resilient. It just spreads our limited resources thinner. It invites more greenfield development that is inherently car-dependent, increases infrastructure demands, and accelerates urban decay. And more greenfield development isn't just cost to the city more, but those who have to move there. Car dependency is costing Edmontonians thousands. The average annual cost of owning a car in Canada is now over $12,000 a year. Since 2019, vehicle prices have increased more than 60%, and Alberta insurance premiums are projected to rise 7.5% annually. When we restrict infill and force more people into car-dependent neighborhoods with poor transit, we're locking them into this financial burden. By contrast, more density means better transit, lower household costs, and stronger public services. A 10% increase in density has been shown to boost transit ridership by nearly 1%. That's what we should be encouraging. And finally, this amendment to reduce units from 8 to 6 was introduced late with no public engagement and no analysis from administration. It directly undermines the city plan's goal of welcoming 600,000 new residents into redeveloping areas and will delay projects and create uncertainty for builders. If we're serious about affordability, fiscal responsibility, and sustainability, this is not the amendment that I would suggest we support. Let's focus on maintaining what we've already built. Let's densify where services already exist. Let's say no to this reduction and yes to smart long-term planning. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Sean Sedgwick. Sorry.
I have a presentation that should be there for you. Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Sean Sedgwick, and I'm the Executive Director of the Infill Development in Edmonton Association, or IDEA. IDEA represents more than 100 builders, architects, engineers, planners, tradespeople, and other building professionals across Edmonton. Our members are largely small and medium-sized local businesses that care deeply about Edmonton and work every day to help it grow in a more inclusive, sustainable, and vibrant way. We build in mature neighborhoods because we love them too. They let people live close to schools, transit, and each other. Next slide, please. And that's why we need more homes in these neighborhoods. Like many Canadian cities, Edmonton is experiencing a housing shortage, but unlike others, Edmonton has made measurable progress with housing starts, even as our population has surged. In 2024, 40% of homes were approved in the redeveloping area. If we are to continue providing homes for our growing city, these trends must continue. Infill development will ensure it does. Next slide, please. The new zoning bylaw enables this by simplifying outdated rules, reducing red tape, and allowing more housing types in more places. It was the result of 15 years of incremental change and thoughtful consultation. There was engagement with community members, stakeholders, and with infrastructure partners who supported the changes. The city has even received a national award for planning excellence for its leadership on housing policy. Awards are nice, but the results tell an even better story. With the new zoning bylaw, we've seen a 30% increase in unit approvals, a 4-fold increase in row house projects, a 71% decrease in variances for row houses, and a meaningful decline in rezonings. Precisely the results the city was hoping for with the new bylaw. Next slide, please. And that brings me to today's agenda. You're considering a proposal to reduce the maximum unit count in the RS zone from 8 to 6 units on interior lots. This change will in many cases make infill projects unfeasible, and it will not address residents' concerns about scale and massing, and it was made without an evidence-based review and engagement with the public. We've also heard the suggestion for a moratorium on infill development. This would take away rights from property owners, place enormous strain on small businesses, and disrupt longstanding housing goals. I mentioned earlier that our population has steadily increased, but established neighborhoods have meanwhile lost tens of thousands of neighbors in the last 50 years, and infill brings them back. Our concerns are not only about these proposed amendments, we're also concerned that they came too quickly and without thoughtful process. We understand that council is hearing from a wide range of voices and that not all change lands easily with every resident, but significant amendments, especially ones that affect development rights across the city, should come with the same thoughtful analysis, modeling, and public engagement that shaped the bylaw in the first place. Frequent or sudden changes create uncertainty for builders, homeowners, city staff, and neighbors. It can delay or cancel projects already in progress, and it reduces confidence in the system. It pushes away the thoughtful development we want to attract and forces growth into the suburbs where zoning is more predictable and more permissive. The city's own studies have shown that infill development is fiscally responsible and reduces the tax burden on residents by making more efficient use of infrastructure and public services. Fewer infill homes means more traffic, longer commutes, and higher costs, because people still have to live somewhere. The more we grow inward, the more we save, and the stronger our city becomes. Next slide, please. So today, we ask you for your continued leadership. We ask for time to let the bylaw work, and we ask that future changes, if needed, be supported by engagement, modeling, and analysis. Specifically, we ask council to please reject the motion to reduce the unit count from 8 to 6. The other RS zone amendments will make things difficult for our members, but we can live with them. This is the one that truly threatens to undo the bylaw's intent and carries the deepest consequences. Please direct administration to publish a 6-month implementation report to assess what's working and where refinements may be needed. And most importantly, let's give this zoning bylaw time to deliver on its promise before making further adjustments. We know this isn't easy. We know there's pressure. Hundreds of businesses, community builders, and families ask you to remember why you passed this bylaw in the first place and what's at stake if we lose momentum now. We're ready to work with you. We can protect our award-winning progress. We can protect neighbors who want to stay in their communities and neighbors we have already welcomed back. And we can make space for the ones still to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Mauricio Ochoa, Infill Development Edmonton Association.
Yes, I have a presentation too.
Sorry, go ahead.
Good afternoon, my name is Mauricio Ochoa, and I'm the president of IDEA and the president of FCX Developments. I'm here today not only as an advocate and builder, but also as a member of this community, someone raising a family here and someone who is deeply committed to the future of our city. At FCX, we focus on affordable missing middle housing in walkable, established neighborhoods, because these are the homes that help people stay close to the things that matter: schools, transit, local businesses, and loved ones. These homes are townhouses and suites in the neighborhoods people already know and love. And right now, the future of that housing is at risk. Next slide, please. The proposed changes to the RS zone, especially the motion to reduce the unit cap from 8 to 6, has significant consequences. For our company, and many like ours, losing those 2 units is not a rounding error. It's the difference between a project that can proceed and one that cannot. This is because it fundamentally changes the financial structure of our projects. While 6-unit projects may remain feasible on smaller or less expensive sites, developments on larger sites where 8 units are allowed often become financially unworkable with less units. Many small-scale projects rely on CMHC MLI Select financing. The loss of 2 market rate units when combined with the program's affordability requirements and rising soft costs can significantly undermine project viability. What may appear to be a modest reduction in units on paper can easily result in the full cancellation of well-located, shovel-ready housing projects. If we lose those last 2 units, we lose access to the funding. And when we lose that access, interest rates goes up, construction cost goes up, our ability to offer lower rents or better design futures goes down. And in many cases, the project simply doesn't happen at all. Here's an example if the buildings that we are approved with 8 or more units in 2024 were limited to 6 units. That would result in at least 244 fewer units. If half of those projects didn't move forward because of funding issues, that's almost 370 homes lost. That's not just a loss for us, it's a lost opportunity for housing, for community, and for Edmonton. And those missed homes add up, not just for today's family, but for future generations. That affects everyone from the families trying to stay in their neighborhoods, to newcomers and young people searching for rental housing, to seniors looking to downsize. We are not dealing in hypothetical. I have several projects representing 40 units that will be canceled or paused if this motion passes. This is 40 Edmonton households who will be without housing. Infill is already more difficult than building in new suburbs, where there's more leniency, few constraints, or larger sites. Losing 2 units doesn't delay a project in suburbs. The suburban RSF zone also allows more height, more site coverage, and no fixed cap on units. The RS zone, even before these proposed changes, is more restrictive, and now it may become even harder to work with. Next slide, please. We know there are concerns. We share them. We want people to like the infill developments in their neighborhoods. Some recent projects have missed the mark, but these projects suffer from design challenges that can be solved through guidance, education, and collaboration. They don't require an overhaul of the existing zoning bylaw. In fact, we are already fixing these challenges. IDEA is actively working with industry and administration to improve design literacy, showcase strong examples, and provide clear guidance so it's easier for builders to provide homes that work for residents, neighbors, and the street. There are excellent mid-block examples being built right now, thoughtful, attractive homes that add value to the street and offer housing for new families. This home shows that a well-designed building is a strong fit for the community. We want new homes to fit into a community. That's why we support the proposed facade design amendments. We believe this kind of target, collaborative approach is how we make infill better for everyone. Next slide, please. What won't work is dismantling the core framework on the zoning bylaw, specifically this early and without meaningful engagement. This bylaw is the product of years of work and engagement. We can live with the other RS amendments. However, if the unit cap is reduced, that single change will unravel those years of work and the viability of dozens of projects across the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to see if we're sitting at seat number 3. Are you Cameron Peters? Okay, I'm going to go to you next. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah, go ahead, please. Yeah. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. As has been discussed, my name is Cameron Peters, and I am a recent graduate in economics and history from the University of Alberta. Despite this, I am not going to be advocating for the economics of info because, frankly, other people here have done a better job at that. Rather, I would like to address the argument that was repeatedly advocated for this Monday that these changes to the bylaw are for the purpose of preserving the character of aged neighborhoods. It is such an intangible rallying cry. To some it is safety, to others community, and to still others it is prestige. To use another word, neighborhood character as was collectively defined on Monday is reputation.
Sorry, point of order. Could you really lean into the mic? They're really weak. And it's kind
my
of,
apologies.
That's brilliant.
Fantastic. Anyways, and I know we would all love to have full control over our own reputation, but I think some of us here know how halcyon that dream is. Reputation is owned by all who know a person or a place. The actions of council and community leagues will affect the reputation of their neighborhoods across the whole city. So I pose a rhetorical question to all who are listening. Is it better to be respected for the leadership of one's dynamic and compassionate community, or to be merely resented for protecting a coveted yet static neighborhood? The reality is, this window to make this choice for our neighborhoods is closing. Forget making aged neighborhoods affordable. People are being priced out of developing ones. After all, I don't think we need an economic major to remind you all that housing scarcity drives up prices across the entire market. For example, 3 of my working class friends recently left Mill Woods and moved to a single family home in Fort Saskatchewan, adding a combined 12 hours to their weekly commute. It's the only place that fits both their budget and space requirements. That's time they will never get back. Another lives alone in an apartment in the city core and can barely afford rent whenever a dry spell cuts his hours. Another lives in the industrial district between Bonnie Doon and Mill Woods because that's what they think is best for them. I think we can all agree we don't want to regulate people having roommates with the names chemicals and heavy machinery. Do we really want to slow down change when we haven't reached those on the margins? Does anyone here seriously think that when these folks are working in the aged neighborhoods, they don't already resent from being excluded from ordinary lives? The ordinary lives that they are helping make. I'm not working with them anymore. I'm not there to tell them to be careful around that nice new cedar wood fence. So my point is simple. Community transcends the neighborhood, and protecting the physical characteristics of your neighborhood will corrode the character of your community. I do not support any restrictions on zoning bylaw renewal because we have a moral obligation to create systems which will support everyone, including those on the margins. I would like to see the rest of my time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jeff Booth.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jeff Booth. I'm a professional planner with Situate and a member of IDEA. Every day, I work with Edmontonians to help deliver thoughtful, well-designed infill projects. Projects that align with city plan, meet the regulations of the zoning bylaw, and reflect what people actually need. Housing that's functional, accessible, and built to last. It's my opinion that the proposed amendments to the RS zone will undermine Edmonton's ability to provide that housing. Next slide, please. Let's start with the 8-unit density cap. The RS zone does not allow 8 units on every lot. That's a misconception. The bylaw uses a site area calculation to determine the number of units allowed on a lot. What that means is a lot has to be at least 600 square meters to allow for 8 units. Building homes that reflect the size of the site means building costs are more economical, and that means that the cost of that housing is more attainable for a young family moving in, for a student who needs a basement suite, and for an individual who wants to live near work or the LRT system. Next slide, please. The proposed building length restriction, 25 meters or 50% of lot depth, whichever is less, sounds simple, but its implications are significant. Administration's analysis that was used to determine this number didn't factor in wider side setbacks or the proposed side entrance limits, and it doesn't reflect how real buildings are designed to meet accessibility and livability standards. Administration looked at recent projects and found that more than 70% of them would no longer comply under the proposed building length rule. These are not speculative projects. They have already been reviewed, permitted, and in many cases built. The rear setback regulation under the old mature neighborhood overlay scaled with lot size. It used a percentage of lot depth, which allowed longer buildings on deeper lots, allowing us to build good homes for a variety of households. The proposed limit is a step backward. The proposed side entrance limitations remove flexibility. Many infill projects rely on side entrances to provide private access to basement suites or mechanical rooms. Side entrances allow for good layouts, increased privacy, and fire safety compliance. People do not spend time lingering in their side yards. They're not disruptive, but if we have to set entrances or side entrances back even further or eliminate them, we lose essential design tools. Having to split the entrances between both sides of the building also means a larger side setback on both sides. Combined with the building length regulation, we now have a building that is shorter and narrower. We lose the third bedroom that makes a home viable for a family. We lose the square footage needed to build barrier-free homes. We lose storage, open concept layouts, and natural light. We lose space for work-from-home areas when a parent needs to stay home with their sick kid. Ultimately, we lose entire units or entire projects. Next slide, please. Finally, there are the formerly RF3 zoned lots, which you can see in orange on the map on this slide. Under the old zoning bylaw, the number of dwellings was determined by site size and configuration. There was no fixed maximum. On a standard 650 square meter lot in RF3, a builder could develop 4 row housing units, each with a secondary suite, and up to 4 garden suites, a total of 12 dwellings, provided form and coverage requirements were met. In practice, functional constraints like access, grading, and spatial layout often limited developments to 8 or 10 dwellings. Still, the bylaw allowed projects to scale in response to site conditions, providing meaningful flexibility that has since been lost. Under the new bylaw, they became RS, already a reduction to 8 units. Now we face another reduction to 6 units while adding new constraints. If we're going to go down that road, people who own these lots deserve a zone that gives them back some of the development opportunity they've lost. Next slide, please. Planning is not just about managing change, it's about enabling the right kind of change. And the right kind of change includes homes that families can live in, seniors can age in, and that people can afford. With these proposed changes and the tighter site constraints that will result from them, Edmontonians will end up with smaller units and awkward layouts, leaving the city with abandoned projects. Infill then becomes less desirable, and that's a missed opportunity. We ask Council to keep the 8-unit maximum, revise the building length rule to use 25 meters or 50% of lot depth, whichever is greater rather than whichever is less, remove the blanket side entrance limitation, and revisit how former RF3 sites can support the kind of housing they were always meant to deliver. We support thoughtful, targeted amendments to improve design outcomes. The current RS zone reflects years of analysis, engagement, and hard work. If you look at the work we've done to support...
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we will go to Brandon Soins. Please go ahead.
I have a presentation as well. Thank
There you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Rainin Sones. I'm an urban planner at Clarity and a member of IDEA. I've lived in mature neighborhoods of Edmonton for my entire life, and I've worked on planning projects across Edmonton, including rezonings, development approvals, and public engagement. And what I've seen is that Edmontonians have diverse perspectives. But we do share common goals: strong communities, sustainable growth, and a city that works. The new zoning bylaw was built on these values, enabling equitable housing choices across all neighborhoods and supporting fiscal responsibility. It was built to make room for the next generation while supporting equity by enabling housing options in all communities, not just on the edges of the city. You've heard my colleagues speak to many details, but I'll speak to the bigger picture, how we're responding to change and what that means for Edmonton's future. Next slide, please. The proposed RS changes stem from a perception that infill is moving too fast, but the data shows a different story. Recent permit analysis by Jacob DeWang found that at current rates, it will take an average of 29 years for a home on your block to be redeveloped into 5 or more units, and 140 years for that to happen next door. That is not rapid change, it's incremental, and each new home matters. In 2021, 51% of Edmonton's housing stock was single detached homes, yet 60% of households only had 1 or 2 people living in them. These new homes reflect what people need, whether they're individuals, families, or seniors downsizing, and they help advance affordability, climate goals, and vibrant neighborhoods. We know some neighborhoods are seeing more noticeable change, that's true, but that's not true across the entire city. Targeted solutions are needed, not just citywide rollbacks. Next slide, please. Our approach is working. CMHC recently confirmed, as was mentioned by another speaker, that Edmonton is the only major Canadian city close to meeting housing goals. That's the result of consistent, evidence-based policy shaped by many of you and has been nationally recognized. We're now considering rollbacks with just 2 weeks' notice without engagement or proper evaluation. Reversing course risks stalling progress and undoing what we've built. Concerns about 8 units per lot don't reflect the facts. Most of these homes aren't even occupied yet, and all follow the same size limits as single or semi-detached houses. They simply offer more options. Some have also pointed to parking, but when open option parking was adopted, the city's own study showed under 50% utilization in mature areas. What looks like a shortage often reflects resident choices. Many prefer parking on the street even when they have driveways or garages. Capping units will not change that, but it will limit our housing choice. Combined with the RSM changes that we've seen, the RS changes will reduce supply, delay approvals, and increase costs. This directly impacts affordability. This bylaw was designed to support a more fiscally responsible, sustainable city. Building where infrastructure exists saves money and strengthens our services. Next slide, please. To address infill concerns, we do need the right tools, not fewer homes. That means better enforcement, stronger design regulations, and improved public understanding. The city, IDEA, and communities can work together to enforce existing bylaws and promote good design, responding to concerns like noise or building form without undermining housing units. Frequent zoning changes also create confusion. Applicants and staff must relearn the rules. Reviews get slower, and trust in the system erodes. This bylaw followed years of citywide engagement to simplify planning and align with the city plan. Reintroducing more complexity now without broad engagement is not sustainable. Next slide, please. To keep Edmonton affordable, which many of us speak about all the time, we're one of the most affordable cities in Canada, and to keep it inclusive, we do need to continue to grow smart by building where infrastructure exists. This isn't about preserving the familiar. It's about planning for what's needed. If we don't build more homes here, we do push people to the edges of the city, or even out of the city. I strongly encourage Council to reject this reduction from 8 to 6 units. Other RS amendments may be manageable, and there are things that we can discuss. But this 8 to 6 change undermines the bylaw's very foundation. Avoiding compounding restrictions from the recently approved district policy changes related to RSM rezonings, this is something that we need to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you so much. Next, we will go to Nicholas Curls. Please go ahead.
Hello, I have a presentation, please.
Okay.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Nicholas Carls with Streetside Developments. I'm here today to speak regarding Bylaw 21202. I fully agree that improvements to mid-block row housing need to be made, but I'm in opposition to how we are going about the change, as I believe it's being rushed without adequate consultation or notice. This is a very important topic. We should take the time needed to make sure that we get it right, so that we are not fixing one set of problems with a new set of problems. Streetside is Edmonton's largest multifamily builder. We have been constructing homes in Edmonton for over 70 years and approach each of our sites with the goal of helping build better cities, top of mind. While primarily a production greenfield builder, we heard the call to get involved in bringing new housing to the core of Edmonton and decided to invest in this sector over the past number of months. The infill homes we're intending on building are shown on this slide. Next slide, please. Our intention when moving into infill was to establish a well-sized infill position surrounding our project in Blatchford. The first step in doing so was to design a concept that fit on a typical lot size in the area. The second step were to select lots of the required size that were appropriately located for redevelopment. To date, we have secured 7 mid-block lots on which we intend on building 8 row houses. We appreciate that infill is different than greenfield and the importance of being considerate to the existing neighbors. When looking to purchase each of these lots, we asked ourselves, does the neighborhood benefit from having us build here? In each of these 7 instances, we believe the answer to that question is yes. The schools, businesses, and transit benefit from more density. Future homeowners have an attainable choice closer to the core, and existing homeowners in these areas are seeing appreciation in their property values. Next slide, please. We have invested a great deal in design time with a talented local architect to create low-impact layouts that were a fit not only for the occupants, but also for the neighbors. We firmly believe that it's not about how many units are built, but rather how they are built. 6 units can be done poorly. 8 units can be done very well. This is to demonstrate that with thoughtful planning, 8 homes on an RS lot can work, while minimizing the impact on neighbors. For example, our concept 1 on a 50 by 150 lot has all units at grade entrances, no entrances face the side lot lines, there are 5 surface parking stalls on site, and the landscaping and waste requirements have been met. Similarly, our concept number 2 is on a slightly shorter lot, a 1/8-plex block, all units again having an at-grade entrance, and there are only 2 facing the side lot lines with setbacks over 3 meters. This can be done. Next slide, please. Our home plans for these lots were created to balance and maximize the livability, affordability, and desirability of each home. They are well suited to singles, roommates, young couples, downsizers, and small families. They range in size from 740 to 850 square feet, 2 bedrooms with an option for a 3rd bedroom in the basement. We expect a sales price all in of $300,000, meaning a mortgage payment of $1,550 per month, resulting in a qualifying household income of $73,000 per year. A reduction from 8 to 6 units on our concept would increase each home by at least $31,000 in cost. That means the units become far less saleable, as it's the exact same home on the exact same lot, just for a much higher sales price. The increase would be $160 per month on a mortgage payment, meaning the qualifying income is now over $80,000 for the exact same house. Next slide, please. Lastly, we have a few recommendations. 1, to approve the changes regarding entrance orientations, interior side yard setbacks, and architectural and massing improvements. As developers, we can and should do better. Set a maximum unit count by lot size. It was noted earlier today that not all lots are the same with an RS zone. I think that needs to be carefully considered. We can do better on some lots and adjust depending on the specifics of each lot. There should be a requirement for some on-site parking. We don't believe it's right that these new projects fill up otherwise quiet streets with cars. And lastly, and most importantly, invest in the time needed to consult and strategically adjust to zoning bylaw. First, to prevent projects from being built that result in some of the valid concerns that we've heard over the last few days, to enable the right kind of projects to be developed in the right kind of way, and to allow developers to invest in land to build the housing we desperately need with confidence. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. So that concludes the presentations from panel 1 in opposition. Now we go to questions from council colleagues. Councillor Rutherford, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to go to street side developments. If you could just pull up that one of their slides again with the map on it, with the stars in the map for me. So I looked at that map. It looks like you're doing a lot, because one of the highest neighborhoods that's seen some of these 8-unit mid-blocks is Inglewood and Prince Charles, actually, both in Ward and Ilnick that I represent. But what's been interesting is when we passed the zoning bylaw in 2023, I did think about Inglewood and Prince Charles because they were actually getting unit reduction from what was allowable previously. I don't know if you wanted to speak to that or if you had done any developments prior to the zoning bylaw, or just can you give me but I'm hearing a lot from residents in Prince Charles and Inglewood about how the zoning bylaw has made it so much more visible to them. So I wanted to just hear your perspective on that as a builder in that area.
Certainly. So for us, and we've heard it a bit today about how there's a bit of there's often 2 different builders. There's greenfield builders and infill builders. One of the biggest reasons I believe for that is as a greenfield production builder, we need a certain volume, a certain production level of houses to justify setting up shop in a certain area of town. So the change for us, frankly, was spurred by Blatchford. So we got involved in the Blatchford area and said we wanted to kind of round out our position. Inglewood, a great community with a lot of the right types of lots that we felt our development there would benefit from. So I'd say it was not necessarily the zoning bylaw that spurred us to go into infill. It was the fact that we were in Blatchford. Then the zoning bylaw had us look closer at these infill lots and realize that the city home buyers and us as a company would benefit from exploring that opportunity as well.
Okay, and two more quick questions for you. I don't know my time, but this is where it's also interesting. I see one of them is on 124th Street proper, where it's actually in the city plan and in our district plans listed as a primary or a corridor with, and was even contemplated in the priority growth area.
Yes.
So we're going to reduce the amount that we can build on an area that we had contemplated as a priority growth area. Is my understanding and your understanding correct?
I believe that is correct, and that one lot is actually the only one you have that's unaffected because it's not an RS zone, although we planned on building the exact same layout.
Okay, I was going to ask, is it zoned RS? Because I thought that most of those are higher density.
That one's RMH, I believe,
Okay.
16 if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
12.
But you were still going to do the 8.
Yeah, our idea in production is that we need to, we can't be a boutique builder. We need to be able to create a plan that we can estimate and our trade and supply partners can build on repeat like we do in Greenfield.
Yeah.
So it's, we created a concept that we could build, in a repetitive fashion on the various lots available to us.
Okay, so your time check? How much time?
2 minutes.
Okay, and then just, I guess, a final, because the one thing I keep hearing about consistently with sort of the pushback on infill, especially from neighborhoods like Inglewood and Prince Charles, which have had infill for 20 years because they were RF3, is they are, and I do agree with the residents that I represent, is like some of those streets, like 122nd Street, is getting very packed with cars. So I think there's other neighborhoods that maybe haven't seen the same level of infill where there's still a lot of street capacity. But I am seeing like 122nd Street, 123rd Street, even 125th are getting really tight with cars on both sides of the road and both lanes. So I guess what do you think is, if we don't reduce the amount of units, because they perceive that as the reason that there's so much more, what do you think we should be doing or considering around some of that parking issue in certain neighborhoods where there might actually be a genuine concern?
I think you're absolutely correct. We don't have a unit count problem. We have a parking problem. So one of my recommendations was to implement a requirement for on-site parking. We've planned 5 parking stalls on each one of our lots. We've proven that it fits well. To us, when we move into a neighborhood, we want to be a good neighbor. So we felt one of the easiest ways to upset a neighbor is to not provide any parking. So we made a point in that 10-meter rear yard setback to provide 5 parking stalls, and we believe that to be appropriate for the size and count of units.
And then the market is responding to that. So even if there's, like, you're getting a high demand for the product?
It's new to us. We're in for permit on all 7 of our units right now, but I mean, our experience in all of our 32 communities is you have to provide appropriate parking. So whether it's greenfield or infill, parking is always high on our list of requirements.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Guest who joined us remotely, I think it might have been Jennifer or Katie, if either of you want to jump in here. So I've been wondering about the 25-meter length and whether or not it should be something like a setback plus or minus 2 or 3 meters from the adjacent property. What would be, like the way it's written right now, I believe 25 meters, 50% of the lot. I'm hoping to hear more. One of you showed an interesting slide, and I was thinking about what is the problem we're trying to solve here.
Yeah, I think it was me. So I was just showing the implications of that limitation on shallow lots, particularly the ones we're looking at, and how it really makes it hard to do the front back sort of 4 primary units with secondary units underneath. If you're trying to do family units, it doesn't allow that 3-unit bedroom type on the second story. So I think the percentage of lot depth without proper analysis of the impact on and study with engagement with designers and the design community, I just looked at sort of the projects we had on the go, and it will impact the ability to do family units.
Right.
So yeah, without looking at that and engaging the design community, I think you're really not understanding the impact it could have. I know other presenters made a point of that, and just sort of the proper analysis on the actual units themselves has not been made. And I think just looking at ours in particular, which is just 4 of many applications that are on the go, I would assume, it would make 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms.
So it would it would kill the project, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it would kill the 3-bedroom ability in those projects. Yes.
And then you would be building 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom?
They would have to be 2. I believe there was a slide on one of the idea presentations too, that kind of showed how the unit would go from 3 to 2 bedrooms, and that would apply to the designs we have done as well.
Right. And to our guest from Qualico, Nicholas, if it seems most of the opposition I've heard about the mid-block has been about the concept of mid-block row housing. Is there a different amendment that you would rather see that, like, how do you say no mid-block row housing and allowing kind of the cluster housing like you suggest?
Mm-hmm. It's and that's where I'd say it's good to put the burden back on us and our architects to make the sites function, whether they're a corner lot or a mid-row lot. You know, the 8 to 6 argument, again, the units will fit, but do they function? You know, are we being courteous of the neighbors, whether it's design, massing, access, parking, waste? So again, we've done it in that 8-plex format or that 4-plex format. There's a number of different ways to do this. We just have to be quite thoughtful in our planning and design and take the time to get it right.
So I hear you kind of saying where this whole panel kind of has said, we understand there's issues, we agree there's issues, but this is very legislatively clumsy, last minute, poorly done, and what I think I hear you saying is send it back to admin and come back with different language. But what would that language, like what should we be targeting? I'm looking for a little more precision there.
Thank you. I would say lean in towards the specifics of like a parking requirement. I don't think there's anything wrong with saying X number of parking stalls required. Certainly a design aspect. I've seen some infill projects that are beautiful, and I've seen others I've driven by and went, oh, that should never have happened. Some level.
You're aware almost all infill has been built with at least like 0.5 parking.
Some I've seen plenty, and some of the ones that were, I'll say some of the hottest ones I've heard of have been without.
And those were in the RS zone?
To my understanding, but I haven't seen them all.
Okay.
And then there's definitely an element of, I don't want to call it EDC, but I mean, there needs to be some level of architectural oversight, and I think we can do a much better job in that respect. So I said a few more specifics.
And do you think we've got there with what's proposed here today?
Not quite. No, I think there needs to be a little more room for, I don't want to call it interpretation, but for a closer look at the actual design, the massing. You know, it's hard to put down very measurable steps for every bit of it, but there should be, you know, if I could take a lesson out of Greenfield, where I'm obviously a lot more comfortable and familiar, every one of our builds has an architectural agent to prove it for the fit within the community. I think that will go a long way to do something similar to that in infill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
So Nick, you, without requirement, you built parking regardless for all your developments, correct?
That's correct, yes.
But here you are proposing for a requirement. Okay.
That's correct.
I guess maybe to the idea folks, if you can comment on that a little bit, overall overall on the whole of with the infill development you've seen over the years, post the open parking option policy go into place, typically how frequently do we come across particularly row housing that doesn't have any parking?
I can speak to that. Thanks for the question. The large majority of infill projects do provide parking, and that's because parking is a commodity.
It's demanded by the market.
It's demanded by the market, and being able to provide something that can be easily rented or sold is critical to developers. So that is a big part of it. And I will just add that on the parking piece, I mean, I think there is, work to do as well. We did approve open option parking, obviously, about 5 years ago now. And the second aspect of open option parking was also parking management strategies. And I'm not sure that we've done that, but we've seen development happen. So I think the city has more work to do on making sure that this can work for everyone. That doesn't mean that it's the fault of development or infill necessarily. It's the result of many changes over time.
There's few pieces needed for that to work. And I think Councillor Principe actually made a really good comment earlier about you won't be creating products that the market doesn't demand. Because, I think the reason why you would want to recommend something is because there are people who are not necessarily creating things that that market is demanding, and hence kind of providing a really bad experience for folks, or for neighbors in the community. That I think is a very different problem. And I guess I'm wondering if you can speak to, and I'm looking at you, Sean, can you speak to a little bit about compliance, accountability for builders, and why that might be important?
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to parking, for example, the thing you just mentioned, I've spoken to an IDEA member who voiced exactly what is being addressed here. There were projects built without parking, and they're having a hard time renting them, which is telling them, build parking, add parking in the future. I think this is really a signal of how limited the amount of time the zoning bylaw has actually been in effect, because these are the kinds of things that builders learn from over time. And if it's not a saleable product, then it's not going to get built because there's no incentive to do so. And in terms of compliance, were you speaking more on the lens of like construction, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we have heard about new programs the city has in development to make construction more or make builders more accountable for their construction practices, and you know, we're supportive of that. I think something like a point system exists in other provinces or other cities, where you know, if you're a bad actor, you lose the ability to continue building, because it doesn't matter if you're building 8 units or if you're building 1. If you mismanage your construction site, it's going to be a nuisance, and it's not whether it's multi-unit that affects that.
And then that really perpetuates that feeling. I don't know who to direct this to, but actually, you know what, maybe Calvin, if you're still online.
Yes, Calvin's still here.
Can I just clarify on a comment you said, because I thought on Monday, when you were here for another item, you had said that mid-block multi-unit housing is too much. And then today I'm hearing you say 8 to 6 is too regressive.
No, you misheard me.
Oh, okay.
On Monday. No, I've always been in support of leaving it at 8. In fact, I would say go more. But that's because of my background, where I come from, and what I see, the potential, what could happen here in Edmonton if we don't move quick enough.
Can you just maybe elaborate on that, like where you come from and what you see, and the potential for here?
So, as you can tell, I'm from England and from London itself. And there are areas that we were too late in transforming. The biggest problem is transformation. You know, we have people that's been in the neighborhood for a very long time, and we have a lot of people coming into the country that need somewhere to live that is affordable. And what
I'm so sorry, I'm out of time.
Okay.
Apologies.
Right.
Thank you.
No worries. Thank you. Councillor Salvador.
That's okay. Feel free to continue. I'll give some of my time there.
Oh, so I should carry on?
Yes, please feel free.
Okay, sorry. Yes, and as I was saying that, what was I saying? Yes, the properties were basically unaffordable. So what had to happen is that the city had to partner with private businesses to create opportunities to build fast. What that led to, though, was high-rise buildings to catch up, basically, to create affordable housing. Where we are in a good position here in Edmonton is that we can stave the problem of building high-rise by creating or supporting the missing middle to create more unique multi-family units that could create a more vibrant neighborhood, rather than being a disjointed neighborhood because you've got high-rise buildings where people don't know each other, as well as low-rise buildings like what we're trying to achieve with the 8-unit buildings, which I think is a great number to enhance a mature neighborhood. We're just going through a transitional period that is going to make it very hard for those who know the neighborhood for many years. They don't like change. But as you know, we've got to be forward thinking. We've got to think of the next future, this future generations. Mo made a very good point, you know, the young man that spoke earlier, that there's a lot of young people want to live in certain locations, but they just can't afford it.
Right.
We have a duty to help in providing those type of units.
Okay, and I really appreciate that, and kind of leads into my next question. I'm going to direct this one to Speaker Hernandez. You know, we talk a lot about the mid-block 8s, but it's not often we get to speak to someone who's actually currently living in one. That's right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I guess I'm just curious about your experience, and maybe, you know, looking for a little bit of elaboration on how this suits your needs, and maybe what other alternatives you'd be looking towards if this option weren't available.
Yeah, like I love living in the interior core. I don't understand traffic. My office is in White Avenue, and I live in Saskatchewan Drive. So I'm 5 minutes away. So when people talk about, 45 minutes to my work, back and forward, 1 hour, I don't understand that. I don't live that. I can walk to my office. Doing that not in an infill, where you go buy a lot, and normal corner lot would be $450K to buy a lot, or an interior lot which would be $300K, and then demolish the house and do a new house on that, it will be $1 million plus. We cannot afford that. But like having an infill which allows me to rent to other people, and effectively when my kids grow up, and that's my goal, when my kids grow up, they will move to the front unit and then one to the other back unit. That's my generation plan. So I'm living this, and not only thinking in my family right now, but I'm actually living in my family and my kids' family, where they can grow into that. So that's my state plan, just to keep growing into that and leave the city with walkable. I can walk to the park with my kids, and I don't need to drive to groceries. I just can do everything within this neighborhood, and I love that.
Okay, I appreciate your reflections on that. Thank you so much for sharing. Just in my last minute here, I'll go to either Sean or maybe Jeff, Speaker Booth. I'm just thinking about process, and I think in your presentation, Sean, you talked about how process matters, and I'm just thinking, you know, primarily this council has been in the lead up to ZBR and then post ZBR, but prior to that and in previous years, what has your experience been with the process of these types of amendments coming forward? Like, would there be a report from administration around implications? I'm just trying to get a read on that.
I can speak to that. Even pretty insignificant amendments to the zoning bylaw typically in the past have taken at least 6 months. The city will do engagement with community, industry. There'd be a report to Urban Planning Committee, potentially more engagement after that, and then it would come to public hearing. So sometimes a significant change could take 2 years from the time that the project started.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Nicholas, one of the things that I'm curious about is when you talk about the parking, one of the things council did is move away from requiring parking minimums because we were faced with this incredible overabundance of parking in the city. The ratio of car to lot, parking lot was, and still is, incredibly high. But so I'd like to hear more about your thoughts on that matter. And you provide the parking, which is sort of what the intent was, that it would be the right amount for the need. And I'm worried about going the wrong way, and suddenly we have a whole bunch of pavement that we don't need.
Right. That's a great question. And so when the parking regulations were removed, and if I can say put parking decisions in the hands of developers, you know, in the greenfield areas, we approach those sites and say, what is a reasonable parking requirement, not just because it's the right thing to do for the neighbors in the site, but as mentioned earlier, without appropriate parking, our sites virtually become unsaleable. When he came to infill, we took the same look at it, and to Councillor Jans's earlier comment, you know, a great number of them had appropriate parking stalls, but it only takes one or two, and all of a sudden there's this issue of infill and parking and filling up the streets. So it's one where the flexibility is appreciated when it's being used appropriately, if I can put it that way. But I do believe in instances where parking is becoming a bit of a hotter topic, as we're seeing in infill, it wouldn't be a bad idea to raise the bar to a point where at least it takes some of the heat off of that. So where it may seem somewhat counterintuitive to keep the flexibility for parking in Greenfield where there's a little more space, and then to implement at least a modest bar for parking when it is a little more restrictive in the inner city.
Okay, so you're kind of talking about, like, I think, perceptions and versus the reality, because we do have, like, you know, parking programs for areas that are kind of a little bit more entrenched in that sort of maybe lack of spaces, but and that makes a lot of sense to me, and it's the idea that you got to bring the community along. We made a lot of big steps forward. Now people are, it's next to them. I mean, we've been trying to engage people for years and years and years, but now it's next to them. Now they're invested, and now they want to have voice. So it may be a situation of we pull back a little bit in order to make further progress along the lines instead of derailing the whole thing and throwing the city into chaos.
I think that's a very fair comment and a great way of looking at it, yes.
Okay, but is that sort of the industry viewpoint as
I
well?
would say that's my viewpoint. Like I said, for me, the big thing was the unit count. I don't think we have a unit count problem. There's a visual issue, there's a parking issue. You know, it's more about the function of the site. And whether there's 6 or 8 units there, if someone pulls up to their existing residence and there isn't a parking spot, I can understand that source of frustration after maybe
and then
there's one.
target that, even though it might be someone else having a bunch of guest overs.
Could very well be. It's the eightplex next door, yes.
So maybe two idea, whoever wants to answer this. My concern is that potential suggestions for administration may not go far enough. That maybe there needs to be sort of a more of a robust way of looking at this. And I know that your job is to advocate for infill developers, but frankly, we've got a whole bunch of really great responsible developers, some not so great. And maybe we should be even more strict on those folks. And I mean, your thoughts on that, because you want to represent developers, but I would assume you want to represent developers who are doing a good job.
Yes, absolutely. You know, we definitely want to represent developers that are doing a good job, and IDEA has intentions to do a lot more in terms of celebrating really excellent examples and making sure that we're setting a precedent and elevating the design examples that we think show a great execution. You know, on top of that, we're looking at trying to provide better resources. We're aware of the ways that the poorly designed projects negatively affect everyone who works and builds infill.
So you'd be in favor of just like, you know what, no nonsense. Just if you're not building well for the community, look, we're not even going to advocate for you. Like, you're out.
I think that I mean, if it's something like people, doing something reckless on their construction site, I mean, yeah, we don't support that at all. That's not something that IDEA stands for.
So you would partner with the city in that?
Yeah, and I know of the construction accountability program being something that has been floated around, and I don't think that IDEA members broadly have an issue with people who do bad things facing consequences for doing bad things.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Pickett. Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Ochoa, I'll ask you a question first. You had mentioned something about some may lose access to the CMHC financing. So I was under the impression that it was 5 units or more, but can you explain that to me? Is there something that I'm missing here?
Yeah, so what I'm just trying to say is the feasibility of the project, right? So in order to qualify, you need 5 units, that's the minimum. But the problem is MLI Select has a requirement of the debt service coverage, which is 1.10. So once you have 8 units, you're close to achieve it, and there's not such a problem. But the problem is like when you start reducing the amount of units, I've done it myself, I've done all the metrics, and then your debt service coverage is way less than what is required. So what I'm saying is like from 8 to 6, it's a big problem is because it won't be 8 to 6, it will be 8 to 0. That's kind of like what I was trying to explain with that.
Okay, yeah, thanks for explaining that to me. I appreciate it. And then, Mr. Sedgwick, so you said something that I found interesting. You said that the bylaw would allow us time to deliver on the promise. But what is your interpretation? Like, what is the promise, and how do we know when we've delivered the promise?
I think what I mean by that is, we set out our vision in the city plan. We set out a vision to have 50% of development occur in redeveloping areas, and we aren't yet even meeting that target with the current pace of infill development. And I think, the fact that we're providing homes for more Edmontonians, the fact that Edmonton is the only city that has been acknowledged by the CMHC for not becoming more and more and more unaffordable, and for keeping pace with the population growth, I think that is showing the vision. I think that is the vision, and I think by doing this, we're getting in the way of that vision. And I think it's kind of telling that a lot of our population growth is being driven by the fact that cities with overly restrictive zoning bylaws have become wildly unaffordable and not kept up supply in pace with demand. That's why you see towers that are 300 meters tall that are really right next to single family dwellings. It's because the demand pressure just got so intense that that's what it became feasible to build on that land, but you have the missing middle. That's how we got it. And that's why those cities are so unaffordable.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Sones, you had talked about better enforcement is necessary to address some of the concerns that we're hearing. What kind of enforcement? Enforcing what? What are you hearing or seeing?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So when I speak to enforcement, I really am going back to the last speaker's thoughts about design, right? Like there's ways that we can do this really, really well. And I understand some of the concerns that have come up with, not every infill builder is doing a great job. That is absolutely true, and we have no problem saying that. We want to enforce better design. We want to encourage better design. Design is something that can be complex to regulate, though. You can end up with things that might look pretty on the surface but are not functional. So this is why it's a very, very important and longer conversation than we can just solely have today. We don't really know exactly what the impacts of these changes will be, but we can tell you that they're not necessarily going to support better design, and that's one of the ways that we can really integrate this kind of development into our communities well in a way that can be supported. So I think what I'm saying is we need to work together, take our time, do it right, as opposed to rushing changes here.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for me, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to all of our speakers so far today. I was just wondering, maybe Speaker Sedgwick, if you could speak a little bit. We've talked about affordability in a general sense in terms of market affordability. Just wondering if you could talk through in a bit more detail to really hone in on the implications for sort of the non-market housing that MLI Select has as part of its lending program.
Yeah, absolutely. So MLI Select is something that is a tool from the federal government where the intended purpose is essentially to enable more sustainable housing forms because Canada has a housing crisis. And as such, one of the requirements is to include some other community benefit in your project. And what they encourage builders to do, and the most common approach taken, is to include units that are below market rate. And it requires 25% of the units to be at that below market rate. And so when it's 8 or 6 units, the way the math works out is it's either 2 or 1.5, and that ultimately means 2 for either. So the situation is the 6-unit projects then, because it's affecting the amount of rental income you can get, can become unfeasible. And so then you just lead to those projects not getting built at all. So the 8-unit projects are actually facilitating those affordable units being built, because those extra 2 units are how it becomes possible to add those affordable units.
Okay, so even though, so again, it's sort of that question of, you might still get 2 affordable units per development, but you might just get fewer developments overall.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry, and could you go back just to some of the numbers that you shared earlier in terms of the number of homes potentially being lost? I think 370, and that was, could you talk me through that math again? That may have been someone else's presentation.
Yeah, I believe that was Jeff.
Jeff.
I think it was Mauricio, but I can speak to it. We took the numbers from admin's June 3rd report about how many row houses have been built in 2024, and then, what did we do? Essentially, we just looked at how many would be lost if we went from 8 to 6, how many fewer there would have been, and then another number that we looked at was sort of a conservative look at how many could be lost if we just didn't have those developments at all, because they're not feasible anymore.
Okay, and then just to clarify, I think you just mentioned that was the numbers from June 3rd report?
Yeah, and so
okay.
We've now seen today that there were more row houses than they had shown in that.
Okay, okay, so it wasn't necessarily looking at the full numbers that we've been given up
Right.
to the state. Okay, okay, thank you for that, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. Sorry, I've just been dealing with like a dead skunk issue at my house. So sorry about that. My question's for Mr. Hamilton. When you were here on Monday, God, it's been a long week. When you're here on Monday, I had this question for you. Something that we're going to hear a lot about is the design, the look and feel of a lot of the projects. And I think you would probably agree it can be a single detached home, it can be a duplex or a townhouse, or it can be an 8-plex. But if the look and feel of the project do not, for lack of a better term, fit within the character of a neighborhood, it draws a lot of attention, and often negative attention. Our problem from a zoning perspective, because we're just talking about the zoning bylaw today, our problem is that we can't kind of enmesh that in zoning. That usually comes at a development permit stage. So I was wondering, because you brought up, I guess, other city contexts, you have an architectural background. I'm wondering what your perspective is on how you how we can get to a place where the design and look and feel of a project, however many units it has, fits within a neighborhood.
Yeah, sure. Well, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. And we have many examples of how we can have like a template design, like a rule book that we, the planning department can have, that they can be as a guide to provide to developers, to let them know what works in this community, what will not work. And maybe it's about consultations or collaborating with architectural firms that can provide some template designs that will meet or fit in those communities, which could help as a guideline. That would be one way of allowing the process to be quicker. The other process is that, case by case, the project comes in and it's reviewed, not just based on the bylaw, but actually the design language. Is this something, maybe we have architectural teams involved in reviewing such packages to ensure that it meets the mark of what we're trying to achieve regarding architecture in the community. Does that help?
So yeah, it does. So I guess there's also, a question of taste, which you come up against a lot in architecture, right? And I use the example of the skinny homes. There's some skinny homes that have been built that may not be to people's taste. But over time, it kind of, especially as other examples of that same architectural style emerge within the neighborhood, you kind of develop a sense of the architectural vernacular. And so maybe in my last minute, you could give us as council some indication on how you kind of differentiate between the things that you might entrench in a zoning bylaw or development permits that lead to like good architecture versus the taste question. So you don't actually stymie creativity or interesting building forms.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very good question. Taste is always an issue. You can't please everyone, so they say. But what you can do, and as architects, we need to have our finger on the pulse. And so we should, material, the way we deal with material is very important. The way we deal with proportion is also very important. Geometry is always a language that everybody understands. And if you create symmetry, simple geometry, most people will enjoy or accept that type of language. So it's all about proportion and how you deal with material. When it's to deal with a certain location, maybe it's the material type. You talk about vernacular. So if it's a timber frame construction, you want to see wood. You may want to see brick. You may want to see stucco. So I could go on for a long time to sort of express my thoughts on this, but geometry is key regarding design.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are coming close to 3:30. We're going to take a break here. We'll be back at 3:45 and carry on with the balance of the questions to panel 1 in opposition. I need a gavel. Order. Okay. All right. Okay. Roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Here you are. Councillor Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette is just walking in. Councillor Tang.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford.
Hello.
Councillor Salvador.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans.
Good afternoon.
Councillor Wright, can you take the chair, please?
I have the chair.
I will go to Speaker Katie Warwa. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
The issue that you have identified related to proposed maximum building length, right? So if a lot is shallow and you limit the site to 50% of the site depth or 25 meters, that eliminates the possibility of building 3-bedroom family units, right? If I understood you correctly.
Yeah, I think the 25 meters would allow, like the problem is the language in what's being proposed is that it's 50% or 25 meters, whichever is less. And I think IDEA had made the point that it should be whichever is greater, because in 25 meters, you could potentially get family units, but if it's the 50% is less than 25 meters, and then the lot depth is shallow, and you have an instance like the one that I showed you where it makes the unit only 30 feet deep, then that's where we have an issue.
Would that be the case whether you're building 6 units or 8 units?
Yeah, so the shallower lots, I mean, it depends on the width of the lot because the site area dictates the number of units currently you're allowed to build. So the example I showed, we were only allowed 6. So because that lot isn't super generous in its width and it's also challenged in its depth, the percentage max would dictate the size of the unit, ultimately making it too small for family units.
So if the language changed from 50% of the site width or 25 meters, whichever is greater,
that would be more beneficial, whichever is less is when it's starting to become a problem. Because if the 50% is less on a shallow lot, it doesn't work.
So I'll raise that with administration, whether that such a change would require re-advertising or not, right? And we'll pose that question to administration because I am concerned about not having family-oriented 3-bedroom units being built, right? So
yeah, and I think too, it's like, sorry to interrupt, but it's a matter of like maybe not doing, I think, the proper sort of investigation of the implications. We were sort of shocked to see that all of these projects we had on the go would be impacted. So, and I think too, knowing that that data, that 71% of permits approved over the past year would not comply with these changes is also telling, and how the impact is not really totally understood. So yeah, some analysis on not only massing but units is important, I think.
Got it. To Speaker Sedgwick, if we were to, like, if we were to go ahead, approve some of the changes being suggested by administration, but set some direction for further dialogue with the industry and the community and the better understanding of the implications of going from 8 to 6, right? And then deal with that sometime in the future after that consultation and proper understanding and investigation, what those consequences are going to be and how that will impact the housing supply, affordability, and also maybe reduce the impact on the community. Would that be an approach that might be more supported or palatable?
I mean, I definitely think that providing more time and more engagement so that we can at least feel confident that the impacts are fully understood is certainly a good idea. I think the one thing I would just add to that, though, as a consideration, is the unit count isn't actually addressing any of the concerns people have about the massing. The buildings will look the same.
Yes, maybe that through that conversation,
Yeah.
it could be that, maybe there are other options of how the buildings look, how the buildings feel, how they fit in, but maybe unit is not the problem, maybe design is the problem, right? I think those kind of ideas will be generated through conversation.
Yes, then in that case, we've been supportive of the proposals administration brought forth to make sure the front of a building looks like the front of a building since they started. So yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
Okay, I'm going to think about those things. I will move the second round.
I can move it so that you don't have to see the chair. Do you want me to move it? Oh.
Second.
And please vote.
Councillor Principe is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. We have all the votes. Display the votes, please. And that is carried.
Okay, I will take the chair back, and Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe just to build on some of those questions, I would go back to Speaker Booth. What is, in your experience, what is typically included in that kind of analysis when an amendment of this type is being considered?
There would be a lot of graphical analysis. There would be conversations with industry partners to see what they're building and how those sort of typical building forms would be impacted. You'd show some of those graphics to the community, and then typically it would come back to Urban Planning Committee for discussion before a motion is made to take things to public hearing.
Okay, so sort of, I guess constructability would be an element of that.
Right.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I guess a question to Speaker Sedgwick. One of the things I'm thinking about, if there was a change from 8 to 6, I'm just thinking about the redistribution of those units, and I know there was reference earlier from different speakers that would go to a suburban context. I'm also thinking, is there the potential that we actually see a greater number of lots redeveloped at 6 units, just in a more dispersed manner in mature communities? I'm just trying to think through what that would look like, or if that would be a potential outcome.
I think the answer would be no, because of the fact that the pro formas don't work out on the 6-unit row houses on a significant number of the sites, especially because the cost to build them doesn't differ that much, and the amount of rent that you would get from, for instance, a larger unit versus a smaller unit doesn't change as much as the cost. So I think it wouldn't lead to just a greater distribution of units through more buildings. And I think it's worth considering, given the concerns that people are voicing, if their concerns are about massing and about the size of the building and the number of 8-unit projects, the buildings won't look different. And so I think actually in general, the public, I think, would have more of an issue with there being more 6-unit buildings than they would with it being condensed into fewer 8-unit buildings, even if that were to happen.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks so much. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. Of the completed infills, I'll ask idea, but anybody can jump in. Of the completed infills, do we have a lot that are done and sitting vacant right now?
That's not my understanding. I think that because it's only been a year, a lot of the things that were enabled by the new zoning bylaw aren't actually even complete yet, is my understanding. But
So there are a lot under construction, but I mean, we've heard stories about a couple of infills being built and they were trying to ask too much money for them, and since then they've lowered the rent. But are we, because I'm sure we've all seen these videos of like the MLI select conspiracy sort of thing, that somehow some builder's going to come in, put 5% down, build a whole bunch of 8-plexes, and then they're going to walk away from them, or they're going to leave them, like you can only, has anybody looked into this?
the MLI Select, for what it's worth, is not just free money from the government. It's essentially still a loan from a financing partner.
And what happens if you default on a loan?
You go. I mean, it's not a good thing.
I imagine they would take the building and then sell it to someone else. Am I wrong?
I mean, that's my assumption as well. Yeah.
They're not going to come in and demolish it or something.
And it would still be a home that would still need to be filled by someone. They're not just going to demolish it. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And we can argue about, how they're building it, the quality, et cetera, but yeah, that part seems a bit incomplete. If I can maybe go to Speaker Michael, I saw you nodding. Is the MLI Select process providing a perverse incentive to a particular kind of housing stock or limiting others?
Not specifically, no. It's an amount of, there's 3 pathways to get the financing. It's energy efficiency, accessibility, or affordability. Affordability is just the easiest way. You do the 2 basement suites and you can get it. There are guys who are getting an MLI Select, doing accessibility, doing energy efficiency, but it's not as common. It's not as easy to get the financing doing it that way.
Okay. Have any of you done them? So there's also a push to not do 6 units per lot, but 4 units per lot. Have any of you run the numbers on what that would look like?
No, we haven't, but
or what the impacts would be?
Well, the impact would be going back to where we were even before 2018. I think we've allowed 6 units on RF1 lots for years, and even more on RF3 lots.
I guess that anybody could have 4 units per lot and then always have an opportunity of doing a rezoning or coming forward to a public hearing or something?
You mean previously?
I guess that's, because I see there's 8, 12, 14 units built in certain areas. Yeah. I imagine they had to come for a DC or rezoning though.
Or they were zoned RF3, potentially.
Okay.
I can clarify that if
Please,
it helps.
Yeah.
So under our RF3 former zoning, which was shown on the screen that covered a lot of our mature neighborhoods in Edmonton, there was a size requirement per dwelling, so 150 square meters per principal dwelling. And then with that principal dwelling, you could also have 1 secondary suite and 1 garden suite. So if your lot was 600 square meters, you could have 4 principal units, 4 basement suites, 4 garden suites. Functionally, that didn't always happen, just because you're battling with site coverage and things like that. But it was common to see 8 or 10. Maybe it was fitting in a little bit better or what, but we weren't having the same kind of discourse. But again, that wasn't a question of unit count, because we could do that. So for reference, I did an RF3 project, which we got permits on, 14 units back in 2023. So it happens, it happened, and that was a mid-block site.
And Nicholas, if I could, if I can jump on your design again, the 8 units there, does that even allow space for trees, for landscaping, for all of those other pieces? Like, when you're taking up that much, would there be room for those other factors?
It's a great question. Yes, we work closely with our landscape architect to make sure all of the standards were met aside from the actual unit counts, and yes, everything still fits and functions well.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I think it was Mr. Sedgwick, in response to Councillor Salvador's question, you said that the public would be more concerned with 6 than 8?
No. Councillor Salvador had asked if we lowered it to 6, would that mean that there are more buildings being built, as in the same number of units are built, but spread through more buildings? And the 6-unit row houses and the 8-unit row houses are going to be built to the same site coverage. So if it was more buildings, it would be more of the buildings that have, you know, the massing issues that people are voicing. So the 8 units actually consolidates more of those units into fewer buildings.
So we'd have the same concerns around the massing, but yet we wouldn't have the number of units and the higher density that we're looking for.
That's right.
Okay, okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I think that's all right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. This is the conclusion of questions to panel 1 in opposition. We are going to carry on with panel 2. I want to assure everyone that we're going to hear from all of you who have registered to speak, and we're going to give you all the opportunity to have your say in this process. It's going to take some time, but we are here to make sure that we are concluding this process. Whether it takes few extra days, that'll be it. So, but we're going to make sure that we hear you all. Okay. Next panel is here it is. Got it. Panel 2 in favor. Michael Brown, Central McDougall Community League, remote. George Robinson, in person. Drina Schneider, remote. John Soltis, remote. In person, no. Kim Wagner, remote or in person? Oh.
This is Kim Wagner. I'll be remote.
Okay, thank you. Kelly Patrick, in person, please come down. Christine Prokop, in person. Christine Prokop, or you, that's Christine, please come down. Justin Archer, remote.
Here.
Thank you. Chad Oman, Inglewood Community League, remote or in person? No. Alex Green, remote or in person? Alex Green? No. Lydia Cowan, Residential Infill Working Group, in person? Lydia Cowan. There, please come down here. Yeah. Colin Heffern, Colin Heffern, please come down. Jan Hardstaff, Jan, please come down. Beverly Zubat, joining remotely.
I'm here.
Yolande Drogier.
I'm here remotely.
Thank you. Are there any other folks in favor that we can add to the panel?
We can look back at the list of those who weren't here.
Please do, if
Just a moment.
or you want to.
Do you want, Mayor Sohi, do you want to start with the speakers that we have, and we will pull a list of those that were in favor that did not appear on previous panels?
Okay, we will do that. Okay, we are going to start with Kim Wagner. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much for having me here, Council. I'm going to put a little bit from my presentation that I was going to be making originally. We're going to be focusing on some housing statistics, primary rental market stats. I think what I'm doing today is There's a lot of questions about compliance and how.
I'm sorry, Speaker Wagner, you are kind of cutting in and out. Can you try to fix your, if you're using a headphone or?
Not. I'm not using any head at all.
Yeah, no, you're not coming out. Can't understand. You're in and out. So why don't you try to? Is it possible
for you to?
Yeah, you try to fix your system on your side. We'll go to the next speaker.
Thank you.
And that is Kelly Patrick, sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Oops, sorry, excuse me. I'm sorry, I just need a minute. I apologize. I'm sorry, Council, can I have?
No.
Oh, no, I've got it. Thank you. I apologize.
Yep. No, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, councillors and administration. Once again, I'd like to thank all the residents who have taken their time to speak today, whether in person or remotely. On Monday, I spoke to the broken trust between residents and the current council and administration. I also listened as industry claimed that they've had no voice in this process. Frankly, that was surprising. From where residents sit, it's clear that the zoning bylaw has given industry all the voice, all the choice, and all the rights. Yes, there are responsible developers, and thoughtful infill should be possible. But what we're seeing now is a sharp shift. Predatory practices are emerging as companies realize just how much they're permitted to do under these new rules. Right now, Edmonton feels like the Wild West. And yet, even with the amendment before you today, which I am in support of, there are still no real checks or balances in place to distinguish between builders who are contributing to our communities and those who are simply exploiting them for profit. Residents are being asked to prove themselves as experts just to be taken seriously. Meanwhile, when developers speak, their voices carry institutional weight. Most residents had no idea these bylaws were coming, and for the few who did, there was no way to anticipate just how sweeping and disruptive the impacts would be. To claim we did engagement, especially when so much of that engagement happened during COVID, with online consultations that left many residents behind, is a concerning way to deflect responsibility. When people are only becoming aware of these changes as construction begins next door, isn't that a clear sign that your engagement strategy didn't work? There is one point I believe we can all agree on. The decisions being made today will shape our communities for generations. And with that in mind, wouldn't it be more appropriate and more responsible to slow down, to pause and reflect on how these changes are actually playing out on the ground? We are stewards of this city, and that role demands care and accountability. On Monday, administration said these amendments are building on existing policy. But that's exactly the problem. The foundation of this zoning overhaul is unstable. You are placing big bets, but it's the residents who bear the consequences if those bets don't pay off. Has council really heard what residents are saying? Even those who support the amendments have made it clear this is just the tip of the iceberg. My own councillor acknowledged that the large 16-unit development being built next to my home, mid-block on a narrow crescent where all 16 units will rely entirely on street parking, does not align with the original intent of this bylaw. This project, I was told, exploited loopholes and exceptions that allowed it to move forward, and even though it shouldn't have, and yet here we are. I will end with this invitation. I invite all the councillors and all the administration to come to my home and take a walk around the 16-unit development happening on what was once a single lot. Perhaps then we can finally have an honest and constructive conversation about how to move forward with thoughtful, responsible development that meets the needs of a growing population while also respecting the communities and residents who have shaped and sustained this city. Growth and respect are not mutually exclusive, and Edmonton deserves both. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Kim Wagner? Kim Wagner?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Is this better than it was before?
Go ahead, try it.
Okay. There was a presentation that was up earlier. And I'm curious
There we
if
go.
that, okay,
Yeah.
here we go. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Is everybody able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank everybody at council for the work that they're putting into listening to everybody regarding our very real and legitimate concerns. I'd like to say that I am in favor of moving the units from 8 to 6 with this proposed bylaw rezoning, although in my opinion, I feel we could do better. I think that a movement from 8 to 6 is minimal, but that it could be supported. When I met with council on Monday, I shared a story about my son accessing an open unmanned excavation site. And some of the things that we touched on were the fact that it took so long for any safety codes, anybody to come visit the site where there was zero fencing around the site. So I heard today some questions about compliance and how are we going to ensure compliance moving forward. And I just, it's a big question, I think bigger than anybody realizes. I mean, truly, how is it that we are in a position where we have so many great resources here in Edmonton, but 311, the non-emergency police line, safety codes officers, community officers, there's no cohesion or communication happening between any of those arms. So my suggestion would be also for us to see if we might be able to put some resources into that, because truthfully, how do we enforce that national building codes are being recognized and implemented into these builds? How do we enforce that the National Building Code, Alberta Edition, fire safety standards are being considered and implemented when even our own permitting department is saying red tape reduction just so that we can get through with more units into more properties? In my opinion, the question of 8 to 6 is just as critical as how many more resources are we going to be putting into the compliance component of this. We've dealt with children accessing sites. We've dealt with verbal harassment from contractors, trades, builders, developers. We've dealt with cars of the contractors speeding through our neighborhoods and endangering our children as they're playing out in the streets. And we as residents have zero recourse. And if we are truly going to be making the strides to growing Edmonton as a community in the redeveloping neighborhoods, there has to be more done for ensuring compliance. There was some statistics for the rental markets. I gleaned these from the CMHC website. I'm a mom of 3. I have a full-time job. I'm not an economist, but I'm happy to share some of these statistics with you if you'd like to move forward a couple slides. So this one here is looking specifically at rentals of bachelor suites, 1-bedroom up to 3-bedroom plus. And it's taking a look from the CMHC website from October 2021 up until October 2024. We're seeing year-over-year growth in rental units across all types. 2-bedroom units seeing the highest absolute increase, followed by 1-bedroom units. Next slide, please. Again, from the CMHC website, the private apartment vacancy rates. There was a stronger demand across all unit types from 2021 to 2023, and we do see an uptick in vacancy rates across all unit types in 2024. This is for Edmonton specifically, I should note. So you can see that for the highest vacancy is generally around the 1-bedroom rentals. Next slide, please. This is looking at rent increases across all types. So if we're talking about making affordable housing, we are seeing an increase across the board. It doesn't matter what year and it doesn't matter what type of rental suite. There is a steady rent increase all across unit types. Specifically, 2 and 3 bedroom units have the largest percent increase. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm out of time. I invite questions at the end, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Next, we will go to Christine Prokop. Please go ahead.
There is a presentation, if you could please bring it up. And
Here we go.
just on to slide 2, please, and we'll start there. Okay, thank you. Over the past 150 years, many city councilors and city workers spent enormous amounts of time, money, and effort to get our neighborhoods right. There were rules and regulations in place to ensure that the neighborhoods would stay intact. Our neighborhoods are our assets. With the bylaw change to 2001 came into place, which removed many of these guidelines and rules, and allowing for these 8 units on one single lot. Yes, Edmonton has an affordable housing problem, but we do not want urban sprawl. None of us do. Our established neighborhoods understand the need for diversification and want to do our part in helping with diversification. But we also need to work with some other solutions. Let's safeguard our neighborhoods while at the same time working on the solution. Could you go to page 4, please? Page 4. The federal government created the Canadian Housing Infrastructure Fund to support diversification, which had conditions. Adopt zoning for 4 units as of right per lot in all low-density residential areas. This is our city. Slide number 5, please. Proposed solution. Develop the empty inner city tracts of land already connected to the LRT. These spaces are an open canvas where you can design neighborhoods according to the present needs of new homeowners and renters. Lack of housing currently is for school kids, newcomers, and low income. Next slide, please. Suggested inner city areas. The Quarters has 106 acres of land, and it has the Quarters LRT already there. We have Rexall Place in Northlands, 200 acres of land. We have the Coliseum LRT there. Blatchford Field has 503 acres of land, 2 LRTs going to it. Currently, we only have 300 buildings connected and unconnected. There's truly only 150 buildings connected right now as we speak. Downtown Edmonton, Jasper Ave, between 101st and 109th Street, totally derelict. It's empty, for sale, for lease. There's 3 LRT stations. We do have an abundance of inner city land that we must use. We must get to this. Yes, the neighborhoods need to contribute, but we need to get to these inner city lands. Next slide, please. In closing, reduce the number of units in mature neighborhoods. I would love to see 4, but if we go to 6, that is an improvement, as per the federal housing guidelines. Reinstate residential guidelines regarding frontage, building height, coverage, and include parking. There is a developer out there, I don't know if I'm allowed to say his name, but they are doing 6 units, and it goes in and blends in really nicely in the neighborhood, and it has parking. Fast-track plans for the development of desperately needed inner city land. These are derelict land. People want to see things built there. reinstate neighborhood planning and communication as part of our city planning like we used to have, like we used to be told. Next slide, please. City Council, what do you want to see as your legacy? Do you want it to be that you ruined neighborhoods or protect our mature neighborhoods and build inner city? Let's work on housing together and make Edmonton a better place for everyone. We still have the opportunity to do it right. I am for this change from 8 to 6, just to be very, very clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Justin Archer.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councilors. Thanks for having me here to speak for a few minutes today. I apologize, I don't have a prepared presentation, but I just wanted to make a couple of quick comments about the amendment that's before you here. In my view, the city plan is a good aspirational direction, and I understand the work that went into it and the vision for building a city, a rebuildable city as Edmonton approaches 2 million people. I think that all makes a ton of sense. I worry that perhaps it's just not quite precise enough. I feel like it's a good direction, but I don't know that it's quite a plan. And I think that there's more work that needs to be done to determine where density is appropriate rather than the sort of scattershot approach that the plan provides. For example, I was driving down 124th Street the other day, roughly between like 107th Avenue and 118th Avenue, something like that. And there's a whole lot of 50-year-old wooden walk-ups, which is higher density housing, right along that major road. And to me, that makes a lot of sense. And then you go to the neighborhood behind and you don't see that level of density. And I think a little bit more precision would probably serve us all well as you continue the implementation of the plan. I think it's also important to remember that it's okay to change and adjust things a little bit. It doesn't mean that the whole thing's a disaster, but it would be wise to just go in and make the appropriate tweaks now to ensure that the plan isn't going to create a whole bunch of problems for us for the next 50 years. I think right around my house, I live in a mature area, and we've got 2 approved, actually 8-plex. One of them is a 10-plex. I don't even know how that guy got it, but he did. So there's a 10-plex right here, and there's an 8-plex down the side. And I've gone and met with both of the developers on both projects. They were kind enough to give me a little bit of their time. And I sort of said, what's possible here? Do you need to go to really this scale? Is there any kind of negotiating we might be able to do here? And they were really clear with me. They said, no, I'm here to maximize shareholder profit. I got investors. I want max units. I don't care what you think. And there's an undertone of really sort of rapacious profiteering and aggression that I find really startling and really unbecoming on behalf of the people that are the proponents of these projects. And as a neighborhood, you think of it as a community. There's a lot of people that gather together. A lot of people are friends. There's schools. There's all kinds of great community that happens. And it seems to me like some people, through sort of a perfect storm of council zoning and CMHC funding, which is, as you know, the key to all this, have sensed a real opportunity to get generationally rich. And they've gone around and they're going to try and do it sort of. Doesn't matter what the neighborhood thinks about it. And it's it doesn't feel very good, I would say, to be subjected to it. I've talked to lots of my neighbors, and people are really distraught and they're really upset. And I think some of the blowback that you've seen from your constituents and in the media is just reflective of just how big of a deal this is to people who live in some of these communities. And so I would love it if you would look at massing both height and site coverage, as well as parking. And I know no one owns the road in front of their house. And I agree with that. But the fact is, these people are going to have a lot of cars. There's a lot of kids that already live around there. There's a lot of schools. And we just need to be a little more thoughtful about what we're doing rather than letting people thinking about max profit do whatever they want. The other thing I would say is I hope, should you choose to support the amendments, I support them all. I love to see them all happen. there would be immediate implementation. I think it would be very unfortunate if we sort of had a summer of Wild West ahead of us. And I know you're about to break for the summer. I would love to see all of the amendments adopted, the new rules put into place immediately. And then possibly, I'm sure there'll be another conversation about this a year from now. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Lydia Kawan. Please go ahead.
Sorry. Okay, sorry. We have some slides. Okay. So is my time started? Yes, it is. Okay. Where are the slides? Okay. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today and on an issue that goes to the heart of our neighborhood livability and the integrity of Edmonton's planning system. I truly appreciate today, and I'm very thankful to all of you for sorting out the issues so that we're very clearly talking about one thing, and I think that needs a big focus, which is around mid-block density, around plexes inside the heart of a neighborhood. It is not in the nodes or the corridors we're talking about a specific location. I want to tell you a little bit about myself, but I want to stop and thank administration because I think they made that point very clear in their presentation this morning. So I am a market researcher planner. I have a kind of a unique specialty in that area. I have over 40 years of experience. I've worked with 68 national and international clients, including developers, municipalities, and provincial agencies. I've worked on all sides of this equation with developers. At least one of those developers was a client of mine many years ago, and I've worked on the municipal side. So I understand the balancing act, and I understand the opportunities, and I understand the threats. I think the question here is you have a statutory plan, which is your city plan, and you have a zoning bylaw, which is the enabling agent for getting things done. And it's an evolving process. Planning is an active verb. It is about changing that plan to fit if you see harm anywhere. And that is what I'm concerned about in all these neighborhoods. And just to give an idea of what is happening, and we're not talking about the good developers, we're talking not the legacy developers, and I don't want to put the word good, it's legacy, versus something else that may be happening where the playing field is not even. And that's where legislation comes in. That's where your bylaws come in to clean up that playing field so that it's even. So, and that's why it is so important to we're not talking about stopping housing, we're talking about carefully locating where we're going to do what, and so that you're meeting the obligations of your statutory plan. So your statutory plan is full of wonderful words about preservation, enhancement of historic assets. So this is what is happening in some of these neighborhoods. And we use the term blockbusting because in the old days, in the 70s and 80s in the US, this is what some developers, not all, would do in a neighborhood to take it over. And it was basically used for that purpose. I'm not saying that that's happening here, but you can see it doesn't fit. It's not integritous with the neighborhood. It isn't compliant with the design. The beautiful designs that the idea was and people were showing, they're beautiful, but that's not what's happening. It's not happening in all neighborhoods, and if it's not happening equally to have good design in all neighborhoods, then we have to fix it, and we have to fix it urgently. We don't know what's in the pike and what you have waiting there for permits, waiting for the results of your decision today, because you could be unleashing a lot more of these. Next slide. And that's ultimately the chaotic pattern you're going to be creating throughout the city. And that's a difficult situation. So when we're talking about a statutory plan, and one of the questions I always get asked, because I used to teach urban planning as well, is what is the test of good planning? And the good planning is it's flexible because it's flexible for changing whenever it sees harm, and this is kind of harm happening. We're seeing it, people reporting it. They're your best agents of oops, finding out. Okay, so I'm running out of time. I realize, can we go to the next slide? And the final slide. Oh, sorry, one more slide. This is what we're recommending. Do follow administration's recommendation. Do it immediately. And also direct administration to work together on case by case on a discretionary basis for some of these. If somebody wants to do from 4 to 6, that kind of thing. If you do it down to 4 and do a sort of a measured yes to 6, then, and maybe possibly in some neighborhoods you could do an 8 if you use a discretionary zoning approach. And you can actually have the conversations with the communities on a case-by-case basis until we sort this out. So you don't have to hold back. It's not a no to housing. It is about finding that balance.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Colin Heffernan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of council. I don't want to waste council's time repeating the arguments that I heard earlier, but I wish to express my support for the Urban Planning Committee's June the 3rd decision recommending the reduction from 8 to 6 units in multiplexes in middle block locations, and the text amendments as presented by administration. I also want to add that I'd like to see zoning bylaw 20,001 amended so that 4 units become a permitted use under the bylaw and 6 units a discretionary use in mid-block locations. 8 plexes are fine on corner lots, in my view. Further, I'd like to see council require administrative review of the proposed design of all new plexes. Good design is critical to the development of livable cities. The experience of Toronto developers is that design review does not appreciably slow down the approval process. The mayor mentioned in his remarks on Monday that Edmonton had a housing emergency, which is presumably one of the main reasons why council expedited approval of zoning bylaw 20,001. Many observers, however, seem to believe that there's no real housing emergency here now or at that or earlier. What there was and still is a dire shortage of suitably sized, centrally located rental housing that is affordable to low and moderate income working families and individuals, including service workers, retail clerks, early stage trades and professionals, new immigrants, new in-migrants from other provinces and the rest of the province, and refugee families. Both those who are already here and those literally tens of thousands expect in the next few decades. This is the kind of housing that's most urgently needed, and it's needed in very large numbers. Plexes scattered about in mature areas do not begin to respond to this. That said, I fully support the motions on table now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. Next, we will go to Jan Hartstaff.
Could you bring the slides back up, please? And advance them to slide number 6. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jan Hartstaff. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for listening to us today. And I just want to first of all echo many of the people who have already spoken that RIWG is in support of administration's proposed amendments with some friendly revisions to improve them. And we also strongly support the reduction from 8 to 6 units. We do think that discretionary over 4 would be a great idea. Next slide, please. My presentation focuses on the technical aspects of the proposed amendments. RIWG supports reducing maximum building length on interior sites to 50% site depth or 25 meters, whichever is less. This slide shows two 6-dwelling RS zone scenarios, a semi-detached on the far left with 2 secondary suites, 2 backyard suites, and next to this, a triplex with secondary suites. Reducing dwellings from 8 to 6 provides opportunity to achieve the intended outcomes of reducing building massing and shadow impacts to neighboring property. Reducing the building length from 23.5 to 20 meters on this 40-meter deep lot would encourage mid-block row housing towards corner sites where it better fits. And it would eliminate the monolithic 8-plex mid-block, which is second from the right. I've also provided a mature neighborhood sort of for context there. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we want to also explain is how closely integrated the rear setback is with this building length. So we recommend that Council direct administration to explore amendments to better align front and rear buildings and green area along the block where lanes exist, and to report back to Council as soon as possible. We believe this is a very high priority, and it's not included in the proposed amendments. This slide shows two 6-dwelling RS zone scenarios, left and right, each with principal dwellings having secondary and backyard housing. So second from the left is a 4-dwelling scenario showing the impact of backyard housing that's constructed perpendicular to the lane and building projecting beyond the current 10-meter minimum rear setback into the front of the property. The very large driveway significantly increases impervious development site coverage, impervious development coverage, and disrupts both the rear building and green area alignment on the block. It almost creates a single wall, except for they're a little bit staggered. So the second from the right is an 8-dwelling scenario that is essentially a dissected mid-block row house scenario with a 3-meter separation distance between a front principal dwelling touching the front setback and the rear principal dwelling touching the 10-meter current minimum rear setback. The rear building is not in alignment with the other rear buildings on a block and completely disrupts the green area alignment. That's the shaded green area bar that you see. It is important to reduce the building length to a maximum 50% of site depth, but to also increase the minimum rear setback to 35% of site depth. So I want to just show you too that everything I've drawn here shows that it could align with the 35% minimum rear setback. That's not a problem to do. These amendments complement one another to better align buildings and achieve the intended outcome of reducing building massing and shadow impacts to neighboring properties. Next slide, please. So these are some of the massing, shadowing, and incompatibility impacts RS zone amendments need to resolve, both in the front. You can see along a wall projecting way beyond the new infill to the right there on the far left picture, and also to the long development wall, incompatible front setbacks. There's lots of problems to resolve. Next slide, please. So RIWG supports limiting the number of entrances located in a side setback to 2. However, we recommend a friendly amendment to require main entrances to face the direction of the street, abutting alley or public walkway, that was discussed earlier today, and also require entrances on an interior side setback to be recessed or structurally screened, because that would reduce impacts. Next slide, please. So this is reducing the impacts. Next slide, please. The side setback, it's a no-brainer as well. We believe that 1.9 meters is completely reasonable if there's a main entrance on the side. And what that might do is encourage the main entrances to be at the front or the rear. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a thing that we do not agree with. Side stair amendments need to prevent these roller coaster stairs that are shown on the right. I hope you can see that. But your administration's, I think it's attachment 2, around page 8 or something. This is figure 8 actually, and it shows that this is a clear path, but it isn't a clear path. You've got these obstacles of the stairs to go over, and it's not accessible. So we also we support the amendments for design improvements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I could answer any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Beverly Zibart is our next speaker. Please go ahead.
Hello, thank you. I too am speaking on behalf of the RIWG group. I've been involved with neighborhood redevelopment for a very long time. And I've never before have seen the current level of negative impacts created by infill. The problematic RS 8-plex row housing is the focus at the present time because that's what's being built in numerous neighborhoods. This public hearing provides a pivotal opportunity for council to address the problems with the RS zone. And some key amendments to the zoning bylaw are the solution. So there are solutions, no problem. First, without delay, please adopt the RS amendments as administration has presented with hopefully some friendly revisions. This is a step forward, but it doesn't solve all the problems. Administration's cover report notes that under the old zoning bylaw, sites zoned R3 allowed 8-unit row housing, and in some cases even more. Indeed, it did, and row housing was built. There were a lot of triplexes, particularly where there were smaller lots, and some of them had secondary suites. So why is there such a massive uproar now, where in the neighborhoods before there wasn't? Well, it's pretty simple. It's because there were 2 critical mature neighborhood overlay regulations in the old zoning bylaw. Most importantly, the minimum rear setback, as Jan described, of principal dwellings was 40% of the site depth, which meant that the average lot probably would have a 16-meter rear setback rather than the present 10. This ensured that all new housing, no matter what type, row housing or otherwise, was reasonably aligned in the rear with adjacent new housing. Secondly, all garages and backyard housing had to be within the 12.8-meter rear of the site. Together, these 2 regulations provided a development box in the rear, a development box in the front, with an open space in between. The typical pattern for sites, especially for those with alleys. As a result of this regulation, no infill walls totally boxed in anyone else's yard, unlike the current situation that everybody is so upset about. Of course, they weren't in Paul either, so that makes a difference as well. So RWG is recommending similar types of regulations, be introduced for sites, especially with alleys. We are recommending a somewhat larger front development box than existed in the past. We recommend the rear setback of 35%, and we recommend all garages and backyards be within the rear 25% of the site, so that you can, the proportions can stay, as Jeff Booth was commenting on, the proportionate regulations work better. And as Jan illustrated, these setbacks could comfortably accommodate 4 to 6 generously sized dwellings on a 600 square meter site. And there could be a yard large enough for everyone to gather in. Quality of life does not have to be severely compromised to achieve extensive dwelling unit growth. In fact, quality developments are likely to spur population growth. I recently read an article by Ross Chapin, an architect of multi-unit community housing. It reminded me that in a panic to meet the demand for housing, we risk creating developments that meet basic shelter needs, but fail to support the long-term success of residents. The consequences are high turnover, maintenance challenges, and community resistance to multi-unit housing, the things we're seeing now. Chapin provides tips to design for basic needs to avoid these consequences, and that 8-unit side-facing row housing built now fails miserably, according to his criteria. It feels overcrowded. It lacks privacy because windows are facing side facades. The only windows in the units provide very limited natural sunlight and views. There are no inside or outside outdoor spaces for residents to gather, and there are few plants, given that parking is in the back, and often rocks or artificial turf cover the front yard. The new young tenants living in the so-called affordable $1,500 per month basement suites feel disillusioned when they realize that the newly constructed home has many flaws. 2 of the 3 tenants we talked to in 2 separate 8-unit places are already planning
Thank you
to
so
move.
much.
We can do
Thank you so
better.
much for
Thank
joining
you.
us. Next, we go to Yolande DeRozier.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, councilors and mayor, for your attention today. This is my first time speaking at a hearing. I'm speaking for myself, family, and for my neighbors in McKernan. There have been many great points that other speakers have brought up on Monday and again today, but it seems clear that while in favor of amendments, there is still much more change that is necessary. In my opinion, the proposed structural and unit number amendments to bylaw 20001 are a positive step in the right direction. I'm in support of them. I know they will address some of the concerns of communities. However, the city must do further analysis into more than what these buildings look like and how they are positioned on a lot. I was sad to see there were no amendments made to address the need for maintaining and developing family housing in mature neighborhoods in regards to multiple unit builds. All councillors will likely agree that the goal should not be solely to increase housing builds at the expense of all other considerations. Bylaw 20001 has been in effect for over 18 months, which is a reasonable time frame to give pause and examine the outcomes. When discussing infill with community members, emotions run high. So let's look at some numbers and not feelings, because no one can argue with numbers. Some neighborhoods have been more affected than others, but let's use the neighborhoods of McKernan and Belgravia, for example. These neighborhoods are older, centrally located, and have always had renters mixed in with owners. The numbers I am presenting were presented earlier, so councillors should be familiar with them. Between January 1st, 2024 and today, there were a total of 112 single-family homes sold in these 2 communities combined. Of these, 46 are built planned row house projects. Let's pause and let those numbers set in. 46 out of 112. That's 41% of all single-family homes sold in the communities of McKernan and Belgravia that will be converted to row housing. Think about those numbers and what it means for the future of families with children in these communities. Consider what has been gained and what has been lost with these 46 title transfers. We have gained more bedrooms and created an environment for predatory development. We've lost the options for families to renovate an older home, build a duplex, skinny home, or a garage suite. Essentially, we have lost the ability for families with children to move into or remain in these mature neighborhoods. This is affecting both homeowners and renters alike. I have a neighbor that has rented an older home for years with her partner and daughter from a local landlord at a reasonable and affordable rent. She is now concerned that if her landlord sells to one of the multiplex investors currently offering higher than market prices, she will lose her family's home and not be able to find anything affordable in the area. The multiplexes that are being built in our area are not for families with children. The floor plans have a compartmentalized layout where more bodies can sleep, but it is not conducive to a social family environment. If families like hers are forced to relocate out of the area, what does it mean for schools in mature neighborhoods that already have lower enrollment at a time when newer schools are oversubscribed? How does pushing a family outside the Henday help concerns of urban sprawl? Worse yet, how does a family moving to a bedroom community only to commute to work in Edmonton help maintain Edmonton's property tax revenues? How can this in any way be in line with the city's goals of affordability and sustainability? I would encourage all councillors to look more closely at the exact layouts of the builds that are proposed and who is building them to gain greater insight into community concerns. My question to council: is it possible to create requirements for builders to include children-friendly suites in these multiplex builds? There's been a lot of discussion about the number of units. There should be more discussion about the total number of rooms. Some 5-plexes have 17 bedrooms with 17 bathrooms, and we can all agree that families with children cannot live there. My husband asked me, what's the solution to all this? Because we both agree and know that density needs to happen in Edmonton. My answer is simple: Focus larger multiplex builds on corridors and nodes and keep interior mid-block lots for density increasing builds like duplexes, skinny homes, and garage suites. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now we'll go to questions to the panel. Councillor Knack.
I'm here. Sorry.
Sorry, we are done with this panel. We're going to come back for the rest of the
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, I believe that says speaker for the panel. I believe that might.
No.
Yes.
No, which
said, I said here and you said okay.
No, we went through the list. We have 15 folks.
I said
we called the
here and you
names.
said okay.
We're going to come back. Sorry. We called the names already. We're going to come back.
I've been sitting here since 9:30.
Sorry.
Point of order. I believe you did call his name, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
I believe you did call his name.
Yes, I did, and you said okay.
Oh, you did? Okay, I'm so sorry then.
Okay,
this is, okay.
I believe it's John Soltis.
John Soltis, please go ahead.
Yeah, John Soltis. Thank you very much, and sorry for the confusion there. Thank you, Councillor Tang. Hello, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you all for your time today. I guess I get to be the last one today. I'm here to support agenda item 3.32. Let me start by commending the staff of the City Clerk's office for all their work leading up to Monday and today with the agendas, the multiple speakers, and so more. Clerks are very efficient, quick, and transparent under pressure. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm one of the two designated Edmonton Neighborhoods United leaders in McKernan, where I've lived with my family for over 20 years. In 2012, we contributed to infill by adding a second floor to our bungalow with 2 new bedrooms to maintain original character with new designs. And just so you know, I ride my bike to work every day year-round, even in the winter. My presentation will be brief. To help us get to a vote by the end of tomorrow, I actually shortened my presentation a little bit after learning that one of today's upcoming opposition speakers was found to be telling everyone he could find to sign up to speak in order to filibuster and force a delay in the vote until August. I think that breaks rules of council chamber decorum. Moving on. A main driver of the unit count is population growth. Yes, it was elevated, but in the Q1 2025 City of Edmonton Corporate Economics Report, which it forecasts a major slowdown to just 1.7% growth next year. Limiting mid-block units to a maximum of 6 instead of 8 and reducing maximum length is a step in the right direction, but could go further while still qualifying for CMHC funding. First, let's move away from the current blanket approach. Second, a maximum of 4 units for mid-block in mature neighborhoods would be more appropriate, and a maximum of 6 in developing neighborhoods. In McKernan, we have several mid-block sets of 2 skinnies with 2-bedroom garden suites for a total of 6, for example. They look great, fit nicely, and retain the neighborhood character. Third, for corner lots, they could be a maximum of 5 or 6 units and still qualify for the funding. More than 5 or 6, I think, negatively impact sightlines and their safety and congestion. For example, recently a fire truck trying to reach a call couldn't turn a corner at 113th Street and 75th Ave due to many parked cars due to 8 plexes there going in there. They weren't even done yet. In terms of variety of housing choice, which is a stated city goal, a reduction in max units with a slightly reduced maximum building length will lead to, I think, larger average unit size, and that will actually increase the variety of size, type, and design of unit, allowing for more couples and families, rather than just single bed rentals, which so far is the majority of what is getting built. The modifications will also allow mature trees to stay to help with tree canopy, another stated city goal, to be kept rather than raising an entire lot to fit an 8-plex mid-block. This is not reversing course. This is one adjustment to a multi-layered course that will still move forward. No city plan is frozen in time. I know change is hard, but modifications of this nature, even slight ones like this, are very natural over time. To close, just like with the original bylaw, I would suggest presetting a mandatory 1-year review of these bylaw modifications, if they pass, of course, and I hope that they will. Thank you for this time, and again, sorry for the confusion at the beginning.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, can someone move to extend the order to finish questions to this panel?
So moved. Second.
Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. The vote is coming out. Just waiting on 2 votes.
Councillor Prince-Pay is a yes. It didn't come up for me, sorry.
Councillor Prince-Bay. Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice is online but not responding. Would you like us to mark her absent? Thank you. We have all the votes then.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Stevenson was, right? Who was it? Oh, Councillor Knack, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi, and thanks to all of our speakers. Ms. Zubak, can I start with you? Similar to Ms. Silas, you have a lot of history on these, work on the FCL and all of that. So at this point, I think I'm pretty clear on everyone's thought on sort of building length and the other recommendations you've made. I think the thing I want to ask you about the most that I'm just still feel like I'm struggling with as we go through this conversation is the feelings on unit count. Because I even think back and I pulled up my notes from the 2023 public hearing. I think you and Ms. Hardstaff are even back to back as well. I might get to Ms. Hardstaff. And you know, when we ask questions, I remember asking questions in a public hearing. Very rarely, if any, do I ever remember writing down somebody's answer saying that the unit count was the issue. Now, I hear why it is an issue now for some folks, and so I'm not trying to dismiss that. What I want to try to understand is, in your mind, the difference between 4, 6, 8. Why is this now more of an issue now? What are we starting to see that maybe we didn't identify when the public hearing happened in October 2023 that we're identifying now?
Well, the difference is the development box is so much bigger now. So you can build those big buildings on small lots, given that development box, and you can quite easily with 8 units create conditions that are very crowded. Like honestly, people who live in those basement suites, and we've talked to some of them, the 8 unit row housing, and they say, you know what, we go outside our suite and we have nowhere to go outside. We have to go for a walk. That's our only option because there's nothing next to us. We don't have a step we can sit on. We don't have any common area. And that's overcrowding. And plus they got to get by all the garbage bins and everything else cluttering.
Appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm going to ask a sort of a hypothetical, right? We've seen some presentations. I think we saw a couple on Monday of people saying, well, okay, let's adjust the building footprint, that large structure, but maybe there are ways. I'm not an expert, that you can still design a well-sized 8-unit development under a new building footprint, accepting all of the other recommendations. What are your thoughts on that? Like, and again, maybe it's a hypothetical, maybe you actually can't, but I guess I wanted to understand, you've come with a recommendation saying, you know, maybe you should go to 4 and only allow anything above as a discretionary, which, as you know, we had since 2019, the 6. So I'm trying to understand that piece about, you know, is 4 going to actually satisfy people, or is 6 going to satisfy people, or is 8, or are we spending so much time on the number that we're maybe missing the bigger picture of the footprint and the designs and the green space and all of that?
Well, I think you'd have to take both in account, but I am a person that believes in having, I guess, contextual relationships, regulations, pardon me, that relate to the environment around you. And if you have all the regulations expressed as percentages of depth or a percentage of site area, etc., you're going to be forcing people to build into proportion of the site. So that's why we are recommending a 35% rear setback rather than the hard 10.
I get it.
10 meters, right? And
so should we be thinking about that for a unit count too? Like, that's what I'm curious about. We've used the 75 meters squared, and I think Councillor Jans asked that question earlier, is that are we, if we're looking to try to have that more contextual piece, should we even think about that from the unit count perspective too?
Well, you could. I would think that the 100 is a lot, 100 square meters per unit is a lot better than the 75 for sure. Because if you do have a 600 square meter site, and we've done modeling of this, it's very, very easy to do quite large, actually, 4 units in the front. And then you can do the 2 units in the back, or you can make smaller units, the 4 units smaller, and have secondary suites. But if you are looking to make sure that you've got family-oriented housing, which I hear people saying, and that requires storage area, right? It's not just, it's not the
I'm out of time, Ms. Zubat, but always appreciate.
Design that we're seeing.
Thank you.
Around
Thank
the
you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Zubat.
Councillor
Okay,
Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just wanted to have a quick question. Is Speaker Archer still there? Justin?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I was,
No, that's all right. No, thank you. So I appreciate your comments and, you know, sort of that theme of seeing properties that maybe, you know, are really ripe for redevelopment. I think, you know, one of the challenges we face is that we can't compel private property owners to redevelop. So just wanting your thoughts there, because I appreciate if we were building from scratch, you know, we might plan our city in a very different way and have it build out in this successive way. But in the absence of that, what are your thoughts about, you know, if those property owners just aren't choosing to redevelop, then do we just not build new homes?
Councillor Stevenson, I think there's a lot of redevelopable homes in the mature neighborhoods, and likely there will be redevelopment in many of those homes, one way or the other. You know, we've seen, if you're to drive around some of these areas, like you'll see many, maybe half new structures in the last like 10 or 15 years, maybe, and then the other half are the original builds kind of from the post-war area. So I don't think the issue is whether there's going to be redevelopment. I think it's the scale of the redevelopment and how does that coexist and interact with the existing community.
Yeah, well, I think, and apologies if I misheard, I think you were referring to, you know, properties along 124th Street.
Apartments.
Yeah. And again, I think the challenge we face is that we, again, can't compel those to redevelop.
So I apologize, Councillor. I don't think I was clear. What the point I was trying to make was, when you look at planning that was done a generation ago, or whenever the walk-ups were built on 124th Street, at that time, the planners considered the arterial road and then the interior neighborhood as two sort of discrete uses. And I'm advocating for the city to be a little bit more precise in the implementation of the city plan, to do a similar thing now, rather than allow for more unrestricted development all throughout the interior neighborhood. That was the point I would make, Councillor.
Oh, I see. Okay, even though sort of the interior of the neighborhoods, there is a consistent allowance for single detached homes versus duplex, fourplex, eightplex, it's all the same scale. And then sort of some of that taller height being on the corridors.
Well, I mean, if I were on council, no, but I think it would be appropriate to have quite a significantly higher level of density on major corridors, like, for example, Stony Plain Road or 142nd Street, because those are areas where there is a lot of redevelopable real estate available.
Okay, and that's
we're using a
also
scattershot approach right now.
Okay, not sure that I see it that way, but I appreciate you refining your points for me, and I apologize I misunderstood. Maybe just for Speaker Desrosiers, Yolande, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate your focus on some of the hard numbers, or just sort of talking that that's something that we can kind of all come back to. I was just wondering if you have some thoughts about how we would measure success moving forward, sort of in that analytical way. How would we know that we're on track moving into the future?
Well, I mean, some of these things take time, as you know. I mean, I guess looking at school enrollment numbers with the school board, specifically like McKernan School, that sort of thing, in our area specifically.
Okay, so I mean, I think we have been watching school enrollment in mature neighborhoods for a while, also population, and those have all been going down. So would we want to be seeing those going back up, I guess?
Yeah, well, stabilizing or going back up. I mean, I think there's some people coming to the community because, I mean, we do have availability in our school that live outside the community. And I mean, that's not really fitting with, I guess, some of the goals of the city trying to keep people in their areas, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I know there's lots of, when you say 15 minutes, see, there's lots of controversies with that. But I mean, I personally like the fact that I can live close to the school that my child goes to, and I can ride my bicycle to work, those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I guess I'll ask guest Pro Cop. I'm just curious, so why don't you want more people, and I don't mean this disparagingly, like why don't you want more people living in Glenora?
I said I don't mind doing some densification, but I feel going to 8 is too much.
So
if you take an average homeowner, used to be 4 people, let's say 4, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't know the statistics of an average family, but let's say 4. And now you're having 8 suites. You're going to have at least 16 to 20 people. So we're going from 4 to 16 and 20. There's no parking. There's no parking on these lots. And we already have parking wars on the streets already. And that we see from the housing, we're already having garbage problems in the alleys.
So I believe there's like on 142, there's a new 6-story units that's gone up. Do you think looking at Glenora and saying, yeah, actually we need more high-rise apartments or medium-rise apartments with underground parking, that would be more of the approach?
Yeah, on those streets as well. What I'm talking about is we see that on 136th Street just came up, is right now 3 lots right in a row. Corner has 9 suites, 8 suites is the second one, third one where it's undisclosed is what it's going to be. But that's where we had 3 homes, and now we're going to have maybe 25 units.
But you have 2 LRT stations.
We have 2 LRT stations. Well, there's nothing built, it's not finished yet, and that's going to be a few years away from here, right?
Yeah, but those homes aren't finished yet either. Like I'm trying to understand why people are choosing Glenora to build more row housing.
Why they're not, or
no, why? Like when I look at the map of the city and where is the row housing going? It's all going along the riverbank, and it's all going along the west LRT, and it's all going along the south LRT. It seems like, when I look at slide 16 of administration, the row housing really is going to the places close to transit.
Well, that's where these builders are going right now, but
why do you think they are?
Well, yeah, they're building, but who knows if people will go there? As I've mentioned in the slide that had the 4 different spots of where their existing is LRTs today, and nobody's building there. The quarters, the Rexall, Blatchford,
but
we
do
have
you
all
wanna,
of these.
I don't want to live in the quarters. Do you want to live in the quarters?
Well, why?
I want to live in Glenora. I want to live in Glenora because I work on 124th Street. I want to walk to work, or I want to take my kid to Glenora school. Like, it seems, I wonder sometimes when we tell people, why don't you live there, not here? Like, I don't think no home builder is going to build a home that they can't sell. And if people want to live in Glenora,
We don't know that yet. It hasn't been sold. These, I believe, are builders that are building and will sell it to somebody else, and they'll walk away with the money and they leave Edmonton. And somebody else holds the bag. So it's not proven yet that people will actually.
So a question I should ask admin is, do we have examples of homes being built that are not occupied, that are sitting vacant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah.
Because remember, this just came in January 2024, right? And these buildings are
Yeah.
just coming up now.
But I mean, it takes time. There's a high rise beside the university that I think is still at like 70% occupancy after a year, because it takes a while just to like get people in, and then after that you hit momentum, right? This is helpful. It's questions I can ask. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I guess I just have a couple questions. To Colin Heffron, you mentioned when you were speaking that we expedited the zoning bylaw, and I just want to correct, like, my understanding. It was a 5-year process, and it was actually delayed a year for further public engagement, and it didn't actually coincide with declaring a housing emergency. So are you aware of any of that?
Oh, sorry, Councillor, I didn't realize you were talking to me.
That's okay.
Would you mind repeating the question?
I said, when you were speaking, you said that we expedited the zoning bylaw renewal.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm wondering where you're getting that information, because it took 5 years, and in fact, we extended it 1 year for further public engagement. And the declaration of the housing emergency was actually post the public hearing on the
Right.
zoning bylaw. Like that, it had to do with encampments and winter and some of the horrific things we were seeing playing out on our streets. They're not one and the same necessarily, though they are codependent, right? Supply, housing, homelessness, all linked.
Right. Okay. Well, thanks for asking that. Actually, when the zoning bylaw was being considered by council, I remember giving my experience from Toronto. I was a adjudicator with the Ontario Municipal Board, which is a quasi-judicial body that hears appeals from municipal council decisions. And one of the major issues we had during my last few years with the board was the new zoning bylaw that Toronto had introduced. They had 569-213, it was called, in 2013. They introduced it. They had been warned before that to test it out in smaller areas, and they didn't. They bulldozed on, and it was appealed. Virtually every section of it was appealed. Eventually, council had to withdraw it and reinstate the old bylaw. So it took, and while they reviewed it, that was the only thing. My suggestion back then was, why don't we test out 20?
Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. I have other questions for other speakers, and I know we're already
Sure,
over time.
okay.
So my question specifically to you was, you mentioned that we expedited the zoning renewal process.
That's right.
And I'm wondering where you're getting that impression from.
Well, I had, it was introduced over the whole city at once rather than testing it in smaller areas.
And that was suggested at the public hearing, and we chose to not do that, right? But that
okay.
doesn't mean we expedited the zoning bylaw renewal process.
That was council's decision, yeah.
Yeah, that was council's decision. Okay, and to Yolanda, just getting personal for a second, because I think I heard you say only, your preference is only duplexes or skinnies interior to a neighborhood. Is my understanding correct?
You know, there's lots of, like, I mean, I know when skinny houses came in, there was controversy about that in the neighborhood and that sort of thing. I've never had an issue with that. Build 2 skinny houses, put some secondary suites in them, build garage suites. That way you're getting 6 units on the lot. So to me, that's more family friendly than having a multiplex, like the ones that I'm seeing going up in our neighborhood.
So I want to just so the challenge this is a tension that we feel, and I'll get a bit personal. In 2022, 2021, I lived in Inglewood, and in 2022, I found myself as needing to find a place on my own with 2 kids, for room for 2 kids. I couldn't afford Inglewood's skinnies or duplexes. So even though it was a neighborhood that I loved very dearly, I ended up not being able to live there because there was no 3-bedroom places that were in my price point. So should my family have been relinquished to only the periphery of Inglewood, or not be in Inglewood at all? Like, this is some of the tensions we're experiencing, right?
Well, your situation is exactly like my neighbors, what I was
Yeah.
mentioning there. I mean, she's worried that she's going to lose her home. Right now, she's got great rent, a great landlord, and they're predatory developers. I get flyers in the mail. There's groups of men in the neighborhood handing out, "We'll buy your house cash right away, above market." Enough of this can push families out of the area. And I mean, we're starting to see it already, and it's just begun.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, great. Actually, I wanted to continue on with both of these two speakers. So Colin, I appreciate, I think you named a number of groups of people who I would agree with are typically precarious for housing stability, right? I think you mentioned refugees, new immigrants, students. But if I heard you say correctly that aplexes, mid-block, those are not the types of housing they need. Am I hearing you correctly?
Yes, I said that in part, yes.
Yeah. But would you say reducing it to 6 will make it more appropriate?
Can you speak up, Councillor?
Sorry.
You know, Councillor, sorry, what I was trying to get at is that I think Council is kind of throwing glasses of water on a fire. I think we have a real urgent need for housing on a massive scale, and I think by our development community and council itself is getting distracted by small this plex matter when really we should be looking forward to developing the massively underutilized city-owned lands and developing and thinking in terms of developing thousands of units rather than what did we do last year? There were 122 eightplex applications. Heaven only knows how many of those have been built, but there's a few hundred only. I think council really should be thinking about developing its city-owned lands more intensively.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think on the spectrum of housing, I think council has had lots of conversations, including utilizing city land, including surplus school sites for affordable housing. I think few speakers mentioned Expo and the quarters. So lots of incentives, but doesn't necessarily have the same kind of conditions. And I hear your point. Absolutely, we do need much bigger scale, and this is one of the many, I think, tools that we're trying to look at. Thank you for that clarification. Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. If I may just make one more small point.
Sure.
In let's say an eightplex that's being built, a 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom. Let's say they rent it for $2,500 a month. In order to pay $2,500 a month, and with a reasonable standard of living using CMHC's own a metric of 30% of household income, a household would have to be making close to $90,000 by my arithmetic.
Yeah.
To afford.
Colin, thank you. Sorry, I appreciate that. I'm running out of time here, but I wanted to just switch really quickly to Yolanda, because I think I hear you say that we need more family-friendly units. And what I heard from the previous panel was that actually some of the amendments brought forward today, including decreasing building length, will actually prompt the architects to design less likely to design 3 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms. And in my mind, that actually did disincentivize family-friendly housing that you're talking about. I guess I'm just wondering, did you get that as well?
You know what,
I did.
but I did. I've been listening all day. I did hear that. but that's not what's being built in our neighborhood. Maybe in other neighborhoods, that's what's being built, but in our neighborhood, that's not what's being built. That's why I've asked councilors to kind of consider what type of builds are happening, specifically how many bedrooms are in these builds.
Right, right. And so in your mind, it should be anything that comes up in your neighborhood should be at least minimum three bedroom, family friendly.
Yes, I think absolutely. We need family friendly. We need storage. We need space for children. So I think that's essential.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
Councilor Paquette?
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up with Christine Prokop, or Prokop. Pardon me, I don't know how to.
It's Prokop.
Prokop.
P-R-O-K-O-P. Prokop.
Great,
Yep.
thank you. I know that you raised Blatchford, and I just wanted to follow up. It was designed for about 30,000 people at full build-out, and 65,000 people moved to Edmonton last year. So we are moving as fast as possible in Blatchford, but you know, obviously, we're kind of in a pickle. We don't control immigration. We have to accommodate it, and we have to do so in a way that, I mean, right now, because we don't have the developed properties that would right-size the budget and help us keep taxes low for service delivery, we're in a bit of a pickle there. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Well, I'm thinking that right now it's very expensive to live in Blatchford. NX Build they're selling at $509,000, Landmark $644K to $675,000, Encore $705,000. These are very expensive builds.
So
The only
similar
one,
to Greenfield builds, yeah?
yeah, the only one that is lower is Street Side, and I really liked their design and what they comment today about having. They do include car parks, garages at $370K. So in Blatchford right now, it is very expensive. And I think sometimes we have to do a paradigm shift and say, we have focused on that and this eco, way of living. But with the crisis we have, maybe we take some of that land and redo it to make really good, low income, but good builds.
Yeah.
Like, let's change the paradigm and let's
Right.
use that land, because we do have 2 LRT stations going to it. It's there and it's so close to everything.
Yeah.
You know.
So let's break that up a bit. Like the 750,000 homes, I think that's for 3 units. So, I mean, you break that up, divided by 3. And it is on par with the cost of houses today, believe it or not.
But not for low income. We need for low income kids
Sure.
going to school
So
and newcomers.
just to address that,
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you know that the city itself doesn't actually build low-income housing except through our spin-off corporation called HomeEd. And so we are doing that, but we have limited capacity as a municipality. We don't have a lot of dollars, and I don't think anyone wants to see a massive increase in their taxes in order to do that. So we rely, as we ever have, on private business to develop. We have no other way to do it. We literally do not have the funds or the capacity. And the affordable housing is actually squarely within the realm of the provincial government, and they've been helped by the federal government for sure, and City of Edmonton has been accommodating, but again, like, a municipality is not built for that kind of expense. So the only thing we can do is incent or to make easier building of houses, and then with that supply, that decreases the cost while we also simultaneously advocate continuously for affordable housing. So thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure. All I can remember is I go back to World War II and when it was finished and all the young men coming back. And so Griesbach was developed and all these nice homes, they were low income for first home buyers, that sort of thing. And I'm thinking, we now have this new influx of people that came into Canada, a huge influx.
For sure.
Should
That was
we
a
not
federal
take?
program.
That's right. So should we not take one of these, the quarters, Northlands, and develop the same kind of thing that we had for Griesbach?
So if the federal government wants to do that, we are open for business.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I agree with you completely.
But do we not have that fund that I mentioned, the federal government that
The
gave us?
accelerated fund, and we are absolutely doing affordable housing with it right now as we speak, for sure, we are. And I would also say that, with that 65,000 people moving in, we've got 120-something infill applications. That's the pressure under, where the demand and the supply are literally not matching up, and young people are going to have no hope. That's the challenge. Yeah.
But, and this is where we're seeing, I'm afraid to walk downtown at 8 o'clock at night.
Sorry.
That's
No
a
worries.
provincial thing, and I'm out of time.
Thank you so much, Councillor Paquette. Any other questions, colleagues, to this panel? If not, I just have a quick one. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair for a moment.
And this is to Speaker Yolande Drogier. How many properties are in McKernan?
In McKernan in total?
Yeah.
Well, just going on the subscription for the McKernan Messenger, there's about 1,000 in McKernan specifically.
Yeah. How many row houses are being built in McKernan now?
In McKernan specifically,
Yeah.
let me just look at my numbers. I think I said I know there's 46 total.
Yeah.
McKernan and Belgravia. So I'd assume a half of that. I don't have my numbers with me right here, but about half in McKernan.
So if 1,000 properties total, 46 row housing, they'll take decades for the neighborhood to develop.
But it's it's already happened so quickly already that I don't know what's going to happen. Like I said, the enrollment.
Even if you feel this is accelerated rate, like 47 is, you're talking about considerable amount of time. That's why we call it kind of gentle density happening in these neighborhoods, right? So I'm just struggling to understand the fear that you're expressing in that sense, right? So.
Well, I mean, it's only been a year, just over a year and a half. And I mean, like I said, some of these builds, I mean, we were all aware lots of these builds haven't even been lived in yet, too. So, I mean, we've lost 30 houses. So we'll say 30 houses recently for mid-rise apartments, which, I mean, I really feel like because I live in McKernan, we live on 109th Street, there are lots of opportunities on nodes and corridors to be building big and building tall. And I think it was mentioned by a previous speaker that the tax base for something like that is huge. If we build a larger project with more units, I think that's where we should be focusing our density. I mean, like I said, we can still densify in these areas. Like I said, build 2 skinny houses, build secondary suites, build 2 garage suites. We have 6 units there for people, but then we also massive density on the nodes and corridors as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. I'll take the chair back. All right, that concludes the questions to this panel. So tomorrow is Friday, and we have our council meeting starting at 9:30. So we're going to start, that's a different council meeting. This is public hearing. We have a regular council meeting. And that council meeting is scheduled, it's the second day of the council meeting, is scheduled from 9:30 till 10. And so we're going to come back with the public hearing and resume at 10:30 with the rest of the speakers. And we'll try to get to as many speakers tomorrow as possible, hopefully get through the list, and then go to questions to administration. But we will manage the schedule tomorrow and the agenda tomorrow. We'll see if we have to find another day. We'll make that determination tomorrow. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining and for your patience. Some of you have been waiting here since 9:30 or since 30th of June, right? So you came here that day as well, so appreciate your patience. Okay. Until then, we are on recess.